Star Wars, Republic Commando, True Colors, written by Karen Travis. Prologue. Migito, Outer Rim. The vaults of the Drescian Kielsch Merchant Bank, 470 days after the Battle of Geonosis. We're running out of time. We're running out of time, all of us. Sarge. Scorch looks at the security locks on the strong room hatch with the appraising eye of an expert at breaking the unbreakable. That's how I trained him. He's the best. Sarge, we got what we came for. Why are we robbing a bank? You're not robbing it. I'm robbing it. You're just opening a door. This is about justice and relieving separatists of their wealth. Stops them from spending it on armaments after all. And I'm a civilian now. It doesn't feel like it. Delta are still my squad. I won't go as far as Calscarada and call them my boys. But boys they are. Scorch is about 12 years old. He's also 24, measured in how far that path to death he actually is. Which is the only definition I care about. He's running out of time faster than me. The Kaminoans designed the Republic's clone commandos to age fast. And when I think of them as the tiny kids I first knew, it's heartbreaking. Yes, even for me. My father didn't quite kill the last bit of feeling in me. Scorch places circuit disruptors against the locks spaced around the doorframe, one by one, to fry the systems and create a bogus signal that convinces the alarm there's nothing out of order. He freezes for a moment, head cocked, reading the display on his helmet's heads-up display. What's in there, Sarge? I'm not robbing for gain. I'm not a greedy man. I just want justice, see? My Mandalorian armor's black, the traditional color of justice. Beskar Gom colors almost always have meaning. Every Mando who sees me understands my mission in life right away. Part of my inheritance, I say. Father and I didn't agree on my career plans. Justice for me. Justice for the clone troops, used up, thrown away like flimsy napkins. The drink's on you, then, says Boss, Delta's sergeant. If we'd known you were loaded, we'd have hit you up earlier. Was loaded. Cut off without a 10 cred. I've never told them about my family, or my title. I think the only person I told was Cal. And then I got the full blast of his Class 4 rhetoric. Sev, Delta sniper, silent, which might mean disapproval, or it might not, trains his DC-17 rifle on the deserted corridors leading from the labyrinth of vaults and storerooms that hold the wealth of the galaxy's richest and most powerful, including my family. Firefek, it's quiet down here. The corridors aren't made of ice, but they're smooth and white, and I can't shake the impression that they're carved straight out of this frozen planet itself. It makes the place feel 10 degrees colder. And 3, says Scorch. But I still prefer a nice big bang. 3, 2, 1. I know he's grinning, helmet or not. The locks yield silently and open in a sequence. No alarms, no theft countermeasures to take our heads off, no guards rushing in with blasters. The vault doors roll back to reveal row upon row of polished Duracell deposit boxes, lit by a sickly green light. Inside, 2 security droids stand immobile, circuits disrupted along with every lock in here. Weapon arms slack at their sides. "Well?" Fixer asks on the comlink. He's up on the surface a kilometer away, minding the snowspeeder we'll use to exfiltrate from Magito. He'll get the icon views from all our helmet systems, but he's impatient. "What's in there?" "The future," I tell him. His future too, I hope. When I touch the deposit box doors, they swing open and their contents glitter, or rustle, or smell odd. It's quite a collection. Boss wanders in and fishes out a small gilt framed portrait that hasn't seen the light of day for, well, who knows? The 3 commandos stare at it for a moment. "What a waste of creds." Scorch, who's never expressed a desire for anything beyond a decent meal and more sleep, checks the droids, prodding them with the probe anchored to his belt. "You've got until the next patrol to clear out what you need, Sarge. Better hurry." As I said, we're all running out of time. Some of us faster than others. Time's the one thing you can't buy, bribe, or steal when you need more. "Go on. Get out of here." I walk down the corridor lined with unimaginably excessive wealth. Rare precious metals, untraceable credit chips, priceless jewels, antiques, industrial secrets, blackmail material. Ordinary credits aren't the only things that make the galaxy rotate. The Val family box is in here. "I said dismissed, Delta." Boss stands his ground. "You can't carry it all on your own." "I can carry enough." I can haul a 50-kilo pack, all right. Maybe not as easily as young men like them, but I'm motivated, and that shaves years off my age. "Dismissed. Then out, now. This is my problem, not yours." There's a lot of stuff in here. It's going to take longer than I thought. Time. You just can't buy it. So you have to grab it any way you can. I'll start by grabbing this. Chapter 1. Look, all I know is this. The Sebs can't have as many droids as Intel says. We've seen that when we've sabotaged their factories. And if they have gazillions of them somewhere, why not overrun the whole Republic now and get it over with? Come to that, why won't the Chancellor listen to the generals and just smash the key Sep targets instead of dragging this war out, spreading us thin from core to rim? Add that garbage to the message Lama Suda sent him griping about the clone contract expiring in a couple of years. It all stinks. And when it stinks that bad, we get ready to run. Because it's our shubs on the line here, understand? Sergeant Cal Scarata, to the Null Arcs, discussing the future in light of new intelligence gathered during their unauthorized infiltration of Tipoca City, 462 days after Geonosis. Republic Fleet Auxiliary Corps conveyor, en route for Maril. 2nd Airborne, 212th Battalion, and Omega Squad embarked, 470 days after Geonosis. Nice of you to join us, Omega, says Sergeant Barlix. One hand wrapped around the grab rail in the ship's hangar. And may I be the first to say that you look like a bunch of complete prats? Darman waited for Niner to tell Barlix where to shove his opinion, but he didn't take the bait and carried on adjusting the unfamiliar winged jetpack. It was just the usual bravado that went with being scared and hyped up for a mission. Okay, so the Skytrooper standard pack didn't fit comfortably on Republic Commando Katarn armor, but for accuracy of insertion, it still beat paragliding. Darman had vivid and painful memories of a low-opening emergency jump on Quilura that hadn't been on target, unless you counted trees. So he was fine with a pair of white wings, even if they were the worst bolt-on goodie in the history of procurement in the Grand Army of the Republic. Vi activated his wing mechanism, and the two blades swung into horizontal position with a hiss of hydraulics, nearly smacking Barlix in the face. Vi smiled and flapped his arms. Want to see my impression of a Geonosian? What, plummeting to the ground in a spray of blood splatter? After I put a round through you? Said Barlix. You're so masterful. I'm so a sergeant, Private. Couldn't you at least get us matte black ones? Vi asked. I don't want to plunge to my doom with uncoordinated accessories. People will talk. You'll have white and like it. Barlix was a senior NCO, a Prajai squad. Airborne troops with a reputation for high-risk missions that Captain Ordo called assertive outreach. The novelty of supporting special forces had clearly worn off. Barlix pushed Vi's flight blades back into the closed position and maintained a scowl. Anyway, I thought you bunch were born-again Mandalorians. Jetpacks should make you feel right at home. For calf and cakes afterward? Barlix was still unsmiling granite. Orders are to drop extra material, and the other useless ballast, meaning you. And then shorten our survival odds again by popping in for a chat with the Seps and Muriel. Vi did his wounded concern act, hands clasped under his chin. Is it the Mando thing that's coming between us, dear? Just my appreciation for the irony that we're fighting Mando mercenaries in some places. I'd better keep you away from Sergeant Cal then. Yeah, you do that, said Barlix. I lost 10 brothers thanks to them. Clone troopers might have been able to sing Vote On, but it was clear that the proud Mandalorian heritage hadn't quite percolated through all the ranks. Darman decided not to tell Scarada. He'd be mortified. He wanted all Jango Fett's clones to have their souls saved for the Manda by some awareness of the only fragile roots they had. Barlix's hostility would break his heart. The compartment went quiet. Darman flexed his shoulders, wondering how Geonosians coped with wings. Did they sleep on their backs? Or hang like hawk bats? Or what? He'd only ever seen the bugs moving or dead, so it remained another unanswered question. He had a lot of those. None are ever alert to the mood of his squad, walked around each of them and checked the makeshift securing straps, yanking hard on the harness that looped between Fi's legs. Fi yelped. Nanner gave Fi that 3-beat silent stare, just like Scarada. Don't want anything falling off, do we, son? No, Sarge. Not before I've had a chance to try it out, anyway. Nanner continued the stare for a little longer. Sit rep briefing in 10, then. He indicated the hatch and inspected the interior of his helmet. Let's not keep General Zay waiting. Barlix stood silent, as if he was working up to telling them something, then shrugged and took Nanner's indication that what was to follow wasn't for his ears. Darman did what he always did before an insertion. He settled in a corner to recheck his suit calibration. Atton inspected Fi's jetpack clips with a critical frown. I could knit better attachments than these, he muttered. Do you think you could try cheery and upbeat sometime, Attica? Fi asked. Nanner joined in the inspection ritual. It was all displacement activity, but nobody could ever accuse Omega Squad of leaving things to chance. All it has to do is stay attached to Fi until he lands, he said. Fi nodded. That would be nice. Atton set the encrypted holo receiver he had been holding on a bulkhead ledge and locked the compartment hatches. Darman couldn't imagine any clone trooper being a security risk, and wondered if they were offended by being shut out of Spec Ops briefings, as if they were civilians. But they seemed to take it as routine, apparently uncurious and uncomplaining, because that was the way they'd been trained since birth. They had their role, and the Republic Commandos had theirs. That was what the Kaminoans had told them anyway. But it wasn't entirely true. Trooper Core, last surviving man of his whole company, was now on SO Brigade strength, and seemed to be enjoying himself charging around the galaxy with null arcs. He was becoming quite a double act with Lieutenant Morrill. They shared a taste for the finer points of booby traps. They also enjoyed exploring the social scene. As Scarada put it, of every city they happen to pass through, Core fits in just fine. I bet they all can, given the chance and the training. Darman slipped on his helmet
and retreated into his own world, calmly closed except for the priority override that would let the squad break into the circuit and alert him. If he let his mind drift, the scrolling light display of his HUD blurred and became the nightscape of Coruscant, and he could immerse himself in the precious memory of those brief and illicit days in the city with Etain. Sometimes he felt as if she were standing behind him, a feeling so powerful that he'd look over his shoulder to check. Now he recognized the sensation for what it was, not his imagination or longing, but a Jedi, his Jedi, reaching out in the Force to him. She's General Termuken. You're, well, out of line, soldier. He felt her touch now, just the fleeting awareness of someone right next to him. He couldn't reach back. He just hoped that however the Force worked, it let her know that he knew she was thinking of him. But why did the Force speak to so few beings, if it was universal? Darman felt a pang of mild resentment. The Force was another aspect of life that was closed to him, but at least that was true for pretty well everyone. It didn't bother him anywhere near as much as the dawning realization that he didn't have what most others did, a little choice. He'd once asked Etain what would happen to the clone troops when the war was over, when they won. He couldn't think about losing. Where would they go? How would they be rewarded? She didn't know. The fact that he didn't know either fed a growing uneasiness. Maybe the Senate hasn't thought that far ahead. Vi turned to pick up his helmet and started calibrating the display. The expression on his face, distracted and not all happy. This was Vi unguarded, not funny, not wisecracking, and alone with his thoughts. Darman's helmet let him observe his brother without provoking a response. Vi had changed, and it had happened during the operation on Coruscant. Darman felt Vi was preoccupied by something the rest of them couldn't see, like a hallucination you'd never tell anyone about because you thought you were going crazy. Or maybe you were afraid nobody else would admit to it. Darman had a feeling he knew what it was, so he never talked about Etain, and At never went on about Lacima. It wasn't fair to Vi. The core conveyor's drives had a very soothing frequency. Darman settled into that light doze where he was still conscious but his thoughts rambled free of his control. Yes, Coruscant was the problem. It had given them all a glimpse into a parallel universe where people lived normal lives. Darman was smart enough to realize that his own life wasn't normal. That he'd been bred to fight, nothing else. But his gut said something else entirely. That it wasn't right or fair. He'd have volunteered, he was sure of that. They wouldn't have had to force him. All he wanted at the end of it was some time with Etain. He didn't know what else life had to offer, but he knew there was a lot of it he would never live to see. He'd been alive for 11 standard years, coming up on 12. He was 23 or 24, the manual said. It wasn't time enough to live. Sergeant Cal said we'd been robbed. Fire effect. I hope Etain can't feel me getting angry. I wish I could sit there and just relax like you, Dar, Atton said. How'd you get to be so calm? We didn't learn it from Cal, that's for sure. There's just Sergeant Cal and Etain, and my brothers. Oh, and Jussic. General Jussic is one of us. Nobody else really cares. I've got a clean conscience, Darman said. It had come as a surprise to him, after years of cloistered training on Kamino, to discover that many cultures in the galaxy regarded him as a killer, something immoral. Either that, or I'm too tired to worry. Now he was going to Gaptakar to do some more killing. The Alpha Arcs might have been sent in to train the local rebels, but Omega were being inserted to topple a government. It wasn't the first, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Heads up, people. Here we go. Niner activated the receiver. The blue hollow image leapt from the projector, and the burly bearded Jedi General Oligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, was suddenly sitting in the compartment with them. Good afternoon, Omega, he said. It was the middle of the night, as far as they were concerned. I've got a little good news for you. Vi was back on the secure helmet comlink now. Darman's red HUD audio icon indicated that only he could hear him.
which means the rest of it is bad. That's good, sir,
said Niner deadpan.
Have we located ARC Alpha 30?
Zay seemed to ignore the question.
Little Sergeant Adams sent secure drop zone coordinates, and you're cleared to go in.
Fi's calmly popped in Darman's ear again.
Here comes the Bud.
But
Zay went on.
ARC Trooper Alpha 30 now has to be treated as MIA. He hasn't reported in for 2 months, and that isn't unusual. But the local resistance told Sergeant Adams that they lost contact about the same time.
Adden was one of Scarata's null arcs. He'd been sent in a few standard days ago to assess the situation. And if he couldn't find the missing ARC trooper, then the man was definitely lost, as in dead lost. Darman wondered what could possibly have happened to an ARC. They weren't exactly easy kills. The Nulls treated their alpha brothers as knuckle draggers. But they were pure Jango Fett, genetically unaltered except for their rapid aging. And they'd been trained by him personally. Hard, resourceful, dangerous men. Still, even the best could have bad luck. It meant that training and motivating the Gaftakari resistance was down to Adden now. Darman hoped it didn't end up being his job. All he could think about was how long he'd be stuck there and when he might see Utain again. Smuggled letters and comlink signals weren't enough. So what can they do to us? So what if anyone finds out? Darman didn't really know how hard the Grand Army or the Jedi Council could make life for him or Utain. There was always the chance that he would never see her again. He wasn't sure how he could handle that. He knew she wasn't his only taste of real life.
So, are we starting over, General?
Niner asked. Zay's desk wasn't visible in the holo image, but he was sitting down, and he glanced over his shoulder as if someone had come into the room.
Not entirely. The rebel militias are competent, but they still need some help in de-establishing the Gaftakari government. And they need equipment, like the diesels we're dropping.
Zay paused. Not full spec, of course.
I see we trust them implicitly, sir.
We've had 1 or 2 aid operations backfire, Sergeant. I admit that. No point over-arming them so they can turn around and use the kit on us. This does the job.
Any general intel update on Gaftakar?
No. Sorry. You'll have to fill in the gaps yourself.
Numbers?
Adden says around 100,000 trained rebel troops.
Darman blinked to activate his HUD database and checked the estimated population of Gaftakar. 500 million. Capital city Ayat. Population 500,000. He was used to odds like that now.
Well, at least Alpha 30 was busy while he was there, sir,
Niner said.
The rebels are very good at cascading training. Train 10, they trade 10 each, and so on.
Given our limited numbers, sir, have you ever thought about deploying the whole guard that way? The war would be over a lot faster.
It's a strategy, I know.
Zay always had that note in his voice lately that made him sound ashamed and embarrassed. Nobody had to ask if this was how he wanted to play things. It was another objective from the Chancellor on the list of take this planet and don't give me excuses orders.
But all you need to do is remove the leadership of the EOT administration, and the rest follows. So you prepare the battleground for the infantry, enable the rebels.
Do what you can, lads, but I can't spare any more men to help you. Great.
Understood,
said Niner. Sometimes Darman wanted to ram his sergeant's patient acceptance down his throat.
Omega out.
Nobody needed to remind Zay how thinly spread all the GAR forces were, especially special operations. They were cross-training regular troopers for commando roles now. The GAR had fewer than 5,000 Republic commandos. Inadequate didn't even come close. It was a joke. Darman waited for Niner to sign off with a surprisingly perfunctory salute, and closed the link. And that wasn't good old gung-ho Niner at all. It was the closest he'd ever come to showing his frustration to the squad. Maybe their public would have been better off with droids after all. They don't get hacked off about what's happening to them. And they don't fall in love.
I'll try to look on the bright side, seeing as that's my job.
said Phi.
Last time we inserted into enemy territory without any decent intel and with totally inadequate numbers. We made lots of interesting new friends. Maybe I'll be the one to get lucky this time.
Darman ignored the jibe about Etain.
The Gaftakar rebels aren't your type, Phi. They're lizards. So are Feline. I mean, lizards. Luggage on legs. They've got a human population too. Optimist.
Niner changed the subject, with uncharacteristic gentleness.
Come on. We always insert without enough intel.
He hadn't told Phi to shut up in ages, as if he felt sorry for him now. It's the way the world works. Okay, focus on. We'll be over at yacht in 20 minutes. The core conveyor's cargo hangar was a stark void with a ramped airlock at one end. It was an armed freighter, one of many commandeered from the merchant fleet taken up from trade, and so nicknamed Tough Tees. And it was built simply to move vehicles and supplies, and sometimes men, and unload them discreetly where required. Darman wondered what its cargo had been in peacetime, like the small traffic interdiction vessels it masqueraded as a neutral civilian craft for covert operations. Tough Tees could be deployed on planets where the arrival of an acclamator would get the wrong sort of attention. The hangar was packed with speeder bikes and crates. Darman picked his way through them, following Atten to the hangar doors where a loadmaster in yellow-trimmed pilot armor, minus helmet, steered crates on repulsors toward the ramp and lined them up.
Deuces,
said the loadmaster, now looking up from his datapad.
A few E-webs and one large artipiece. How many webs?
Atten asked.
50. Is that the best we can do? We've been arming them for a year. Just a top-up.
The loadmaster seemed satisfied that he had the correct consignments and stared at the commandos with a wary eye. He reached for the rail that ran along the bulkhead and hooked his safety line to it.
If it's any comfort, you look pretty sinister in that black rig. Even with the white wings, I don't think you're a bunch of overrated Mando-loving weirdos at all.
Phi gave him a bow.
May all your future deployments be with the Galactic Marines on fresher detail, Nervad.
But Atten would never pass things off with a joke.
What's your problem, pal? Just wondering,
said the loadmaster.
Wondering what? Mandos? You ever fought those guys? I have. They keep popping up in set forces. They kill us. And you were raised as good little Mando boys. Is that who you feel you are? Let's put it this way,
said Phi.
I don't feel like a Republic citizen because none of us are. In case you hadn't noticed, we don't exist. No vote, no identification docs, no rights.
Niner shoved Phi in the back.
1-5, shut it. Loadmaster, wind your neck in, and don't question our loyalty, or I'll have to smack you. Now let's get to work.
It was the first time that Darman could recall the sense of brotherhood among clones. All clones, regardless of unit, faltering. The Sticking Airborne obviously had an issue with Mandalorians, and maybe the nearest they could kick were the Republic commandos raised, trained, and educated mostly by Mandalorian sergeants, like Scarata, Val, and Brayler. He thought it was a bad omen for the mission. Yes, Sergeant Cal would be very upset to see this. Core conveyor was low enough for them to see the landscape beneath from one of the viewports. Darman could see from his HUD icon of Niner's field of view that he wasn't looking at the drop zone, but was engrossed in his datapad. It was just a mass of numbers. Atten, though, was reading a message, and although Darman tried not to be nosy, he couldn't help but notice that it was from Masima, his Twilight girlfriend, and it was educational. They do say it's the quiet ones that want watching. Darman tried to concentrate on Gaftakar. It looked like a nice place, even at night. It wasn't a red, dusty wasteland like Geonosis, or a freezing wilderness like Vest. From the height, the city of Iat was a mosaic of illuminated parkland and busy, straight roads fringed by regularly spaced houses speckled with gold light. A river wandered through the landscape, visible as a black glittering ribbon. It looked like the kind of place where people had normal lives and enjoyed themselves. It didn't look like enemy territory at all. Darman cut into Phi's personal circuit to speak but was instantly deafened. by the volume of Glimmick music. That was how Phi dealt with things. A thick wall of noise, and chatter to shut up the next moment. Darman cut out of the circuit again. The Loadmaster lowered his visor and placed his hand over the control panel.
Okay, remember, just let yourselves drop like a normal parasail jump for a few seconds, then activate the jets. Don't power out. Opening in 5, 4. I'd rather know if the jetpack didn't work when I still had my boots on the deck.
Phi said.
2, and go!
The cargo doors slid back, and a fierce blast of air peppered dust against Darman's visor. The charge were over a thick force now. The Loadmaster had one hand on the cargo release, and his head turned toward the holochart projected on the control panel. It showed open land a few kilometers ahead. When conveyor overflew it, the open space turned out to be short, dry grass. It showed up clearly in Darman's night vision filter.
Get away!
Said the Loadmaster, releasing the static lines. The crates slipped off the ramp, one by one, and glided toward the land on extraction parasols that looked like exotic white blooms opening in the night. The last container dwindled to a speck beneath them, hitting the grass in a plume of dust. The ship climbed a little, and the ramp raised to a flat platform.
This is your stop, Omega. Stay safe, okay?
Darman, like all the commandos, had done plenty of freefall jumps. He couldn't even recall how many, but he still felt a brief burst of adrenaline as he watched Aden walk calmly off the end of the ramp and vanish. Darman followed him, gripping his DC-17 flat against his chest on his sling. 1, 2, 3, 4 paces, and then 5. On 5, there was nothing beneath the soles of his boots. He fell and his stomach seemed to collide with his lungs, forcing the breath out of them for a heartbeat. He hit the jetpack power button on his harness, on the count of 3. The wings ejected from their housing. The motor kicked in. He wasn't falling any longer. He was flying, with the faint vibration of the jets making his sinuses itch. The green-lit image of Gaptagar's heathland spread beneath him. And when he turned his head, he could see the faint heat profile from Aden's jets. Conveyor was gone. The crate had a lot more acceleration than he thought.
Look, Ma,
Said Phi's disembodied voice on the secure channel.
no hands. You haven't got 'em, Ma.
Said Darman.
Maybe a nice old lady will adopt me. I'm very lovable.
Darman couldn't see the others now, only their viewpoint icons on his helmet's HUD. The squad split up, each man following a different flight path to the RV point, dropping as low as they could and hugging the contours of the land. The plan was to hit the ground running, literally as soon as the terrain changed to woods they could use for cover. Darman didn't make quite the clean landing he'd expected. He somersaulted on the top of one wing, coming to rest in low scrubby bushes. Niner must have seen his HUD.
Can't you ever land on your feet, Dar? Oh, sick.
Darman was more embarrassed than hurt. At least he hadn't set fire to the vegetation. The jets shut off on impact. He scrambled to his feet and reoriented himself.
I'm okay.
He couldn't tell where Phi and Aden were from the view in their HUD icons, but he could see they were moving fast, and their transponders were converging on the RV coordinates. Blue squares edging toward a yellow cross superimposed on a chart of the drop zone. He realized he still had 50 meters to run with the jetpack, wings spread like an insect.
All clear.
Niner grunted as if he was struggling out of his harness.
Short-range comms only, from now on. Omega, you know, on Uran 5, the locals would stick you on top of a festival tree as a decoration.
An unfamiliar voice cut into Darman's comm circuit. Now he could see a shape in his night vision, a faint outline that didn't resolve into a man until he was right on top of it. He could see who it was now, a man who looked pretty much like himself, except like all the Knolls. He was broader and heavier. The Kaminoans had played around with the Fed genome a little too much, at first. Darman wondered how many other experiments they tried before they got the mix right. Aden, Knoll Arc N12, grabbed him by the arm and beckoned him to follow. He was wearing rough working clothes, no helmet, no plates, and no distinctive kilt like Kama. Darman hadn't been expecting to find him in civvies. And as he picked his way through the undergrowth, cursing the stupid wings that now wouldn't retract because he bent the mechanism in the fall, He also didn't expect to see the small, fast-moving figures with bright reflective eyes merging with DC's 15 rifles. They were lizards, all right.
Guard Base, Teklit, Quilura. 470 days after Geonosis. Deadline for the withdrawal of human colonists.
General Atane Termukin had never felt less like doing a day's duty in her life. But she would do it. She had to. Outside the Army headquarters building, a modest house that had once belonged to a Transdoshan slaver, now long gone with the rest of the occupying separatist forces, a crowd of farmers stood in grim silence. She paused in front of the doors and prepared to step outside to reason with them. "You have to leave. It's the deal we did, remember?" "I don't think you should handle this, ma'am," said the garrison's commander, Levitt. His yellow-trimmed helmet was turned under one arm, a thick, clean-shaven, black-haired man in his 20s, so much like Darwin that it hurt. "Let me talk to them." He was a clone. Like Dar. Exactly like Dar. Exactly like every other clone in the Grand Army of the Republic, although without Dar's permanent expression of patient good humor. He had those same dark eyes that gave Atane a pang of loneliness and yearning at the constant reminder that Dar was where at that moment. She had no idea. She could feel him in the forest, as she always could. And he was unharmed. That was all she knew. She made a mental note to contact Ordo later to check his location. "Ma'am," said Levitt, a little more loudly. "Are you alright? I said I'll do this." Atane made a conscious effort to stop seeing Darman in Levitt's face.
"Responsibility of rank, Commander."
Behind her, she heard a faint silken rustle, like an animal moving.
"But thank you."
"You need to be careful,"
said a low, liquid voice,
"or we'll have your nasty little sergeant to answer to."
Jannar brushed past Atane's legs. The Gurlanan shapeshifter was in her true form, of a sleek black carnivore, but she could just as easily have transformed herself into the exact replica of Levitt or Atane. Nasty little sergeant. Sergeant Kalskarada, short, ferocious, angry, had exiled her for a few months. She'd fallen from grace with him. Now that she was several months pregnant, she started to understand why.
"I'm being careful,"
Atane said.
"He holds me responsible for your safety."
"You're scared of him, aren't you?"
"And so are you, girl."
Atane draped her brown robes carefully to disguise the growing bulge of pregnancy, and pulled another loose coat on top. Teklit was in the grip of winter, which was just as well. The excuse for voluminous clothes was welcome. But even without the top layer, she didn't look conspicuously pregnant. She just felt it, tired and lonely. Nobody here would know or care who the father was anyway.
"There's no need for you to supervise the evacuation personally,"
said Jannar.
"The fewer who see you, the better. Don't tempt fate."
Atane ignored her, and the doors parted, letting a snow-speckled gust of cold air into the lobby. Jannar shot out in front of her, like a sand panther, and bounded through the drifts.
"Insanity,"
the Gurlanan hissed. She progressed in flying leaps.
"You have a child to worry about."
"My son
Atane said.
is fine. And I'm not ill. I'm pregnant."
And she owed her troops. She owed them like she owed Darman, RC-1136, whose last letter, a real letter, written on flimsy in a precise, disciplined hand, a mix of gossip about his squad and little longings for time with her, was suited, with constant reading and refolding, and kept safe inside her tunic, not in her belt. The snow crunched under her boots as she waded to the road, cut through the drifts by constant traffic. It was a brilliantly sunny day, blindingly bright, a lovely day for a walk, if this had been a normal life, and she had been an ordinary woman. It's hard not to tell him. It's hard not to mention the baby when he asks how I am. His baby. But Scarata forbade her to tell him. She almost understood why. Jannar continued her progression of controlled leaps. She probably hunted that way, Etain thought, pouncing on small animals buried deep in the snow.
Scarata will be furious if you miscarry.
Maybe not. He was angry enough when he found out I was pregnant.
I'm not going to risk upsetting Cal. You know the politics of this.
I know he means what he says. You'll have a warship reduce Quilura to molten slag if I cross him.
Yes, he would. Etain believed him too. Scarata would rip a hole in the galaxy if it improved the lot of the clone troops in his care.
Just under 3 months. And then I won't be your problem any longer.
Local months or galactic standard months.
Etain still felt queasy each morning.
Who cares? Does it matter?
What would your Jedi Masters do to you for consorting with a soldier?
Kick me out of the Order, probably.
You fear such trivial things? Let them.
If they kick me out,
Etain whispered.
I have to surrender my command, but I have to stay with my troops. I can't sit out this war while they fight. Jannar, don't you understand that?
The Girlanan snorted, leaving little clouds of breath on the icy air.
To deliberately bring a child into this galaxy during a war, to have to keep it hidden and then hand it over to that?
Etain held up her hand for silence.
Oh, so you and Cal have been talking, have you? I know. I was mad and selfish and irresponsible. I shouldn't have taken advantage of Dar's naivete. Go ahead. You won't be saying anything that Cal didn't. Just minus the Mandoa abuse.
How can he possibly raise the child for you? That mercenary, that killer.
He's raised his own, and he raised the Knolls.
Don't want that, believe me.
He's a good father, an experienced father.
Etain was too far ahead of Levette for him to overhear, but she had the feeling that he would be conveniently deaf to gossip anyway. Now she could see the crowd of farmers massed at the gates in the perimeter fence, silent and grim, hands thrust into pockets. As soon as they spotted her, the rumbling chorus of complaint began. She knew why. We armed them, me and General Zay. We turned them into a resistance army, trained them to fight Seps, made them guerrillas when it suited us, and now it doesn't suit us anymore. Throw them away. That was why she had to face them. She'd used them, maybe not knowingly, but they wouldn't care about that academic point.
Commander Levitt,
She said,
only open fire if you feel your men are in danger.
hoping to avoid that, ma'am.
They've got DC-15s, remember? We armed them.
Not full spec, though. A cordon of clone troopers stood between Etain and the crowd, as white and glossy as the snow around them. In the distance, she could hear the grinding of gears as an ATTE armored vehicle thudded around the perimeter of the temporary camp, set up to oversee the human evacuation. The clone troopers, each man with Darman's sweetly familiar face, had their orders. The farmers had to leave. They handled humanitarian missions surprisingly well for men who'd been bred solely to fight, and had no idea of what normal family life was like. Well, not much different from me then. As she came up behind them, they parted without even turning their heads. It was one of those things you could do with 360-degree helmet sensors. In the front of the crowd, she recognized a face. She knew nearly all of them, inevitably, but Heifer Burhan's eyes were the most difficult to meet. You proud of yourself, girl? Burhan stared at her, hostile and betrayed. He'd given her shelter when she'd been on the run from the local militia. She owed him more than kicking him out by force, carrying him away from the only home he'd ever known,
I'd rather do my own dirty work than get someone else to do it.
said Etain.
But you can start over, and the Girlanans can't.
That's the government line all of a sudden. Since we served our purpose and cleared the planet for you. The farmers had weapons, as farmers always did, most of which were old rifles for dealing with the Gadans that attacked grazing Merle herds. But some also had their Republic-issued Deces. They held them casually, some just gripped in their hands, others resting in the crooks of their arms, or slung across their backs. But Etain could feel the tension rising among both them and the line of troopers. She wondered if her unborn child could sense these things in the Force yet. She hoped not. He had enough of a war waiting for him.
I'd preferred you to hear it from me than from a stranger.
Not true. She was here to hide her pregnancy. She couldn't help thinking that the awful duty served her right for deceiving Darman.
You have to leave. You know that. You're being given financial aid to start over. There are established farms waiting for you on Kibolar. It's a better prospect than Quilura.
It's not home,
said a man standing a little behind Burhan.
and we're not going.
Everyone else left weeks ago.
Except 2,000 of us that haven't, girl.
Burhan folded his arms. The sound of the ATTE had stopped, and every wild noise carried on the still, cold air. Quilura was so very, very quiet compared with the places she'd been.
And you can't move us if we don't want to be going.
It took Etain a moment to realize he meant violence rather than forced persuasion, and she felt a little ripple of anxiety in some of the troops. She and Levette had been ordered to use force if necessary. Janard slipped forward between the troops and sat on her haunches, and some of the farmers stared at her as if she were some exotic pet or hunting animal. Of course, they'd probably never seen a Gurlanin, or at least hadn't realized they had. There were so few of them left, and they could take any form they pleased.
The Republic will remove you, farmer, because they fear us,
Janard said.
In this war, you now count for nothing. We use the power we have, so go while you can.
Burhan blinked at the Gurlanin for a few moments. The only four-legged species the farmer saw were their animals, and none of them talked back.
This is a big planet. There's plenty of room for all of us. Not enough for you. You wiped out our prey. We've starved. You're destroying us by wiping out our food chain. And now it's our turn.
No more killing.
Etain snapped. Levette eased through the line of troopers and stood a little in front of her to her left. She could sense his readiness to intervene. Gurlanins didn't have weapons, but nature had made them efficient killers. They'd all seen plenty of evidence.
These are difficult times, Burhan, and nobody gets a happy ending. You'll be far safer where you're going. Do you understand me?
His gaze fixed on hers. He was frail and worn out, his eyes watery and red-rimmed from age and the biting cold air. He might have been only the same age as Calscarada, but agriculture here was a brutal existence that took its toll.
You never shoot us. You're a Jedi. You're all full of peace and pity and stuff.
Try thinking me as an army officer,
she said softly.
and you might get a different picture. Last chance.
There were only so many ultimata she could give them, and that was the last. The compound gates opened with a metallic scrape, and Levette moved the troops forward to edge the crowd away. It was cold. They'd get fed up and wander home sooner or later. For a moment, the sense of hatred and resentment in the Force was so strong that Etain thought the Quilurans might start a riot. But it seemed to be just a staring contest, which was unwinnable against troops whose eyes they couldn't see. There was also the small matter of penetrating a wall of plastoid alloy armor. Levette's voice boomed from the voice projector in his helmet. Etain could have sworn the nearby branches shivered.
Go back to your farms and get ready to leave, all of you. Report to the landing strip in 72 hours. Don't make this any harder than it is.
For you or for us?
Someone yelled from the crowd.
Would you abandon everything you had and start again?
I'd willingly trade places with you,
Levette said.
but I don't have the option.
Etain couldn't help but be more interested in the clone commander for a moment. It was an odd comment, but she felt that he meant it, and that unsettled her. She was used to seeing Darman and the other commandos as comrades with needs and aspirations that nobody else expected them to have. But she never heard a regular trooper openly express a wish for something beyond the GAR. It was uniquely poignant. They'd all rather be somewhere else, even if they're not sure what it is. All of them. Like Dar, like me, like anyone. She felt Levette's brief embarrassment at his own frankness, but there was no gesture or head movement to indicate to anyone else that he was being literal. I can't think of the whole galaxy any longer. My thoughts are with the slave soldiers, and that's as much caring as I can manage right now. I want them to live. Sorry, Bahan. I'm a bad Jedi, aren't I? Attain had made that mental deal a long while ago. It wasn't the Jedi way, but then no Jedi had ever been faced with leading a conventional army and making brutally pragmatic combat decisions on a daily basis. No Jedi should have, as far as she was concerned, but she was in it now, and she'd make what difference she could to the men around her.
I'll give you 3 more days to report to the landing area with your families, Burhan.
Attain wanted to look a little more commanding, but she was small, skinny, and uncomfortably pregnant. The hands-on-hip stance wasn't going to work. She put one hand casually on her lightsaber hilt instead, and summoned up a little force help to press insistently on the few minds around Burhan. I mean this, I won't back down.
If you don't comply, I will order my troops to remove you by any means necessary.
Attain stood waiting for the crowd to break up. They'd argue, complain, wait until the last moment, and then cave in. 2,000 of them. They knew they wouldn't resist several dozen well-trained, well-armed troopers, let alone a whole company of them. That was the remnant of the garrison. They were keen to finish the job and rejoin their battalion, the 35th Infantry. It was one of those things Attain found most touching about these soldiers. They didn't want to be doing what they called a cushy job, while their brothers were fighting on the front line. She knew the feeling all too well. Burhan and the rest of the farmers paused for a few moments, meters from the line of troopers, and then turned and trudged away in the direction of Imbrani. Silent and sullen, Jannart sat watching them like one of those black marble statues on the sure bank, building in Coruscant. Levette cocked his head.
I don't think they're going to go quietly, ma'am. It might get unpleasant.
It's easier to charge battle droids than civilians. If it does, we disarm them and remove them bodily.
Disarming can be the rough bit.
Yes, it was quicker and simpler to kill. Attain didn't enjoy the immoral pragmatism that always overtook her lately, as she lost her focus in the unbroken carpet of snow ahead of her. She thought the black specks that began to appear in her field of vision were her eyes playing the usual tricks, just cells floating in the fluid. Then they grew larger. The white blanket bulged, and suddenly shapes began forming, moving, resolving into a dozen or so glossy black creatures exactly like Jannart. They were Galanans, proving that they could be anywhere, undetected. Attain shuddered. They trotted after the farmers, who seemed oblivious to them, until someone turned around and let out a shout of surprise. Then the whole crowd turned, panicking, as if they were being stalked. The Galanans seemed to melt into the snow again, flattening instantly into gleaming black pools that looked like boys and then merging perfectly with the white landscape. They'd vanished from sight. Several farmers were clutching their rifles, aiming randomly, but they didn't open fire. They didn't have a target. It was a clear threat. You can't see us, and we'll come for you in the end. Jannart had once shown what that meant when she'd taken revenge on a family of informers. Galanans were predators, intelligent and powerful.
You can't build them in the Force, can you, ma'am?
Levette whispered. One of the clone troopers seemed to be checking his rifle's optics, clearly annoyed that he hadn't spotted the Galanans, with the wide range of sensors, in both the weapon and his helmet.
At least we're working with the same limitations for a change.
No, I can't detect them, unless they let me.
Attain had once mistaken the telepathic creatures for Force users, feeling their presence tingling in her veins, but they could vanish completely to every sense when they chose. Silent, invisible, without thermal profile, beyond the reach of sonar and the Force, it still alarmed her.
Perfect spies.
Levette gestured to one of the troopers, and the platoon, fanned out beyond the perimeter fence.
Perfect saboteurs.
General Zay thought so too. So did the Senate Security Council. Gurlanans were on Coruscant, in the heart of the Republic's intelligence machine, maybe in 100 or even 1,000 places where they couldn't be seen, and where they could do immense damage if the Republic didn't honor its deal with them sooner rather than later. They could, and would throw, a huge Hydra spanner in the works, and nobody would see it coming,
I'm new to this.
Attain said.
Why do we seem to create enemies for ourselves? Recruiting spies and then alienating them? Isn't that like handing someone a rifle and turning your back on them?
I suppose I'm new to this too.
Said Levette. They headed back to the headquarters building. Poor man. He'd only seen a dozen years of life, and all he'd ever known was combat.
I stay away from policy. All I can do is handle what comes down the pike at us.
Attain had to ask.
Would you really swap places with a farmer?
Levette shrugged, but his casual gesture didn't fool her Jedi sense.
Farming looks quite challenging. I like the open spaces.
They often said that. These men jested in glass vats. Dar's brother Phi loved negotiating the dizzying canyons of buildings on Coruscant. The Null ARC troopers like Ordo didn't care for confined spaces. Attain let Levette go on ahead and slow down to concentrate on the child within her, wondering if he might turn out a little claustrophobic too. It's not genetic, is it? But will he die before his time? Will he inherit Dar's accelerated aging? She'd been worried first for Darman, and then for herself, but her anxieties were now largely taken up by the baby, and all things she didn't know. Cal Scarata was right, she hadn't thought. She'd been so set on giving Darman a son, that force-guided or not, there were too many things she hadn't considered carefully enough. Accelerating the pregnancy is convenient for me, but what about him? She no longer had a choice. She agreed to hand over the baby to Cal Burr, Papa Cal. He must have been a good father. His clones clearly adored him, and he treated them all as if they were his own flesh and blood. Her son. And it took all her strength not to name him. Would be fine with him. He had to be. Her force awareness told her that her son would touch and shape many lives. Cal won't even let me give him a name. She could make a run for it, but she knew Cal Scarata would find her wherever she hid. I want this baby so badly. It's only temporary. When the war's over, I'll get him back. And will he even know me? Janart brushed past her legs, reminding her suddenly of Wallen Val's hunting animal, a half-wild shrill called Lord Murderland. The Gurlanan glanced back at her with vivid orange eyes.
The last of the farmers will leave in a few days, girl. And after that, you concentrate on producing a healthy baby. Nothing else.
There was plenty more to worry about, but Janart was right. That was enough to be going on with. Attain went back into the house, settled in a meditation, and couldn't resist reaching out in the Force to touch Darman. He'd feel it. She knew he would.
Magito, Outer Rim, Vaults of the Dreshin Kiosh Merchant Bank, 470 days after Geonosis.
Wallen vowed, enjoyed irony, and there was none more profound than seizing, as a soldier, the inheritance his father had denied him for wanting to join the army. On the metal door of the deposit box, a cupboard with a set of sliding shelves, was an engraved plate that read, Val, Count of Gessel.
When the old Chikar dies, that'll be me,
Val said.
in theory anyway. It'll pass to my cousin.
He looked over his shoulder, even though the sensors in his Mandalorian helmet gave him wraparound vision.
Didn't I say thin out, Delta? Move it.
Val wasn't used to anything other than instant obedience from a squad. He drummed it into them on Camino. The hard way when necessary. Scarata thought you built Special Forces soldiers by treats and pats on the head, but it just produced weaklings. Val's squads had the lowest casualty rates because he reinforced the animal will to survive in every man. He was proud of it.
You did.
Boss said,
but you look like you need a hand. Anyway, you're not our sergeant any longer, technically speaking. No disrespect, Citizen Val.
I was hard on them because I cared. Because they had to be hard to survive. Cal never understood that, the fool. Val still had trouble breathing some days, thanks to the broken nose Sagrada had given him. The crazy little Chikar didn't understand training at all. The next droid patrol wouldn't come this way for a few hours. Security droids trundled constantly through the labyrinth of corridors deep under the Megitan ice. A banking stronghold the Muds claimed could never be breached. It still made sense to get out sooner rather than later, and Delta should have banged out by now. They'd called in airstrikes and sabotaged ground defenses, and Bakara's Marines were moving in again. They'd achieved their mission, and it was extraction time.
I should have thrashed more sense into you then,
Val said. He unfolded a plastoid bivouac sheet and knotted the corners. It was always a bad idea not to plan for the most extreme situation. He'd been certain he would only take what was rightfully his, but this was too good to pass up.
Okay. You and Scorch, hold this between you while I fill it.
We can empty the...
I still. You don't.
It was a fine point, but it mattered to Val. Sagrada might have raised a pack of hooligans, but Val's squads were disciplined. Even Sev. Sev was psychotic, and lacked even the most basic social graces, but he wasn't a criminal. As Val tipped the first, likely-looking box into the makeshift container, cash, credits, and bonds, which would do very nicely indeed, the whiff of oily musk announced the arrival of the Strill, Lord Murderland. Fixer stepped back to let the animal pass.
Murd, I told you to wait by the exit,
said Val. All Strills were intelligent, but Murd was especially smart. The animal patted down the narrow passage in velvet silence and looked up expectantly. Somehow, managing not to drool on the floor for once, it fixed Val with an intense, knowing gold stare, making any anger impossible. Who couldn't love a face like that? The Strill had stood by him since boyhood, and anyone who didn't see its miraculous spirit had no common decency or heart. They said Strills stank, but Val didn't care. A little natural musk never hurt anyone.
You want to help, Murdika? Here.
He slipped his flamethrower over his webbing.
Carry this. Good mud.
The Strill took the barrel of the weapon in its massive jaws and sat back on its haunches. Drool burned down the trigger guard and pulled on the floor.
Cute,
Sev muttered.
And clever.
Val signaled to Murd to watch the door and slid the drawers of the Val deposit box from their runners.
Anyone who doesn't like my friend Murd can slaughter P.
Sarge, it's the ugliest thing in the galaxy,
Scorch said.
And we've seen plenty of ugly. Yeah, you've got a mirror,
said Sev.
Ugliness is an illusion, gentlemen.
Val began sorting through his disputed inheritance.
Like beauty, like color, all depends on the light.
The first thing that caught his eye in the fingerly box was his mother's flawless square-cut Chironi sapphire, the size of a human thumbprint, set on a pin and flanked by two smaller matching stones. In some kinds of light, they were a vibrant cobalt blue, while in others they turned forest green. Beautiful. But real forests had been destroyed to find them, and slaves died mining them.
The only reality is action.
Sev grunted deep in his throat. He didn't like wasting time, and wasn't good at hiding it. His HUD icon showed he was watching Murd carefully.
Whatever you say, Sergeant.
The strong room held a treasure trove of portable, easily hidden, and untraceable things that could be converted to credits anywhere in the galaxy. Val stumbled on only one deposit box whose contents were inexplicably worthless. A bundle of love letters tied with green ribbon. He read the opening line of the first three and threw them back. Apart from that one box, the rest were a rich man's emergency belt. The equivalent of the soldier survival kit of a fishing line, blade, and a dozen compact essentials for staying alive behind enemy lines. Val's 100-liter backpack had room enough for a few extras. Everything. Gems, wads of flimsy bonds, cash credits, metal coins. Small, lacquer jewel boxes he didn't pause to open, was tipped in unceremoniously. Delta stood around fidgeting, unused to idleness, while the chrono was counting down.
I told you to leave me here.
Val could still manage the voice of menace.
Don't disobey me. You know what happens.
Boss hung manfully to his end of the plastoid sheet, but his voice was shaky.
You can't give us an order, Citizen Val.
They were the best special forces troops in the galaxy, and here Val was, still unable to manage the thank you, or well done that they deserved. But much as he wanted to, the cold black heart of his father, his true legacy, choked off all attempts to express it. Nothing was ever good enough for his father, especially him. Maybe the old man just couldn't bring himself to say it, and he meant it all along. No, he didn't. Don't make excuses for him. But my boys know me. I don't have to spell it out for them.
I ought to shoot you,
Val said.
You're getting sloppy.
Val checked the chrono on his forearm plate. Any time now, Bakara's Galactic Marines would start pounding the city of Jagat with glacier busters. He was sure he'd feel it like a seismic shock.
Looking for anything in particular?
Sev asked.
No. Random opportunism.
Val didn't need to cover his tracks. His father didn't know, or care, if he was alive or dead. Your disappointment of a son came back, Papa. You didn't even know I disappeared to Camino for 10 years, did you? There was nothing the senile Hatun could do about it anyway. Val was the one better able to swing a crippling punch these days.
Just a smokescreen. And make it worth the trip.
He knew what their next question would have been, if they'd asked it. They never asked what they knew they didn't need to be told. What was he going to do with it all? He couldn't tell them. It was much too soon. He was going to hand it all over to a man who'd kill him for a bet. All except what was rightfully his.
I'm not planning to live in luxurious exile,
Val said. Scorch stepped over Murd and stood at the door, Deece ready.
Donating it to the treasury then.
It'll be used responsibly.
Val's backpack was now stuffed solid, and heavy enough to make him wince when he heaved it up on his shoulders. He tied the plastoid sheet into a bundle worth millions. Maybe, and slung it across his chest. He hoped he didn't fall, or he'd never get up again.
Oya,
He said, nodding toward the doors.
let's go.
Murd braced visibly, and then shot out into the corridor. It always responded to the word Oya with wild, noisy enthusiasm, because that meant they were going hunting, but it was intelligent enough to know when to stay silent. Murdala Murd. Clever Murd. It was the right name for the Strill. Delta advanced down the corridor, toward the ducts and environmental control room that kept the underground bank from freezing solid. Following Murd's wake, which even Val had to admit it, was marked by a trail of saliva. Strills dribbled. It was part of their bizarre charm. Like flight, 6 legs, and jaws that could crunch clean through bone. Sev skidded on a patch of Strill spit.
Fire feck. Could be worse.
Scorch said.
Much worse.
Val followed up the rear, his helmet's panoramic sensors showing him the view at his back. There was an art to moving forward with an image in front of you on the HUD. An image that sent the unwary stumbling. Like the men he trained, Val could see past the disorienting things the visor displayed. They were 50 meters from the vents that would take them back to the surface and Fixer's waiting snowspeeder, when the water green lighting flickered and Murd skidded to a halt. Ears pricked, Val judged by the animal's reaction, but Sev confirmed his worst fears.
Ultrasonic spike.
He said.
I don't know how, but I think we tripped an alarm.
Fixer's voice filled their helmets.
Drive's running. I'm bringing the Snowy as close to the vent as I can.
Boss turned to face Val and held his hand out for the bundle.
Come on, Sergeant.
I can manage. Get going.
You first.
I said, get going, 3-8.
No nicknames. That told Boss that Val meant business. 7 Scorch sprinted down the final stretch to the compartment doors and forced them apart again. The machine voice of rotors and pumps flooded the silent corridor. Everyone stopped dead for a split second. They could hear the clatter of approaching droid and organic guards, the noise magnified by the acoustics of the corridors.
Val estimated the minutes and seconds. It wasn't good.
Get your shoves up that vent before I vape the lot of you.
Val snapped. Osig, I put them in danger. All for this stupid John. All for lousy credits.
Now!
He shoved Boss hard in the back, and the 3 commandos did what they always did when he yelled at them, and used a bit of force. They obeyed.
Shift it, Delta.
The vent was a steep, vertical shaft. The service ladder inside was designed for maintenance droids with small, recessed footholds and a central rail. Boss looked up, assessing it.
Let's cheat,
He said, and fired his rappel line high into the shaft. The grappling hook clattered against the metal, and he tugged to check the line was secure.
Stand by.
The shaft could only take 1 line at a time. Boss shot up the shaft with his hoist, drive squealing, bouncing the soles of his boots against the wall, and what looked like dramatic leaps until they vanished. The hoist stopped whining. There was a moment of quiet, punctuated by the clacking of armor plates.
Clear.
His voice echoed. Sev shot his line vertically and made a whiffling sound, like an arrow in flight as it paid out. Metal clanged, and the fiber cord went tight.
Line secure, Sev.
Sev winched himself up the shaft, with an ungainly skidding technique. Scorch waited for the all clear, and then followed him. Val was left standing at the bottom of the shaft, with Murd, facing a long climb. Murd could fly, but not in such confined space. Val fired his line, waited for one of the commandos to secure it, and then attached the bundle of valuables to it. Then he held out his hands to Murd to take the flamethrower from its mouth.
Good Murd.
He whispered.
Now Oya, off you go. Up Merdika.
The Stroll could hang on to the line, by his jaws alone if necessary, but Murd just whined in dissent, and sat down with all the sulky determination of a human child.
Murd, go. Does no Shabur ever listen to me? Go.
Murd stayed put. It'll never leave me. Not until the day I die. Val gave up and tugged the line as a signal for the commandos to haul away. He didn't have time to argue with the Strill.
If I'm not out of here in 2 minutes,
He said.
get all this stuff to Captain Ordo. Understood?
There was a brief silence on Val's helmet calmly.
Understood.
Said Boss. The next few moments felt stretched into forever. The staccato clatter of approaching droid guards grew louder. Murd rumbled ominously and stared toward the doors, poised on its haunches as if to spring at the first droid to appear. It would defend Val to the last. It always had. Eventually, the length of the thin fiber cord snaked back down the shaft and slapped against the floor. Boss sounded a little breathless.
Up you come, Sergeant.
Val reattached the line to his belt and scooped Murd up in both arms, hoping his winch would handle the extra weight. As he rose, kicking away from the shaft wall, the machinery groaned and spat. He could see the cold gray light above him, and a helmet not unlike his own Mandalorian T-shaped visor, peering down at him, picked out in an airy blue glow. Now he could hear the throb of the snow speeder's drive. Fixer was right above them. As Val squeezed his shoulders through the top of the vent, Murd leaped clear. Scorch and Sev dropped to the rock-hard snow with their DC-17s, trained on something Val couldn't see yet. When he hauled himself out, a blaster bolt seared past his head, and he found himself in the middle of a firefight. A ferocious wind roared in his throat line. Val slammed the vid's grill shut and seared it with his custom Mersal blaster, welding the metal tight to the cone. Then he dropped a small proton grenade down the shaft, through the gap. The snow shook with the explosion below. Nobody was going to be coming up behind them. But everyone, in his pet act, now knew the Dresden Koolsch Bank had intruders, Republic troops. A distant boom followed by the womp 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 of artillery almost drowned out the blaster fire and howling wind. The Galactic Marines were right on time.
Okay. The car is started.
Squirt said.
Nice of him to stage a diversion.
Megiddo's relentlessly white landscape gave no clue that it housed cities deep below. Only a few were visible on the surface. The packed snow of eons was pierced by jagged mountains that formed glass canyons like extravagant ice sculptures. A surface patrol, 6 droids on snowshoe-like feet, 10 organics, who were probably moved under the cold weather gear, had cut them off from the snowspeeder just meters away. Brown zapped and streamed off the vessel's fuselage. Fixer kneeling beside it returned a hail of Blue D's fire that kept the security patrol pinned down. If that snowy gets damaged, we're never getting off this rock. Val checked his panoramic vision. Murd was close at his side, pressing against him. He could see only the patrol, nothing else showed up on his sensors. That didn't mean there weren't more closing in on them, though. The big bundle of plunder lay on the snow, where Delta had dropped it. Right then, it was simply convenient cover. Val crawled behind his oversized, multi-billion credit sandbag, and took aim. The badap-dap-dap of blasters and ragged breathing filled his helmet. His, Delta's. But there was no chatter. Delta Squad exchanged few words during engagements later. They'd been born together, raised together, and they'd come as close to knowing one another's thoughts as any normal humans could. Now they were laying down fire exactly as he trained them, while Fixer defended their getaway vessel, all without a word. How the Moons would explain away a Mandalorian fighting with Republic forces, Val wasn't sure. But then everyone knew that Mandos would fight for anyone for the right price. Scorch clipped a grenade launcher on his Dees.
Not good.
He said, "More droids." Val now saw what Scorch could. His HUD picked up shapes moving in rigid formation, almost invisible to infrared, but definitely showing up in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then he saw them rounding an outcrop of glittering crystal, flanking ludicrous things with long snouts. A platoon of them. Scorch fired the grenade, smashing it into the front rank of 4. An eruption of snow and metal fragments fanned into the air and were whipped away by the wind. The rank behind them was caught by the shrapnel from their comrades, and 2 toppled over, decapitated by buckled chunks of metal. But the rest kept coming. Val checked the topography on his HUD. They were approaching down an ice water, almost opposite the first patrol's location, about to cut across the path between Fixer and the rest of them. And that meant the only way to the speeder now was to run the enemy gauntlet. Zev and Boss began working their way to the snow speeder on their bellies, pausing to fire grenades high over the ice boulders, and then scrambling a few more meters while the droids paused and the Moons took brief cover. Shots hissed around the commandos as blaster bolts shaved paint off their plates and hit the snow, vaporizing it. One round deflected off Val's helmet with an audible sizzle. He felt the impact like being slapped around the head. All he felt at that moment was foolish, not afraid, not in fear for his life, just stupid. Stupid for getting it wrong. It was worse than physical terror. He'd overplayed his hand. He'd put Delta in this spot. He had to get them out.
You're conspicuous in that black armor, Sarge.
Scorch said kindly.
It's worse than having Omega alongside. Let's say you back out of here, and leave me to hold them.
If anyone was going to do any holding, it was Val.
Humor it, old man.
He fumbled in his belt for an EMP grenade.
I stopped the droids. You pick up the wets.
Wets, organics, he was talking like Omega now.
Then we all run for it. Deal?
Scorch twisted the grenade launcher to one side and switched his Dees to automatic, forcing the Moon guards to scatter. 2 dropped behind a frozen outcrop. He fired again, shattering the ice, which turned out to be brittle crystalline rock that sent shards flying like arrows. There was a shriek of agony that turned into a panting scream. It echoed off the walls of the canyon. He grunted, apparently satisfied.
Sounds like 9 wets left in play.
Hey, if one's taking care of him.
Val said.
9s are that nice.
Fixer, you okay?
Val waited for a reply. The world had suddenly gone silent except for that screaming moon. The droid seemed to be regrouping behind a 10-meter chunk of dark gray ice.
Fixer?
Fine, Sarge.
Okay, here goes.
Val fired. This EMP grenade had enough explosive power to make a mess of a small room, but its pulse was what really did the damage over a much larger area. It fried droid circuits. The small explosion echoed and scattered chunks of ice, and then there was a long silence, punctuated only by the distant pounding of cannon, as the Galactic Marine smashed it away into Jagat. Val refocused on the EM image on his HUD. He crawled to the bundle, dragging it into cover and strapping it back on his chest. It was way too much to carry, and he couldn't move properly. He knelt on all fours like a heavily pregnant woman, trying to get up.
I don't see movement.
It's okay, Sarge. They're zapped.
Okay. Just the west of Fish Outfit.
He switched back to infrared. The moon guards would show up like beacons.
I'll warm them up while you make a move.
Val pulled off the flamethrower, eased himself into a kneeling position, and opened the valve. Murd cocked his head, eyes fixed on the weapon.
Where'd you get that, Sarge?
Scorch asked.
Borrowed it from a flame trooper.
Does he know?
He won't mind.
That thing can melt droids.
I was saving the fuel for a tight spot.
There was still no movement. Val estimated that the patrol was still in the canyon, maybe looking for a way around, behind them. The moon who'd been injured was now silent, unconscious, or dead.
Like this. I should have a full minute's fuel. So once I start, run. You too, Murd.
He gestured Murd toward the snowspeeder, and pointed to the flamethrower.
Go, Murd. Follow boss.
It was just a case of taking a blind run at it. I'm not as fast as I used to be, and I'm carrying too much. But a wall of flames was a blunt and terrifying instrument against almost any life form. Val struggled to his feet and ignited the flame. The roaring jet spat ahead of him as he drew level with the small pass where the moon patrol was holed up. Then the sheet of flame blinded him to what lay beyond it. He only heard the screams and saw the flash on icons across his HUD as Delta's squad sprinted for the idling snowspeeder. Val backed away, counting down the seconds left of his fuel supply, ready to switch to his blaster when it ran out. Nobody was expecting a flamethrower on an ice patrol. Surprise was half the battle. Val turned and ran, gasping for breath. Not a bad turn of speed for his age. Not bad at all on ice, and so heavily laden. And there was Murd ahead of him, having listened for once, and the speeder was coming about. And the ice opened up beneath him. It took him a moment to realize he was falling down a sloping tunnel, and not just sinking into unexpected soft snow. Fixer called out, but even though the sound filled Val's helmet, he didn't catch what he said. The 2 bags of booty took him down.
Get clear.
Val yelled, even though he had no need to, with the helmet calmly.
That's an order.
Sarge, we can't.
Shut up. Go. If you come back for me, if anyone comes back, I'll shoot you on sight.
Sarge, we could.
I raised you to survive. Don't humiliate me by going soft.
I can't believe I said that. Delta didn't argue again. Val was in semi-darkness now, his HUD scrolling with the icons of Delta's view of the ice field beneath the speeder as it lifted clear.
Party,
Said a voice in his helmet, but he lost the rest of the sentence, and the link faded into raw static. The last thing I'll ever say to them is shut up. Noble exit, Val. Mortal danger was a funny thing. He was sure he was going to die, but he wasn't terrified, and he wasn't worried about more patrols. He was more preoccupied by what he'd fallen into. A vague memory came back to him as he slid down a few more meters, trying to stop his fall with his heels, more out of instinct than intent. A detached sense of curiosity prevailed. So this was what dying was actually like. Then he remembered. Magito's ice was honeycombed by tunnels made by giant carnivorous worms. He came to rest with a thud on what felt like a ledge.
Oh, sick.
He said. Well, if he wasn't dead, he soon would be.
Murd, where are you, Vertica?
There was no answer but the crunching and groaning of shifting ice, but he still had the proceeds of the robbery strapped to him, both his goal and his fate. Val wasn't planning on dying just yet. He was now too rich to let go of life. Chapter 2. Cloned subjects, and the study showed a more marked variation in biological age and genetic mutation than seen in naturally occurring zygotic twins. In the group of 100 cloned men, aged 24 chronological years, and who could reasonably be expected to present as the equivalent of a 48-year-old uncloned human,
Key biomarkers showed a range from 34 to 65 years, with a median of 53 years. Further research is needed, but exposure to battlefield contaminants and high levels of sustained stress appear to accelerate normal genetic mutation in men, already designed to age at twice the normal rate. By the time the communal clones reach the equivalent of their mid-40s, those mutations are very apparent, and like natural zygotics, they grow apart.
Dr. Bura Bajarij, Imperial Institute of Military Medicine. Aging and the Tissue Degeneration in Camino Clone Troops. Imperial Medical Review, 1675. Republic Administration Block, Senate District Coruscant, 470 days after Geonosis.
Can't the cops shift them?
Said the security guard on the main doors of the Republic Treasury offices. He stared past Treasury Agent Destiny Winnan. Not something that many males manage, with an expression on their face that said he felt the protesters were messing up his nice, tidy forecourt.
I mean, they're SEP sympathizers, aren't they? And the cops are just standing there, doing nothing.
Bethany hadn't missed the protesters. She'd taken a keen but discreet interest in them, in fact, because the war with the Separatists had become an intensely personal one for her. These were expatriate Transians, protesting about the pounding that their neutral planet had taken in a recent battle. They'd taken up a position opposite what they saw as one of the centers of the war effort, the Defense Department Administration Building, where they seemed to think they might have some impact. Several government offices ringed the pedestrian concourse. Office workers had appeared at the windows to watch for a while, then returned to their desks because it wasn't their war. Not yet. They had an army to protect them.
They're neutrals, actually.
Bethany said.
So how would they protest to the separatists?
The guard looked at her, visibly puzzled. Holoscreens dotted the wall behind him, giving him a view of every floor and corridor in the building. What do you mean?
They're here because they're allowed to be. Where would they go if they wanted to lobby the CIS?
The question seemed to have stumped the guard. He shrugged. Want me to see you safely past them, ma'am?
I don't think they're a threat. But thanks.
Bethany wondered how she was going to spend the evening, but she knew what would occupy her. Worrying about a Null Arc trooper captain called Ordo, a man she was too scared to contact because she had no idea if he was on a mission at any given moment, and if a message on his comlink would compromise his safety.
I'll risk it.
She stepped out into Coruscant's temperate, climate-controlled, early evening air and gave the small protest a wide berth. A couple of CSF officers in dark blue fatigues were watching the protest from a doorway. One acknowledged her with a nod. She couldn't recognize him because the white riot helmet obscured too much of his face, but she'd had occasional contact with the Coruscant security force during investigations, and they obviously found it easy to recognize her. She nodded back and clasped her bag more firmly under one arm. Life went on in Coruscant despite the war. The protest here was a small rock in a river of normality, and the current of office workers and shoppers parted around it on the concourse and merged again downstream, as if nothing had ever interrupted their routine. Bethany wondered if they would flow around her in the same oblivious way. She was another isolated outcrop of the war. 83 days ago, she was an audit officer, and exact detail was her job. A Jedi general had shot her with a non-lethal round, and she'd been plunged into a small, close-knit community of Special Forces troops. It was a window on a world of war without rules, of anonymous heroism, and an extraordinary and totally unexpected affection. And it was her secret. Not even the Treasury knew about it. She'd done things that her Treasury bosses wouldn't have taken at all well, like giving critical data passcodes, Treasury security overrides, to a commando sergeant, like falsifying her reports to cover the fact that she'd let Special Forces move in on her investigation. It's too late to worry about that now. Bethany worried anyway. She walked briskly, anxious to get home and close the apartment doors behind her. Another day when she hadn't been arrested that she could check off on the calendar. It's not like me at all, taking a flyer on trust. She wasn't even aware of someone walking behind her, but a hand touched her shoulder and she gasped. Guilt made her spin around to find she was staring into the reflective right visor of one of the CSF cops. Her stomach churned. Oh no, no, no.
Agent Winnan,
He said. The accent was familiar,
long time no see.
but she didn't know him. She was sure.
You have the advantage, officer.
Men hit on her a lot less than most people imagine. She knew she was striking, but she also knew that she was a daunting prospect because of it. Even Ordo, hugely confident, recklessly unafraid, treated her warily. Her good looks were a curse most of the time.
What can I do for you?
The cop stood with his fist on his hips. He didn't look like he was going to draw his weapon.
Well, I know I'm not quite as unforgettable as my brother, but I thought you would at least say hi, Muriel. How are things?
Oh. Oh.
Muriel, one of Ordo's 5 Null Arc brothers. Lieutenant Muriel. Bethany's gut lurched in a different way, and she didn't bother to hide her relief.
I'm sorry, Muriel. Out of context.
So, you didn't recognize me with my clothes on then, huh?
A couple of passers-by turned to stare. He chuckled to himself.
I mean, the armor makes a guy look different. Anyway, what kind of covert operation would it be if I was that easy to spot? Come on, can't stand here getting funny looks all night. Walk this way and I'll make it worth your while.
Okay.
And there she was again, just dropping everything and wandering off to do the bidding of a Black Ops unit. This wasn't how the Treasury investigation team worked. She had rules.
Can I ask?
Ordo's fine. And sends his best wishes. He's doing a little job with Calbur at the moment.
Muriel might have been a clone, but he was an individual as any man. He didn't walk like Ordo, and he didn't talk like him.
I'll try to teach him some social graces when he gets back. He's got no idea how to treat a lady.
Bethany strode along beside him, working on the basis that looking as if this was routine was the best way to avoid attracting attention.
I just want to know he's safe.
We're soldiers. We're never safe.
Muriel?
Look at it this way.
He headed for a CSF patrol speeder sitting on the public landing platform, overlooking the skyline.
The other side is in a lot more danger than we are.
Bethany slid into the passenger's seat and didn't ask how he'd acquired the speeder and the uniform. CSF liked the Special Operations Clause. Their anti-terrorism chief, Jailer O'Brim, was very chummy with Sergeant Scarata. Calbur, Papa Cal. Favors were done and questions weren't asked. Bethany envied them at wonderful conspiratorial closeness. Calbur seemed to get away with murder.
Are you allowed to tell me how everyone is?
She asked.
You really do worry about us, don't you?
Muriel steered the speeder toward her apartment block. She didn't recall telling him where she lived.
Okay. Omega's been deployed to the Outer Rim, where someone needs a hand with regime change. Delta are helping out the Marines. Did I miss anyone?
Bethany felt a pang of guilt. She had to ask about the first clone she'd ever met. The patient bomb disposal trooper who ended up with the temporary desk job after losing both hands.
How's Trooper Core? Coping with life as a commando?
Oh, he's fine. He's learning a few saucy tricks from my brother Comer. Good man, Core.
And the 2 Jedi officers?
Attain's evacuating colonists from Galora. And Bardika, General Jussig is due back this week.
There were huge gaps in Muriel's explanation. Places and times vanished. He seemed to edit the sensitive details smoothly as he went along.
Want to know about Val? He's with Delta. Nobody dead. Baffled, fed up, tired, lonely, bored, hungry, scared, witless, even having fun, but not dead, which is a plus.
The speeder climbed and darted between skylanes to veer around the front of her apartment block. Yes, Muriel definitely knew exactly where she lived. He set the speeder down on the right platform, on her balcony, and opened up the hatches.
So, are you still up for doing us a few favors? Without your bosses finding out?
Muriel was the front line of a war that most Coruscanti never saw, and weren't fighting. Bethany asked herself, as she had on that first night, whether her tidy little rules mattered more than a man's life. Muriel slipped his helmet off and sat looking at her expectantly. Ordo. And yet, not Ordo. And Core, too. Core's existence. She had no other word for it. And it summed up so many aspects of a clone's life, had upended her, left her feeling upset
Angry, betrayed, and yes, guilty. Her government might have let her down as a citizen and an employee, but it had totally betrayed the slave army. I'm letting emotion get in the way, but isn't emotion the way we can tell what's really right and wrong?
Let's talk.
She said. Muriel walked around her apartment with a comm scan, checking for surveillance devices.
Can't be too careful. But then you know all about this game, being a treasury spook.
You'd be amazed how seriously people try to avoid financial regulation.
I would.
He hesitated by her sofa, as if he might sit down, but stayed standing as if he remembered he wasn't allowed on the furniture. He looked her over.
And you're still not armed. You need to do something about that.
Well,
Simple question. Are you willing to do some investigation for us?
what kind of investigation?
Defense expenditure. And budget forecasts.
It couldn't be that simple.
Those are public documents anyway.
I don't think all the details I need are in them.
Ah,
It's very sensitive stuff. Might involve the Chancellor's office.
Bethany felt her scalp. Her scalp tightened as adrenaline flooded her bloodstream. She didn't feel she could sit down, either. Not now.
can you narrow down what I might be looking for? Procurement fraud? Bribes?
You might well find that,
Said Muriel.
but I'm more interested in transactions involving Camino and the payment schedules.
Bethany couldn't imagine anything that would turn up except fraud. Or maybe the Republic was arming someone it claimed it wasn't. The investigator in her told her to ask more questions, but the public servant within asked if she really needed or wanted to know more this time.
I can drill right down to the individual credit transfers,
She said at last.
which might give you so much information that it takes you nowhere.
Don't worry. I'm good at collation.
She took a breath. She was in it up to her neck now. A few more centimeters wouldn't make much difference.
Why are you trusting me with this?
Well, for a start, I know where you live.
Muriel smiled with genuine humor. But she'd also seen how fast earnest, polite Ordo could snap into being an assassin without a second thought.
And we don't take prisoners, but our lives could depend on that information, which is what really makes the difference to you, isn't it?
It was an ethical choice between rules or lives, and rules didn't always translate into what was right.
You know it is.
Then we'd be especially interested in any evidence or planned payments to Camino for more clones beyond, say, the end of the next financial year or not.
Bethany guessed that this was the point at which she ought to have decided she had no need to know more.
Okay, what aren't you telling me?
Muriel shrugged.
That I took a big risk getting the information that led me to ask you for more information.
What's Cal's view on this?
She didn't even have to ask if Cal Scarata knew. The Knolls didn't seem to take a breath without asking him first. Their allegiance was to him, not the Republic. But while she could understand the power of his aggressive charisma, she wasn't sure if it was a good idea.
And what happens if I get caught?
1. He trusts you.
Muriel said, deadpan.
2. They'll probably shoot you.
He wasn't joking now. She knew it.
Okay,
She said,
I'll make a start in the morning. How do I contact you?
Comlink.
He held out his hand, and she dropped her comlink into his palm. Then he cracked open the case, frowned at the device's entrails, and took out a tiny toolkit that looked like a toy in his palm.
Once I've made it secure. Dear oh dear. Ma'am, tell me you haven't called Ordo on this.
No, I haven't.
She felt useless and naive.
I thought it might compromise his safety.
Muriel looked up for a moment, eyebrows raised.
Right answer. That's why we trust you.
He prodded and poked inside the comlink for a while, and then snapped the case shut again.
Totally secure now. At least once you use the prefix I'm going to give you. You can even call Ordo.
He might be defusing a bomb or something when I call.
Bethany always thought things through in a meticulous sequence, which made her all the more horrified to see how easily she took this dangerous leap of faith.
I'll wait for him to call me. Thanks.
See? Kalbur said you had the right stuff.
Common sense.
Got a sister?
No.
Shame.
He replaced his helmet and suddenly became just another Galactic City cop.
Anyway, gotta go. Any message for Ordo?
Should have thought ahead, staying. What can I say? She and Ordo weren't exactly a romantic role model. They just had a drink in the CSF bar, and then a string of awkward, embarrassed conversations when everything was implied, and not much said. But the bond was strong, and so was her duty to do the right thing for his brothers.
Tell him I miss him. Ask him what his favorite meal is, and tell him I'll cook it for him when he comes back.
It's Robles sausage with gravy, and he's fussy about the pepper oil.
Hang on.
Destiny looked around for something to send him, but there was nothing in a woman's apartment that would be of any use or amusement to a soldier. There was food, though. Clones were always peckish, all of them. She rummaged in the conservator and hauled out a family-sized cheffa cake, whose top was paved with glittering candy nuts, something she kept just in case unexpected guests showed up. But they never did.
Have you got room for something small?
How small?
She was nothing if not exact.
Okay, 25 centimeter diameter.
I'll warn him not to swallow it whole.
Morrill tied the container under one arm, then reached inside his jacket. He withdrew a small blaster.
Calbur insisted I make you carry this. Go careful, ma'am.
Destiny took it, numb, while a voice at the back of her mind asked if she'd lost her senses. He stepped out onto the platform, and a few moments later, the police speeder lifted into the evening sky, vanishing in a blur of taillights. She locked the balcony doors and drew the blinds, the blaster still gripped in her hand. She felt observed. There was no other word for it. But that was her conscience nagging. When she looked at her fingers curled around the weapon, it seemed like someone else's hand, and nothing to do with her at all. So he thinks I might need to use this. Better work out how. I'm going to cover my tracks. She was a forensic auditor. She knew how to uncover the hidden tracks of others. All the places they hid data, or salted away credits, or blew smoke across the audit trail. It was just a matter of reversing the process to cover her own. The only complication was that the trail might lead to the very highest level of government. She'd never been so scared and alone in her life. She could only begin to imagine what Ordo and the rest of the commando forces face on a daily basis.
Kalna Moon. Agamar, Outer Rim. 471 days. After Geonosis.
So, Mando, you like her? A gently curved, transparent steel bubble bobbed on the surface of the water, looking like one of those little transparent submersibles that showed tourists the wonders of the Gari ocean floor. But then it lifted slowly to reveal something much, much larger, and not very leisure-oriented at all. Sergeant Cal Scarata watched the water stream off the rising hull, and wondered if he'd lost his mind, coming all this way to buy a submersible. The price was more than he'd budgeted for, but if you hunted Kaminoans, you needed aquatic capability, however much it cost, and he was hunting an elusive one. Chief Scientist Kosei. Not to your taste? Asked the Rhodian merchant. Scarata grunted behind the impenetrable mask of his sand gold helmet. The handy thing about being a Mandalorian, doing business, was that you didn't need to keep a straight face, and only the terminally stupid ever tried to dupe you. They only tried it once, too.
It's okay, I suppose.
It's a beast, the Rhodian said, bouncing around on the quayside like a demented acrobat. Rhodians always struck Scarata as looking comically harmless, totally at odds with their true nature, which is why he had an extra blade ready in his sleeve just in case. Every one unique and handcrafted, Longcow's finest. Won't take much work to make this,
It's a freighter. I asked for a fighter.
I could throw on a few extra cannons.
How long's that going to take?
Is this for the war effort? Scarata could see the Rhodian mentally hiking the price, in the expectation that the bill would be met by one government or another. Profiteering and war went hand in hand.
No,
Said Scarata.
I'm a pacifist.
The Rhodian eyed the custom Verpine sniper rifle slung across her shoulder. You're a Mandalorian. Scarata let his three-sided knife drop from his side right forearm plate, point first, and caught the hilt in his hand.
Would you start a fight with me?
No.
See? I'm a force of peace.
He spun the knife and slid it back into the housing, mounted above his wrist.
What's your maximum range then?
Depth, a kilometer. Atmos speed, 1,000 clicks. Goes like a greased Ronto. The freighter was above the water line now, 45 meters of smooth dark green curves, with 4 hemispherical drive housings protruding above her stern, like a knuckle duster. It was a Mon Calamari deepwater class. Packs 90 tons of cargo. 8 crew. It's got a decent defensive cannon. Hyperdrive is... The Rhodian stopped and looked to one side of Scarada. Ordo came ambling along the quayside and paused beside the freighter, left thumb hooked in his belt, except for his gait, always the ARC Trooper captain. Back slightly arched, as if he had both GAR-issue pistols holstered. He was just another Mando, in battle-scarred armor. The Rhodian fidgeted as Ordo inspected the drive housings from a distance, then jumped with a hollow thud from the quayside onto the casing.
I don't like the color.
Ordo muttered. He prodded his toed cap into the manual override of the port hatch and popped the sills.
I'll just inspect the upholstery.
Scarada turned to the Rhodian.
My boy's a picky lad, I'm afraid. I've lost count of the crates we looked at this week.
I could get you a Hyperdrive Explorer if you're prepared to wait a few weeks. The merchant dropped his voice. An Ubrican repulsor sub. A VFID. A Trade Federation submarine even.
Yeah, I'd really love the trade boys to come after me when they find a bit of their navy missing.
You're suspicious, you Mandalorians.
You're not wrong there. How much?
150,000.
I don't want to buy a whole fleet, son. Just one hull.
Hard to find these deep waters.
You know, the trade fed idea wasn't bad. Maybe I ought to go see the procurement people. Because if I bought a real sub direct from the manufacturer instead of this day tripper...
Sparta heard Ordo's voice in his earpiece.
Calbur, I think Prudy can get this canned up nicely.
He didn't want a regular submarine anyway. He needed a multi-purpose vessel, like the Mon Cal tub here. The Rhodian had no idea what he wanted, or how badly he wanted it, or even if he could afford it. Scarada jingled his credit chips in his belt pouch, giving an alluring sound a little longer to soften up the Rhodian's resistance, walking slowly up and down the quay as if he was thinking about something else.
Come on, Adika,
He said to Ordo, letting the merchant hear.
Got another 5 vessels to look at yet. Haven't got all day. Just checking the hull integrity.
Ordo said. Good things, helmets. Nobody could hear what was said on the comlink outside the booze unless you let them. Ordo was using all his state-of-the-art armor sensors to check for metal fatigue, leaks, and other mechanical faults. Scarada noted the readouts being relayed to his spanking new HUD display. A small unnecessary extravagance paid for by dead terrorists. They were at their nicest when dead, he thought. Ordo let out a long breath.
It looks a little stained inside. But otherwise, this is a sound vessel. I'd take it if I were you.
I'll still knock the price down.
Oh, is the leak bad?
Scarada asked, theatrically loud. What leak? The Rhodian demanded. There's no Criffin leak.
My boy says there's water damage.
Scarada paused for effect.
Ordika, come up and tell him.
Ordo emerged from the hatch and stood on the hull with his hands on his hips, head slightly to one side.
The decking and the upholstery water stains.
It's a submarine, the Rhodian snapped. Of course it's got water stains. What do you want, a sail barge or something? I thought you Mandos were supposed to be hard. And here you are, whining on like nimis about water stains.
Now, that's not very customer focused.
Scarada said. He reached slowly into his belt pouch and pulled out a handful of cash credits, all big denominations, with their values tantalizingly visible. Not many ship merchants could resist the lure of a ready wedge of creds, and deferred gratification didn't look like the Rhodian's strong suit.
I think I'll take my custom elsewhere.
The Rhodian might have been mouthy, but he wasn't mathematically challenged. His beady little eyes darted over the chips. You'd have a problem getting one of these anywhere else. The Malcows aren't selling them to Seps. If the Rhodian wanted to think they were working for the Separatists, that was fine. Nobody expected to see a Mandalorian working for the Republic. and the Rhodian didn't ask. Scarada crooked his finger to beckon Ordo, and the Gnolls strolled behind, boots crunching on the sanded boards of the jetty. The trick was to walk away briskly and purposefully. They were both very good at that, even as Scarada's leg was playing up, and he was limping more than usual. There was a moment, a critical second, when one or the other side would crack. If they kept on walking, it would be the Rhodian. And Jedi thought they were the only ones who could exert a little mind influence, did they?
120,
the Rhodian called after him. Scarada didn't even break his stride. Neither did Ordo.
80.
He called back.
110.
They only cost 100 new.
It's got extras.
It'd need to be gold-plated to be worth that.
They were still walking. Ordo made a little grunt, but it was hard to tell if he was annoyed or amused.
Okay, 90,
The Rhodian called.
80. Cash credits.
Scarada said, not turning around. In fact, he speeded up. He counted to 10 and got as far as 8.
Okay,
The Rhodian said at last.
I hope you'll be happy with it.
Scarada slowed and turned around to amble back, casually counting out his credits. Ordo jumped onto the hull and disappeared down the open hatch.
Oh, I'll be back pretty fast if I'm not.
Scarada said.
That's why I don't need a warranty.
The deep water's drives roared into life, sending white foam churning across the harbor. The jetty trembled.
Does he know how to drive that thing?
The Rhodian asked.
My boy knows how to do just about anything. Fast learner.
Scarada skidded across the wet hull and sealed the hatch behind him. Ordo was already in the pilot's position in the narrow cockpit, helmet on the console, looking as if he was talking to himself as he touched each of the controls in sequence. He had an eidetic memory, like all the Gnolls. Just one quick canter through the manual before they set out, and Ordo had the theory down pat. Scarada was ferociously proud of him, as he was all his boys, but he resented the damage the Kaminoans had done to them in the creation of what they were sure would be the perfect soldier. Their brilliance came at a price. They were all troubled souls, unpredictable and violent, the product of too much genetic tampering and a brutal infancy. Scarada would punch any fool who dared call them nutters, but they were a handful even for him sometimes. But they were his life. He'd raised them as his sons. The Kaminoans had wanted to terminate them as a failed experiment, and just thinking about that still made Scarada long for revenge. All Kaminoans were sadistic vermin as far as he was concerned, and he counted their lives as cheaply as they counted the clones they bred. Kosei would be one of the lucky ones. He needed her alive for a while at least. So my boys were surplus to requirements, were they? So will you be, sweetheart. Ordo slid open the throttle, and the deep water was underway, churning foam. Rhodian dwindled to a doll, then a speck on the receding jetty, and they were in open sea beyond the harbor limits.
Let's go catch some Awa bait then.
Scarada wondered why he was worried about diving in a sub, when he was perfectly happy to fly in cold hard space. He'd done enough maritime exercises on Kamino after all.
Heard from Maril yet? Yes. He's on his way. Yes, he got Agent Winnan to do the job. And yes, he gave her the blaster.
Agent Winnan. Come on, son. You've got a short enough life as it is. Go for it.
She's a tough one. Or a Tinla.
Ordo didn't take the bait.
Marika says she sent me a cheffa cake.
Ordo was touchingly clueless about women. Scarada knew he'd failed him on the emotional education front.
You're well in there, son. Smart, tough girl.
She was a striking, leggy blonde, too. That was further down the list for Mandalorians. After capability and endurance, she was actually too beautiful for people to feel comfortable around her, and so Scarada counted the poor kid among his growing collection of outsiders and social rejects.
You deserve the best. If only there were a manual for females, Calbur. If there is, I never got my copy.
Ordo turned his head and gave Scarada a look that said it was no comfort to hear that. Ordo now knew what Scarada had kept from the clones for so long. That his marriage had foundered, and his 2 sons had eventually declared him Darbur. No longer a father, the divorce of a parent. Possibly the greatest shame in Mandalorian society. It was the only thing he'd ever kept from the Knolls, apart from obtaining Tormukin's pregnancy. Does that worry Ordo? Does he believe me? I had to disappear. We all had to train our clones in secret. My kids were grown men. I left them every last credit I had, didn't I? Shap, my clones needed me more than they did. They needed me just to stay alive. He had a daughter, too, and her name hadn't been on the edict. He hadn't heard from her in years. One day, he might find the courage to go and look for her, but now he had more pressing business.
It'll be okay, son,
Scarada said.
If it's the last thing I do, you'll have a full lifespan. Even if I have to beat that information out of Kosei a line at a time.
Especially if I have to. Ordo seemed to take a sudden intense interest in the throttle controls.
The only reason we're alive at all is because you stopped the Gahao from putting us down like animals.
For a moment, Scarada thought he was working up to say something else, but he changed tack.
Okay, let's see if I can at least follow the manual for this one.
Ordo pushed the throttle lever harder forward. The deep water's nose lifted slightly, and the acceleration as she burned across the surface of the waste slapped Scarada back in the seat. In the aft view from the hull-mounted safety cam, a wake of white spray and foam churned like a blizzard. The red status bar on the console showed that the speed was moving steadily closer to the flashing blue cursor labeled Optimum Thrust. The airframe vibrated, and the drive screamed, and then Scarada's gut plummeted as the deep water parted company with the surface of the sea.
Oh yeah!
Ordo grinned. The ship soared, and he was suddenly as excited as a little boy. Novelty always delighted him.
Kendosi!
Behind them, the blizzard on the monitor gave way to the gray-blue sea. Scarada admitted mild relief to himself, and watched Ordo laying in a course for the RV point, marveling at his instant proficiency.
You put a lot of trust in me, Calberg, he said. I've never piloted a hybrid like this before. I look at it this way, son. If you can't do it, nobody can.
He patted Ordo's hand, which was still gripping the throttle lever.
I named the ship, okay? Any ideas?
Ordo paused, staring ahead.
Ahan. Okay, Ahan it is.
It was a telling choice. There was no basic translation of the word because it was a peculiarly Mandalorian concept. Ahan was that peaceful, perfect moment, surrounded by family and friends, and remembering dead loved ones, missing them to the point of pain. A state of mind that bittersweet could hardly begin to cover. It was about the intensity of love. Scarada doubted if Uratis, now Mandalorians, would believe that such a depth of feeling existed in the people they saw as a bunch of mercenary thugs. He swallowed to clear his throat, and grant the name the respect it deserved. He found he was thinking of his adopted father, Moonin, and a teenage clone commando called Dove, whose death and training was Scarada's fault. A pain that made his Ahan especially poignant.
This ship shall be ever known as Ahan, and remembered forever. Guy Bebek, Messen Ahan, Megade, Parteli, Tarasum.
Ordo repeated.
Oya Manda.
I'm sorry, Dove. There better be a Manda for you. Some kind of immortality, or there won't be enough revenge in the galaxy for me. Scarada turned his attention to the living again. This wasn't a bad ship at all, and she only had to complete one mission, the most critical one, to find Kosei and seize her technology to halt the clone's accelerated aging. He went aft through the double doors into the crew lounge to check out the cosmetic detail. A smell of cleaning fluid, stale food, and mold hit him. The refreshers and medbay were on the starboard side, stores and galley to port, and the galley lockers were completely empty. He made a note of supplies they need to lay in at the first stopover, scribbling reminders on his forearm plate with a stylus. It really didn't matter what the accommodation was like, as long as the Ahan flew or dived in one piece. But he checked the cabins anyway. Same gray and yellow trim as the rest of the interior, and not much cosmetic water damage. Not bad. Not bad at all. He prodded the mattress on the bunks, calculating. 80,000 credits, but we've got 4 million from scamming the terrorists, and nobody will ever miss it. 16 berths then, and if they needed it, there was plenty of cargo space that could be used for crew. Maybe enough for 30 people, so if we need to bang out, In a hurry, that's ample room for my boys. Corps, Omega Squad, and any of the ladies, with places to spare. And then there were all the other Republic Commando squads he trained, still more than 80 men out there in the field. His boys and his responsibility every bit as much as Omega. And he was neglecting them. They needed a refuge when this war was over too. Maybe even before then. Did I do enough? I can make the difference now, lads. Shabsad Droten, cursed the Republic. Scarada was still refitting Ahan in his mind's eye when Ordo loomed in the hatchway.
I think we need to change course,
He said. Go ahead then, son.
I mean, we need to divert to an extraction.
Scarada sighed. Okay, they were on Republic time. And he was on Republic pay, even if the clones weren't. It had better be our lads. I hate every second I spend on civilians. He trusted Ordo's assessment of necessity, and turned to go back to the cockpit. Ordo simply held out a crackling comlink.
It's Delta,
Ordo said.
They had to bang out of Magito in a hurry, and Val got left behind.
Scarada grabbed the comlink, all the bad blood between him and Val forgotten. He motioned Ordo back to the cockpit, mouthing, "Do it," at him.
RC-1138. Here, Sergeant.
It was Boss.
Apologies for the interruption.
Scarada slid into the co-pilot's seat, trying not to imagine how badly things had gone if Val had been stranded behind enemy lines. He was an escape artist.
Where are you?
We rejoined the fleet on station. We wanted to retrieve him, but General Jussic says
We're on our way. Sit rep.
about 20 kilometers from Jagat. We were leaving the Dresden Kios Bank when we met some resistance, and he fell down a crevasse.
Bank?
They'd been there to locate communications nodes for the Marines.
Ran out of creds, did he? Needed some small change?
It's a long story, Sergeant. All that's why General Jussic thought you'd be a wiser choice.
Then who?
Then telling General Zay.
I won't waste my time asking what the shabby you were doing in a bank.
Jessic. He was a smart lad. Bardika. Whatever it was, the Jedi had decided that the extraction needed to be kept quiet.
Is Val alive?
Unconfirmed. We lost the signal. He had Kit with him that General Jussic felt you would want to recover.
What for?
He cleaned out a bank vault, credits, jewelry, bonds, the works, 2 bags.
Val robbed a bank. Scarada was taken aback. The miserable old Daikut was game for breaking any law, but plain theft, never. This was Scarada's style, not Val's.
Last known position.
Sending you the coordinates now, with our last good ground radar scan of the terrain.
The Strill's still with him, of course.
Yes, we didn't see it fall.
That was something. Scarada would never trust the animal, but it would lead them to Val, if it hadn't already located his body and hauled him out. If he found the Strill, he found Val.
Tell General Jussic, we'll sort it out, Delta,
he said, and closed the link. Ordo looked totally unmoved, hand hovering over the hyperspace drive controls.
No point asking Commander Bakara to steer clear of us, is there?
No, there wasn't. The fewer people who knew that they were coming, the better. It would be hard to explain why 2 men in Mandalorian armor were blundering around a separatist planet on the Republic's tab without authorization. But the fewer the records of conversations, the easier it was to make events vanish. And Bakara wasn't the kind of ass for ID first. Scarada didn't want his useless Jedi General, Ki-Adi-Mundi, in the loop either. Jedi hypocrites. It's okay for Conehead to have a family, but they'll bust a Tane down through the Agra Corps for it. Scarada would take his chances.
No. Just save Wallen's chefs and get out of there,
Scarada said. If he's still alive.
Jump.
Ahan lurched into Starstreak space. She was holding together just fine. Kaftakar, Outer Rim, Rebel Base, 471 days after Geonosis. Darman decided that Null Sergeant Adden was a man after his own heart.
Can't think straight on an empty stomach.
Adden fired his blaster into a nest of twig shavings to get the campfire going. The sun was coming up. They'd lost a night's sleep then, and the lizard-like, Gaptakari was still trotting back and forth in neat lines, varying the weapons they'd collected from the drop.
Got some stew left over from last night. Don't ask what's in it, 'cause I didn't.
Omega Squad sat cross-legged around the fire in their black undersuits, armor plates stacked to one side. Atten held Darman's jetpack on his lap and bent the wing hinge assembly back into shape with a pair of blunt-nosed grips. He hated letting mechanical things get the better of him.
So, what happened to the Ark?
MIA, Atten said. His tone was totally neutral, and his expression blank. It wasn't his usual demeanor either, because Darman could see the white lines and the deeply tanned skin around his eyes and mouth. Atten usually smiled a lot, but he wasn't smiling now.
So I've done a wreck of EOT, and I put together as complete a plan of the government buildings as I can. Set force strength?
Niner asked.
Apart from the locals, minimal. I thought this was a hotbed of SEP activity that had to be neutralized pronto. Oh, dear Nervat, you've been taking intel at face value again, haven't you?
Atten built the fire with meticulous care, stacking branches and dry grasses on the mound and watching the flames grow.
We better cure you of that.
Vi peered into the pot of stew.
It's okay. I've been teaching him sarcasm. He'll be ready for comic exaggeration soon. Looks quiet. A nice peaceful place,
Atten said.
Not exactly strategic, EOT.
Atten stirred the pot with a stick. It really did smell good.
Lovely city. Clean, pretty buildings. Lots of harmless fun to enjoy. And of no military use to us whatsoever.
Darman kept an eye on the Gaptakari. Now that the sun was coming up, he could see that their light beige scales were slightly iridescent. They had sharp muzzles and small black eyes with disturbing red slit-like pupils, and he'd never seen so many varied weapons strung on one belt. They were more tooled up than Sergeant Cal in a bad mood. Their blades, blasters, and metal bars jingled like wind chimes. One tall lizard provided his own musical accompaniment as he walked, swinging his tail to balance under a load of E-web parts.
I see you taught them all about stealth then,
Atten said. Atten stared at him.
Prudy warned me that you were an awkward customer. Funny. Ordo warned Prudy I was argumentative. Your reputation precedes you then, said Atten. They're good fighters, trust me. I hear a butt coming, said Niner. We're specially trained to hear that coming, at 100 clicks. But...
Atten slopped the stew into their waiting mess tents. When Darman was this hungry, he'd eat flimsy packing cases.
Yes, the but is that this is going to end in tears. EOT, human city. All the cities are human settlements, but scruffy little villages, lizard land. So, who are the Gaptakari? They all are. Neither species is native. The human colonists brought in the lizard lads to build the place, and now the lizards want to run the show. On account of their numbers. Actually, the lizards are merits. Why are the Seps supporting the humans then? Because the Republic wants the Calirium and Norax deposit here. Or at least Shinio mining does. And the humans are happier without Shinio moving in. I'm lost, said Niner. The Seps have offered to save Gaptakar from us. So we're going to give them something to object to? I don't make the policy. I just train guerrillas and slot bad guys.
They lapsed into silence and ate the stew, which was actually remarkably tasty. The rebels, the Merits, had started assembling an E-web without the manual, and the way a group of them clustered around the heavy blaster and handled the components gave Darman the impression that they swarmed over their enemies. There was something about the rapid and coordinated movements that reminded him of insects and unnerved him.
Why are you a sergeant and the rest of the Knolls are officers?
Vi asked.
Didn't you pass your promotion board?
Atten didn't seem offended. It was hard to tell what would provoke a Knoll sometimes. It took nothing at all.
I prefer to be an NCO. If it's good enough for Calbur, it's good enough for me.
Vi seemed satisfied with the explanation. Atten was concentrating on his stew, and Niner was watching the Merits getting to grips with the large artillery beast.
They're good at assembling things, Atten said. Good visual spatial ability.
It was the first time any of them had met Atten, and Darman, was always keen to get the measure of another of Scarrata's gnolls. How had he managed to keep them apart from the commandos during training for so many years? The young gnolls terrified the Kaminoans by running wild around Tapoka City, and that was about the only time the commando squad saw them. Stealing equipment, sabotaging systems, and Darman had never forgotten this, even scaling the supports of the huge dome ceilings, swinging around hundreds of meters above the floor, and placing blast fire to within centimeters of the Kaminoan technicians. The gnolls never cared, never seemed afraid. Even then, they answered only to Cal Scarrata, and the Kaminoans wouldn't dare cross Calbur. Calbur said the Kaminoans had messed up the gnolls, and so they deserved what they got. If the Kaminoans complained, he said he'd sort them out. Scarrata used sword as a euphemism for any form of violence, his specialist subject. A Merit trotted over and peered into the stew, head jerking slightly like a droid.
You like it?
Atten, kneeling down to help himself to another portion, looked up innocently. The scar across his face, the one that Val had given him, was a thin white line out.
It's very tasty. My grandmother.
The Merit beamed. It was weird to watch a lizard smile like a human. They seemed to have a double row of small triangular teeth.
She'll be happy.
Darwin noticed Atten slide forward a little, and tried to interrupt the exchange.
Atten.
But Atten was off, being polite to the locals and taking his heart's and mind's role seriously.
Is it her recipe then? Atten. It's her,
said the Merit, and wandered off. Atten stared into the bowl. There was a moment of complete silence, and Atten sighed. Fi put his knuckles to his mouth to stifle nervous laughter, but it didn't work. Niner chewed to a halt. Darman tried to be culturally sensitive and all that, but he was hungry, and the Merit seemed pleased they were enjoying the meal.
Oh, firefeck.
Atten put his mess tin down on the ground and sat back on his heels. He screwed his eyes shut tight, and judging by the way his lips compressed, he was in serious digestive crisis, as Ordo called it. Then he rocked back on his heels, stood up, and bolted for the nearest bushes.
He's throwing up,
Niner said, and went on eating. The faint sound of retching confirmed his diagnosis. Atten shrugged.
It's not like they killed her to eat her. It's how they dispose of their dead. They like to think they do their families some good after they're gone. It's rude not to tuck in. Cultural diversity is a wonderful thing,
Fi observed, but he looked quite pale.
What do they do for desserts?
Niner fished out a chunk of lean meat and gazed at it, then popped it into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Darman didn't know he could be so daring.
I never thought I'd resort to cannibalism. It's not cannibalism for us, Niner,
Atten said.
Just for them. That's the Grand Army for you.
Fi's face seemed back to his normal color again.
See the galaxy, meet fascinating new species, and snack on them. Well, we wouldn't be alone.
Atten looked up, all concerned, as Atten walked back unsteadily from the bushes, wiping his mouth.
You okay? You did that deliberately. You could have told me before I started eating. I said, don't ask. And I said I hadn't.
Atten, quiet, methodical Atten, had been one of Val's training company, not Scarrata's. It showed. Atten stared at Atten, and Atten stared back. Niner rolled his eyes as if he was shaping up to separate them, and it wouldn't have been the first time that Atten needed hauling out of a confrontation. There was something about the way Val trained his men that gave them a core of wildness, a complete inability to see sense, and back down when pushed too far. Atten almost broke into a grin.
You tried to vibroblade Val, didn't you? We all heard about that.
Atten gave him the silent routine. Darman waited for Atten to run out of patience and give Atten a good slap, as Fi liked to call it, but he just shrugged and rummaged in his pockets.
Okay,
said Atten. He found what he was looking for and tossed a ration bar across to Atten, who caught it.
First, you can grow a Shabla beard, because you're going to have to infiltrate Iat, and they're not used to seeing quads. Mix yourselves up a bit, and choose who gets to stay looking normal.
Vi perked up immediately. I'll dress up as a lizard if I can have a trip into town. Done, Haddon said. But scrub the scaly look, because Maris don't go into the cities now, except to shoot the local. That's why a human's best suited to do assassination. Once you got your bearings, I want 2 of you to wreck Eod again, and get a few spy camps planted. The Marits can't go in unnoticed, and whatever intel Sol put together went with him. Sol? Said Vi. Alpha 30, Haddon said. That was his name, Sol. Darman finished his stew and watched Haddon. He wasn't pleased. That much was obvious. Maybe he was having to follow up on an Alpha ARG when he thought he had more important business. Maybe it was just normal irritation at being tasked to carry out a mission that looked pointless and wasn't resourced. He worked alone, and that had to take its toll on any man's will. Niner scraped out his mess tin and rinsed it clean with water from his bottle. I think we should be concentrating our forces on kicking the Osig out of the main steppe homeworlds, he said suddenly. Because if we keep this up, we'll be down to 1 clone per planet, showing the locals a field manual on how to throw stones. Haddon turned his head slowly and parted his lips as if to speak. He paused. He seemed to be measuring his words. You're in good company, he said. Lots of us do, including General Say. But the Chancellor wants to avoid too much collateral damage. No pounding, no surging, no offending the civvies. No resources. Enough resources not to lose, but not enough to win, Haddon said. He's just feeding a stalemate, the moron. Darwin thought it was time they got on with making friends with the Marits. He stood up and ambled over to the lizards, wondering if there might be anything in Eod that he could acquire for a Dane. It was hard to think of anything that Jedi might want. They avoided possessions. You know what's been bothering me? Vi's voice drifted across the center of the camp. The Marits had finished calibrating the artillery piece and were admiring it. What if the war had broken out when we were 5 years into our training instead of 8, 9, 10? What? Haddon asked. Nobody knows when the war is going to start. Not years ahead, anyway. It's not like you can book it one in advance. So there we are, fully trained, and then it all kicks off. Very lucky. What if it had all gone to Poodoo years before? What if we'd been half-trained, still just kids? Then we'd have been fighting in diapers, Haddon muttered, because the Republic didn't have any other army worth a Mott backside. Vi raised an eyebrow. Shablo lucky, if you ask me. Time to move it, Haddon said sharply, and Darwin suspected he was breaking up the speculation for a reason. Judging by the expression on Vi's face, he felt that too. I'll bring you up to speed with the local situation, and you can spend the rest of the day getting to know our allies. The longer the war went on, the less sense it made to Darwin. After years of clear certainty and training, knowing what he had to do, and why he would have to do it, because there had never been any doubt in anyone's mind that they would one day be deployed, the reality of war didn't match any of it. Shambolic organization, indecisive leadership from the top, and too many gray areas. The more places he was sent, the more things Darwin saw that made him ask why they didn't just let planets seed from the Republic. Life would go on. Vi's thinking was getting to him now. Every thought now started with a why. Stay busy. There was nothing he could do about it now except get on with his job. He smiled at the Marits. I'm Darman, he said, holding out his hand for shaking. Want me to show you how to make a shrapnel out of a droid?
Chapter 3.
No. General Zay, finding Chief Scientist, Kosei, is as much a priority as locating General Grievous. Our survival depends on a strong army, and that means the highest quality clone. Conscription of ordinary citizens is a poor second. It would be politically unacceptable. Find her, if only to deny the Separatists her expertise. You have the best intelligence assets
the Republic has ever known. So I'll accept no excuses.
Chancellor Palpatine, to Jedi General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, Grand Army of the Republic.
Deepwater class ship, Ahan. Magito, space, 471 days after Geonosis. Firefeck.
Scarata sighed, watching the transponders mapped on the cockpit holochart. The picket of ships around Magito made it look as if it were ringed by its own constellation.
I know Bakara's keeping them busy down there, but that's still quite a gauntlet to run. And we're a 45-meter cargo ship.
Ordo said.
Just a laser cannon, by way of armament. Mandalorian crew in full Beskar Gom. Definitely not a Republic vessel. What do you think? Just walk in? Could do. Nothing links us to the Republic, and I always carry a range of current transponder codes, so that's an easy fix. Well, we won't win a battle with a warship, so that's our choice made for us. Of course, a submersible's sensors are perfect for getting an accurate three-dimensional scan of the site. And we go then, Ortica.
Ordo studied the long-range orbital scan of the landing site. It was a vast glacier and a landscape of sheet ice and crystal rock. The penetrating scan showed few crevasses, but the sheet was honeycombed with irregular tunnels that meandered around one another like tangled yarn and occasionally crossed. The straight, uniform outlines of the ventilation shafts were easy to identify by contrast. Around the warm shafts, underground lakes of melted water had formed, capped by thinner ice sheets. Ordo copied the section of holochart to his datapad, and didn't even have to do the calculations to realize that searching each tunnel on the site that Delta had pinpointed would take days. Too long. An idea formed immediately in his mind, as well as a theory on what happened to Val. He might have fallen into a warren of tunnels, or through the ice into the liquid water beneath. It wasn't good either way.
Crystal worm tunnels,
Ordo said.
It's fascinating how life forms survive, even in the most extreme places. If Val's out in those temperatures,
Said Scarata.
he won't be one of them. It's been hours. Even in his Beskar Gom, the seals won't keep out that kind of cold indefinitely.
Ordo slid his electronic tool case out of his sleeve and took out an overwrite probe. He selected a randomly generated transponder code with a Mandalorian prefix. And Ahan ceased to register as licensed on Mon Calamari.
Okay, Calbur, now or never.
He maneuvered Ahan into a landing trajectory and wondered whether to brazen it out by pinging Megiddo traffic control and requesting permission to land. No water on board, a civilian vessel that anyone could scan to confirm its configuration. He'd sort that the moment they got out of here, and a couple of wandering mares at the helm. Even with the battle going on, he might get away with it. He opened the traffic frequency.
Megiddo, TC. This is Mandalorian cargo vessel Ahan. Request permission to set down for replenishment.
The pause was longer than expected.
Ahan, this is Megiddo, TC. For Mandalorians, you're remarkably slow to notice we have hostilities ongoing. Megiddo, scan our tanks for water.
The next pause was even longer.
Ahan, we note your tanks are zeroed. Unfortunately, our city facilities are closed. Remember the hostilities?
If he was turned away now, he'd blown it. They'd drawn Megiddo's attention to them.
Megiddo, there appears to be water just under the surface, west of the hostilities. And Mandalore does give assistance to the CIS. We'll reveal at our own risk. Ahan, okay, go ahead. And don't try to sue us if you sustain damage or injury. Make sure you're off the planet in 2 standard hours.
Ordo felt his shoulder muscles relax. He hadn't realized he tensed them.
Megiddo, understood.
He closed the link. Scarata winked at him and grinned. Calbur was proud of him, and it made him feel as safe and confident now as it had when he was a small child.
It's amazing how rarely you need to use force,
he said, relieved. Without the coordinates from Delta, Ordo knew he wouldn't have known where to start to search for Val.
Megito's surface was a wind-swept ice-scape, dazzlingly pretty for a few minutes, and then fatally disoriented. Ordo set Ahan down between cliffs on the edge of the underground lake and sealed his armor, and as he opened the hatch, the wind shrieked and howled. He slid off the hull, and Scarada dropped down beside him.
He's been out here for 4 hours, Calber.
Ordo activated his helmet's infrared filter, adjusted it to the most sensitive setting, and cast around on a square search of a 20-meter grid.
If he's dead, I might still pick up a temperature differential, but it's unlikely.
Scarada paced the imaginary grid with slow, silent deliberation, sweeping a handheld scanner across the surface to locate holes and fissures, and then scanning for temperature changes. Ordo suddenly wondered if he'd been tactless, and that Calber might be upset at the thought of Val being dead. The two men had been at each other's throats ever since he could remember, but they also went back a long time, including all those years training clones on Camino, erased from the galaxy and dead to all who knew them.
I'm sorry, Burr,
He said.
Don't be.
Scarada checked a readout on his forearm plate.
I'm scanning for metals. This detects 20 meters down.
Scarada might have been genuinely unmoved, interested only in the proceeds of the robbery. For once, Ordo couldn't tell, but he doubted it. Scarada felt everything on raw nerves. They paced slowly, leaning against the wind, and Scarada seemed to be cycling through his comic frequencies because Ordo was picking up spikes on his system. Val might have left a link open. It was worth trying,
No paw prints.
Scarada said.
One's probably swept them away.
Ordo switched from infrared to the penetrating sensor. It was like checking in mail slots, a tedious progression from one hole to the next. A recent fall of snow was drifting, filling in the depressions.
He could be anywhere. He might even have gotten out and found a shelter.
Scarada tilted his head down, as if listening. Ordo caught a burst of audio on the shared comlink.
If he is, his helmet systems are down. I'm getting static. He might be too down deep.
Ordo was starting to feel the cold seeping through his armor joints. If this had been his Gar-issue suit, he'd have had temperature control, but his Mandalorian Beskar Gom was more basic. He'd fix that as soon as he got the chance, just like he'd upgraded his helmet. It wasn't as if he spent a lot of time working in it. He never thought to check how Val's suit was configured. It was just matte black. An image he dreaded as a kid. And now, unsettlingly like Omega's Katarn rig. Black was the color of justice. Calber's armor was sand gold, the color of vengeance. Ordo had opted for deep red plates simply because he liked the color. But black or gold, if Val hadn't had cold proofing or some other protection, he'd be dead now.
Don't laugh, son.
Scarada said.
But I'm going to try something old-fashioned. Just like you talked your way past the picket.
He stood with his arms at his sides and yelled,
Bird! Bird, you dribbling heap. Can you hear me?
The wind was drowning out his voice. He clenched his fist and tried again.
Bird!
Ordo joined in, calling the Strill's name. He almost expected to see a patrol closing in on them, but his helmet sensor showed nothing.
Strills can stand cold,
Scarada said, pausing to get his breath.
and they've got better hearing than humans. It was worth a try.
He tapped his forearm controls, adjusting his helmet's voice projector to maximum.
Bird!
How would they even hear the animal if it responded to their calls? Ordo was about to go back and start using the ship's sensor system to probe deeper into the ice, but he heard Scarada say,
Oysiker!
in surprise. And when he turned, the snow was shaking. The thin crust broke. A gold-furred head pushed through like a hideously ugly seeding. A thick layer of white frost on its muzzle.
Bird, I'll never curse you again.
Scarada said, and knelt down to scoop away the chunks of ice. The animal whined pitifully.
Is he down there, Bird? Is Val down there?
He hesitated, and then rubbed the folds of loose skin on its muzzle.
Map the tunnel for me, Ortica.
The hollow chart hung in the air, a 3D model of the ice beneath them. The tunnel that Murd had struggled out of ran down at a 30-degree angle, and curved close to the margin of the lake before snaking away again, and disappearing off the chart in the direction of Jagat.
It's about 60 meters down to the bed, and the diameter there is only a meter.
Ordo said.
If he fell, chances are he came to rest at the bend. Long way down.
Scrod had his arms around Murd, and Ordo wasn't sure if he was hugging the animal or trying to shelter it. It was a marked change of attitude, given that he'd thrown his knife at it more than once in the past.
Murd, find Val. Good, Murd. Here.
He took out a length of fiber cord from his belt and knotted it around Murd's neck.
Go find him. You couldn't drag him out, could you? Is he stuck? Find him.
Murd struggled back down the tunnel, making rasping noises with his claws, like a skater. And then there was silence again.
Murd's clever, but it still can't tie knots,
said Ordo.
So Val's dead or unconscious. What are you doing? Measuring,
said Scarata. He had a tight grip on the line, watching it intently. Eventually, it went taut.
Fire effect. There's never a Jedi around when you need one, is there? Bardika could have done his Force stuff and located Val right away.
He tugged on the line.
Back, Murd. Come back.
The line went slack again.
Given how much line I'm holding, minus the loop, Val's at 58 meters. If Murd reached him, it'd stay with Val. Trust me. It stopped where Val is. When the line went taut, now all we have to do is get him out.
The solution was obvious to Ordo.
We breached the tunnel at the thinnest point of the ice, which is where it runs next to the lake, and that's less than 8 meters thick. And flood the tunnel? No. Or flush him into the lake and lose him either way. He's dead. Either way.
Ordo said, utterly relieved that he recalled every line of the deep water manual.
Align the ship up, starboard side too, and work through the ice, with the boarding tube from the airlock dry entry.
Scarata looked up at him for a moment. Ordo didn't need to see his face to know what he was thinking.
You still manage to amaze me, son. You really do. Just hoping we don't hit rock.
Murd crawled out of the tunnel and flopped at Scarata's feet, panting. It was a struggle to get the strilt into Ahan, probably because it thought they were leaving Val behind. But it was weak and frozen, and that meant Scarata and Ordo could subdue it between them. Ordo set the ship down on the frozen surface of the lake. If the ice cracked and they fell through, that was fine, because it would save him the trouble of smashing through. But it didn't. Shields. What did it say about shields when diving? Reconfigure. He tapped in the commands and waited. Amber indicators. Change one by one to green. Okay, now avoid any serious impacts. Ordo lifted Ahan clear of the surface, climbed steeply, and fired a laser round at the lake, at what he hoped was a safe distance from the ice wall. Steam plumed up beneath him like a geyser. A chunk of ice lifted vertically and bobbed for a second before sliding back again. The lake would freeze over fast. "Brace for dive," he said, and took her in a slow nosedive.
Oh, sick. Oh, yes.
Do other people live their lives like this? Do they take these kinds of risks? It wasn't the time to worry about that. Ordo hadn't yet met a problem he couldn't solve, or a situation he couldn't survive. Ahan pushed through the shattered surface, and even at slow speed, it seemed like crashing to solid rock. For a moment, Ordo thought he'd got it badly wrong, but the slow ice impact wasn't anywhere near as violent as weapons fire. And the shield held. Chunks scraped and screeched as she passed through the slush layer, and then everything went quiet in the clear twilight water. They were in the lake itself. Now he had to align the airlock with Val's position.
You knew the hole would take that, right, Bardika?
Scarata jumped out of the co-pilot's seat and pulled off the helmet. He looked shaken.
Of course, I did. Well, 90% sure.
Okay, close enough. Let's do some scanning. The airlock was nearly 2 meters in diameter. Ordo aligned it at Val's rough position and used the penetrating sensors to look for a dense mass, Scarrata went into the starboard cargo bay with his metal scanner and opened the inner lock hatch. The warning light lit up on the console, and Scarrata's voice crackled over the ship's intercom.
Big mobile lump of Duracell and Beskar about 6 meters in.
He said.
Good old Mandalorian iron. You can't beat this stuff. That's Val, all right.
6 meters. That was a pretty thin wall between the tunnel and the water. At least there was no worm activity. But there was no way of knowing if the shockwave from the laser round would attract them.
Let me reposition. I'm a meter off. I can't tell if he's still alive. Okay, we've got to cut through that ice now. Heat it.
Scarrata said.
We can vent the meltwater through the tanks. About 80 cubic meters, maybe less. Okay.
Ordo hiked the thermostat on the environmental controls. They needed to raise the temperature of the exposed ice on the other side of the airlock any way they could.
Maybe a combination of heat and cutting. And Megiddo TC wants us out of here in about an hour and a half.
Ordo extended the outer docking ring until he felt it embed in the lake wall.
Come out of the airlock, Calber. I need a test for leaks. Clear? Clear. I'm going to see what we got in the tool locker. Okay, closing inner lock.
The status light changed to green again. He put Ahon on auto helm to hold her steady against the ice wall.
Opening outer hatch.
The sensor showed no leaks. When Ordo maneuvered the safety cam inside the airlock chamber, he saw a smooth, classy disk of dirty ice. A few meters on the other side of that lay wall and bow. If they got it wrong while they tried to cut through the wall, the water would flood in and sink Ahon. It was a lot of trouble to go for a few credits, and a man both of them disliked. On too many occasions, Ordo had wished Val dead. Now he found himself willing the Chakar to stay alive. Special Operations Brigade, HQ Coruscant. General Arligan Zay's office. 471 days after Geonosis. Seth thought it was just as well. He had a reputation for being uncommunicative. General Zay walked up and down the short line of 4 commandos, as if he was doing an inspection, pausing occasionally to stare at a detail of their armor or look into their eyes. If the Jedi had thought that it would psych out Delta Squad, he'd have a long walk ahead of him. Sev stared straight ahead, hands clasped behind his back, boots planted firmly at shoulder width. In his peripheral vision, General Jussic sat on a table, swinging his legs. His disheveled Padawan image didn't fool anyone. Sev had been on enough operations with him to know that he could make Scorch look overcautious. Zay's ARC Trooper aide, Captain Mays, prowled the room as if he wasn't listening to the debriefing. On balance, Sev preferred the Null ARCs. They understood in a way that the men trained by Fett simply didn't. Zay came to a halt in front of Bost and stood with his nose almost touching his. "I'm not stupid," he said quietly. "Am I, Sergeant?" "Sir, no sir," Bost barked. "Want to tell me what went wrong with your exfiltration?" "Sir, we encountered some resistance and were forced to exit the complex via an unreconnoitered passage, sir." Sev felt for Bost. They'd all made the decision to stick with Val, but Bost was the boss, so he got it in the neck. Seth found the occasional trips back to HQ unsettling. He wanted to be back out in the field with just his brothers for company, because Coruscant wasn't their world, and he'd already had enough of it. Zay was still in Boss's face. "This wouldn't have anything to do with Scarrata, would it? 3-8? "Sir, no sir." Well, that much was true. Nobody had actually lied to Zay yet, because Jedi had a way of telling if someone was lying. Zay took a pace back, seemed to be suppressing a smile, and then shook his head. "Well," he said at last, sitting down behind his fancy lapis inlaid desk. "Good result on Megiddo. General Ki-Adi-Mundi has sent his commendation." "Don't care. What happened to Sergeant Val?" "Can we eat it, sir?" Scorch asked, straight face. I realized you returned with indecent haste, Delta. Zay turned amazed. Captain, once I'm through with this briefing, take Delta straight to the mess and stand over them while they eat the recommended daily intake. Maze, looking less than thrilled by his nursemaid duties, grunted. Sir. Jessic, who'd been staring out the window, suddenly flinched as if someone unseen had walked up behind him. Jedi were weird. But before you eat, gentlemen, here's your new brief. Zay flicked a holochart into life, and the familiar planet, studded grid settled in the air over the briefing table. And this comes straight from the Chancellor. A direct personal order. Find Chief Scientist, Kosei. Boss was still doing the talking, which suited Sev just fine, because he was far more interested in Val's fate and was now watching Jessica carefully. The kid was like a holo receiver. He picked up all kinds of stuff from distant events. Maybe he detected something now. He certainly looked distracted. And when we find her, sir? Bring her back in one piece. Bummer, Fixer muttered. Sir. Zay managed to smile. I know you have little to love the Kaminoans for, gentlemen, but I don't make the rules. Lama Su is adamant that Kosai defected and that she didn't die. He won't give his reasons, but that probably doesn't matter, because the Chancellor wants to tame Kaminoan scientists for our own use so we aren't beholden to Tapoka. Should they ever change their minds about our favorite customer status? The General shook his head, as if he was arguing with himself. So haul her back here, top priority. He ordered me to put the best team on it. Sev accepted that it was true. They were better than Omega because they didn't go soft and get diverted by personal issues. They had Val to thank for that. She's been gone a year, sir. Why make the move so late in the day? Boss asked. I'm not privy to that information, Sergeant, Zay said carefully. But the intel we do have, via the Kaminoans, suggests that she's passed through Vanai within the last 6 months. Sev didn't know the Kaminoans had any kind of intelligence, seeing as they almost never left their home world, but they could clearly buy it from outside. He chalked Kosei up to the long list of objectives that Delta had been sent and tried to come to terms with his fears about Val. Boss broke position and wandered over to the holochart to locate Vanai. Who's tracking her, sir? You. Understood. The report came from Rin, who do occasional work for the Republic. She's probably long gone, but this is the first positive lead we've had. Sev sneaked a look at Jessic. Something had definitely distracted him, and it wasn't what was happening on the parade ground. The Jedi looked at him and gave him a discreet thumbs up. What does that mean? Cheer up? His grab ball team won? Val's okay? Boss, Scorch, and Fixer were engrossed in the discussion on the significance of Vanai. Plenty of ocean. She wasn't likely to be hiding out on Tatooine, and Seb just stood there, eyes pointing in the appropriate direction, to look like he was following the debate. Fear. Yes, it was fear. Everyone got scared, but this was different. A gnawing, hollow void in his stomach. He let Val down when it mattered. If Val survived, he'd beat Sev within a breath of his life. If he didn't, he'd haunt him. Try harder, Sev. You let your brothers down. You let me down. You let the whole Shabla army down. Try harder, you lazy little Jakar. Or next time, it really will hurt. Sev had tried so hard that he collapsed on his bunk most nights without even getting his fatigues off, and then had to catch up on his laundry in the early hours. When Reveille made his heart nearly leap out of his chest, and he got up with his head still buzzing with lack of sleep. He was 5 years old. He hadn't forgotten. Sev was now the best sniper in the Grand Army, because he didn't want to let anyone down. And this stays within this room, gentlemen, because this is the Chancellor's pet peeve. Zay's tone jerked Sev back to the present. Nobody else in Special Operations knows about this, and I really don't want Scarada to know, because, fine man though he might be, he does have an issue with Kaminoans. Any man refers to them as Tatsushi, and actually boasts of recipes is probably best kept out of the loop. Dismissed. Scorch chuckled approvingly as they clunked their way down the corridor toward the mess with Maze at their heels.
You think Scarrata would really eat a Camino in?
Fixer managed a sentence, which was good going for him.
Only if you had a hot sauce. What do you think they serve us? That isn't roller fish on the menu.
Scorch half-turned as he walked, trying to drag Sev into the conversation.
You okay, Sev? Terrific.
They couldn't mention Val in front of Maze. As far as Zay was concerned, Val had done the Megiddo reg and banged out. He certainly hadn't robbed a bank and plunged down some ice hole to freeze to death, if he hadn't already broken his neck.
Never better.
The sound of boots walking briskly down the corridor behind them broke into a clatter. Jessup caught up, looking flushed and almost pleased with himself.
I'll keep this lot in line, Captain,
he said to Maze.
I'm sure you've got better things to do than make them finish their greens.
Maze turned on his heel immediately and began walking back to the command center.
Whatever it is you're doing,
he said.
Thank you for not involving me in it, sir.
Maze wasn't stupid. He didn't want to stand between two Jedi generals playing a game. Nobody in their right mind would. Boss stood back to let Jessup enter the mess first.
Well, General,
I feel that Val is alive.
And we left him behind,
Sev said.
We don't do that.
Jessup took Sev's arm discreetly and applied a little pressure. And you were out of options, Private. If he'd wanted extracting, he'd have asked. Scorch grabbed a plate of seed breads and slapped them on the table to mark his territory. Few of the other commandos sat near Delta at mealtimes because they were one of the last complete squads who'd been decanted together into Boca City and stayed together this far. Heavy casualties in the early days of the war. Sev hated himself for believing all that guff about Jedi being invincible, military geniuses. Meant that most commando squads had been reformed, at least once, and just didn't have that extra cohesion that Delta did. Sev was sure. All but one of Val's squads had stayed in one piece. He might have been a savage instructor, but it was all for their own good. He said so. It was true.
So what now, sir?
Boss asked.
How do we make this disappear? The voice traffic with Scarrata.
Don't kid yourself that Zay doesn't know something went on. Jessup could switch from being a goofy kid to a hard man in an instant. He seemed to be learning a lot from Scarrata. He has to at least pretend to stick to the rules. Leave it to me. Those comedy records will vanish before anyone knows they exist.
Thank you, sir.
You made the right call to pass the problem to me instead of Zay, Jessup said. You might feel disloyal, but what he doesn't officially know can't get him in trouble.
Will you let us know when they find him?
Of course I will. If anyone can extract him, Kalbur and Ordica can. Jessup grabbed a seed bread from Scorch's plate and got up to leave. The Force tells me things will work out. Sev watched him go. If the Force was that chatty, it should have been telling the Jedi about useful strategic stuff, not vague fortune-telling.
Kalbur,
Fixer mocked. Boss didn't seem too upset about Val to eat.
Wow, he's got it bad, little Jessup, hasn't he? Regular little Mando ad. Hey, our sergeant's missing.
Sev clenched his teeth to keep his voice as low as he could.
Val could be dead, and you can eat and joke. We abandoned him. We left him to die. We never leave a man behind, guys.
The other three stared at him like he was telling them something they didn't know.
Take it easy, Sev. We're all worried. Best thing we can do, Scorch said, is do our job and let everyone else do theirs. You get that wisdom off a ration pack label?
Sev snapped.
Shut up and eat. You'll think straighter on a full stomach and a few hours sleep.
Scorch grabbed a passing server droid.
Full Corey breakfast for the young psychopath here, Tenny.
Sev ate too fast to taste the food, but at least it filled a hole. As Spy would have said, if the annoying little jerk had been here, Sev wasn't sure if he missed Omega or not. On balance, he did. And it was all for a few credits. There weren't enough credits in the galaxy to make it worth leaving a comrade behind. Seth could have imagined nothing worse. If he ever saw Val alive again, he wondered if he'd have the guts to apologize to him.
Magito, deep water submersible. Ahan, depth 58 meters. 471 days after geonosis.
Scarrata wasn't sure if the fluid dripping off his nose and chin was spray from the melting ice, or his own sweat. They'd been hacking at the ice space for an hour now, and the space was too confined for both of them to work at the same time. They took turns. Scarrata found he needed it. It was hot, damp, and numbing labor. Melting was useless. It seemed to be freezing again, as fast as it thawed. He put his full weight against an inadequate hydro cutter and took another chunk of ice out of what he saw as a 6-meter tunnel. His hands were numb and tingling from the vibration. I'm getting too old for this. Val, why the shab are we even bothering? I put my boy at risk for this. Ordo tapped him on the shoulder. Break, Cowbur. Scarrata put the cutter on standby and found he could hardly move his legs. Ordo, with that perfect silent understanding, grabbed him by his boots and hauled him out of the airlock tube. Scarrata leaned against the bulkhead and then slid down it in exhaustion. His hands felt lifeless. He shook them hard to stop the tingling. It wasn't the time to say that they could have left Val. They were both at the stage where they couldn't think of much beyond the next minute, and the next chunk of ice pulled free and pushed out onto the deck. The cargo bay deck was scattered with wet gravel freed by the melt. The pristine white landscape disguised how much debris there was in the compressed snow. There was another thunk from the airlock, like a brick falling off a wall. Scarrata struggled to his feet and stepped in to clear the ice out of Ordo's way. Even the noise of the cutting disc couldn't drown out Murd's whining and yelping. And he wondered if the Strill would claw clean through the hatch to get out of the locked storage compartment. Even if nobody else loved Val, that animal certainly did. The good thing about repetitive and desperate physical labor was that it stopped you from speculating too much on things like the ice that had refrozen across the lake. The possibility that the lake wall would collapse under the weight of the water anyway, and that, working now without their sealed armor, they'd drown if the boarding tube gave way. Clunk. Ordo was young, strong, and fit. He was removing the ice a lot faster than Scarrata could. "Rewarming," Ordo yelled. Scarrata was partially deaf from too much time spent around loud explosions, without a helmet, but he could hear them. "When we get Val out, he's bound to have hypothermia, however good his armor is. Gotta get him thawed." "What?" "Rescue breathing. Warm air in the lungs, mouth to mouth." Scarrata wasn't thinking fast enough. "Oh, sick. Maybe Murd can do it." The one thing they had plenty of now was hot water. Their tanks were full. Val could at least have warm compresses. "Warm sugar water." Ordo grunted with effort, and there was another clunk. He was going well. "It's all about raising core temperature." Scarrata broke out his ration bag. He never imagined he'd give Wall and Val his last energy blocks. Here he was, worrying about a Jakar, who beat his men badly enough to put them in a med center when he had his boys. Justic, a pregnant attained, and now Bethany went in to fret over. And they all deserved his efforts a lot more than Val. "Jakar," he said to himself. "A cryodroid might be a good investment." "What?" "I said, I think a cryodroid might be a good investment. Icebreaking." The drill drowned out Ordo's voice for a while. "Should be able to melt ice faster than this." It was a long half hour. The brief spells at the ice face were getting harder each time, and they needed to save their energy blocks for Val. Scarrata felt his strength ebbing faster. The gravel released from the ice dug into the palms of his hands when he crawled into the tube. But they were so numb now, he could hardly feel it. Eventually, he resorted to his blaster, and the steam made the compartment feel like a Santa steamer. Ordo checked the thickness of the ice. "Nearly there. At least it's warm in here." "I'm sorry, son, getting you into this." "Good training. Never done this before." "You should be out on the town, with your girl at your age, not—" "I don't feel right about using Bethany to spy for us." It was right out of the blue. Ordo did that from time to time. revealing what was on his mind and making Scarrata realize he didn't know everything about him. Not even now. He must have been chewing it over while he slogged away at the ice.
Muriel didn't force her, son. She knows the score. I meant that I wasn't expecting to feel bad about it.
So again, Scarrata knew even less about Ordo than he thought. He decided not to comment and just let the lad ramble on. But Ordo went quiet again, and more lumps of dirty, gritty ice fell onto the deck as the cutter whined. He'd had his say. The Republic uses you, son. But now, we're using the Republic. Can't let an asset like Destiny winning go to waste. A breath of burning cold air on his face, and a shout from Ordo snapped Scarrata out of an exhausted trance, and somehow his adrenaline got him back on his feet.
We're through. I see him.
There wasn't enough room for both of them in the tube. Ordo hacked frantically at the rapidly enlarging hole. When he leaned back to reach for the fiber cord line, Scarrata could see a black shape that didn't look like a man for a moment, but then he could make out part of the T-shaped visor of Val's helmet.
I'm cutting his packs free.
The operation was now more like delivering a nerve calf. After much swearing and panting, Ordo backed out of the boarding tube, hauling Val by a line around one shoulder. It sounded like he was dragging a coffin. Val plopped onto the cargo bay deck in a heap, his armor so cold that it burned Scarrata's fingers as he eased off the man's helmet. Val's hard, gaunt face was almost blue. Scarrata pushed his eyelids back to check his pupils. They reacted to the light. Humans survive low temperatures, even when they look dead, and Val was definitely alive. Scarrata mentally listed all the procedures he had to follow, like looking for a pulse, counting breaths, not rubbing extremities, and diverting warmer blood from the core.
Osik Wallen, you shabur. Don't you dare go and die on me now.
Val's head rolled, and he mumbled back at Scarrata.
Murd,
He said.
Murd.
Scarrata had gone after Val at least twice in his life, fully intending to kill him. His instinct, funny thing that it was, now focused him totally on saving the man. Ordo slithered backward out of the tube again, dragging Val's Burgon in a large bundle of plastoid sheeting that chinked and clacked.
Rescue breathing Calbur.
He panted. The effort had even taken its toll on Ordo. He grabbed Val and half-dragged, half-carried him into the medbay, heaving him onto the bunk. Scarrata trailed behind with the bags.
I know your cussing can generate a few kilowatts of heat, but it's not reaching his lungs. He's conscious and breathing. No CPR. Okay. Dry. He's dry.
Wet clothing leached the heat fast.
The suit held up.
Scarrata pulled off Val's armor and grabbed whatever he could find from the locker to wrap him up. His fingers showed no signs of frostbite. Corpse cold, but still soft. That was something.
Let Murd out.
Murd shot out of the store compartment and nearly knocked Scarrata over. The animal was good and warm. If anyone was going to snuggle up to Val and transfer heat, Murd was the best choice. Ordo watched the Strill flop onto its master with delighted little squeals and rumbles, slobbering over his face. Ordo seemed to find it suddenly funny.
Thanks, Murd,
he said.
You saved us both from a fate worse than death. Carry on, that Strill.
He turned to Scarrata.
It's time to sew up and get out of here.
How are you going to break the surface ice? Ordo shrugged.
Torpedo.
Well, the laser didn't attract any unwelcome attention, so go for it, son. I'll get some hot liquid into Val.
Secure him in the bunk, because we're going to be banging out of here at quite an angle. You might want to hold off the hot liquid until we're stable again.
Ordo never exaggerated. When he said quite an angle, he probably meant vertical. A few moments after the shock of an exploding torpedo bounced back at them, everything they hadn't had time to stow securely went sliding to the bulkhead, and Murd howled, claws nailed deep into the bunk housing. Ahan leveled out. The loose objects thudded back down on the deck.
Drink this,
Scarrata said, lifting Val's head with one hand, and holding a beaker of the cube, sweet and hot water to his lips. Murd gave Scarrata some grudging space. but spread itself down the length of Val's frame.
Get it in your gut, Wallen.
Or I'll have to heave your innards by shoving a blaster down your throat. Val coughed, splashing a fine spray of spit in Scarrata's face.
I'm going to tell everyone what a soft Jakar you are, Cal.
Well, his cognitive functions were just fine. No confused rambling there. Scarrata ticked one more symptom off the first aid list. Can you feel your injuries?
Not yet. You look worse than me.
Come on. Scarrata slopped more liquid into his mouth. He felt wrecked now. Get this down you.
Tell Delta.
Okay, yes. Val had a few saving graces. He knew his lives would be worried sick about him, and that they needed to know he'd been extracted. Will do. Now what the Shab was worth nearly freezing to death for?
What the Shab?
Val said hoarsely.
Was worth nearly killing yourself to save me.
I wanted your armor. Better environment souls than mine. Obviously you could survive a Sarlacc in that. Val actually smiled. He didn't do that often. He had a very even, white teeth that proved he'd had a wealthy and well-fed early childhood.
Paragon, take a look inside.
Ordo's voice cut into the ship's comlink system.
I'm heading for the RV point, Calbearer. I've informed General Jessup that Val's on board.
Good lad, Scarrata said.
Good lad,
Val chorused.
How much did the sub cost you?
Shut up and drink. Scarrata waited until he forced 3 beakers of diluted energy cubes down Val's throat, before giving in to an animal curiosity that overrode every weary ache and pulled muscle. He untied the bundle, and as the contents spilled across the medbay deck, there was only one word he could spit out.
Why?
Val made a coughing sound that might have been laughter. He didn't get a lot of practice at that. Scarrata was transfixed by the tide of valuables, so much so that his hands were shaking when he unfastened the backpack's assortment of pouches. What spilled out stifled any further comment. He knelt down on the deck, knowing his old ankle injury was screaming for a painkiller, but far too engrossed in sorting through the booty to give it any time. There was a lot here. A lot. Hundreds of thousands of credits worth. He stretched out his hand and rummaged cautiously. No, millions. Scarrata started making a mental inventory, almost without thinking about it. Old habits died hard. When he glanced over his shoulder, Val was watching him, eyes half open, as if he was nodding off. Bird kept guard, snuffling occasionally.
Except for the inside pocket,
he said.
You can keep the lot.
What do you mean, keep the lot?
I'm not a thief. I took what was rightfully mine. The rest is a donation to your clone welfare fund.
Wallen? Scarrata said quietly. This is something like 40 million creds, at least. Stunned or not, he could always compose himself enough to carry out a blisteringly accurate valuation. You nearly died to get it. You sure about this? You're still in shock. You...
Sure.
Sure?
Sure.
You liberated it for the lads? Wallen, that's...
I liberated it to cover my chefs,
Val said. Scarrata nodded, suddenly unable to meet Val's eyes any longer. Of course you did.
If the only items missing are from the Val deposit box, and it narrows down the suspects.
Val reached out for the beaker and managed to get it to his hips. He spilled a lot of it, but that was okay. He was recovering fast.
Just made it look like good old-fashioned random thieving.
Your dad couldn't touch you, even if he did work out that you'd come back. It was clearly one admission too far for Val. He was definitely embarrassed, not angry.
Look, Cal. When you were surviving on dead borax and gravel and playing the working class martyr, did nobody teach you how to steal like a professional?
Val usually didn't have to do much to get Scarrata fighting mad. Breathing was normally enough. This time, Scarrata simply knelt there with his chin lowered, struggling to find the right words to tell Val he was moved by his generosity. "Thanks," he said, fidgeting with a spectacular rhodium ingot. "Thanks, Nervad." Nervad. He never called Val brother without a good dose of sarcasm. 40 million credits went a long way with Scarrata. "But remember, my men too, Cal. If they need help when the time comes, I expect it to be given. Wallen, this is for every clone who needs help, not just my lads. I'd buy out all 3 million of them if I could. As long as we understand each other. I'll get Ordo to inventory this. He's good at that." They didn't have a crumb of food on board Ahon, but they were rich. Or at least Scarrata's rapidly expanding plans to secure the future for clones. His clones. Val's clones. Any shabble clone he could get out of the GAR. In the inn were well funded. Ordo sat at the treatment table in the medbay with Scarrata and worked his way through the hall with a datapad and distracted frown. "Is this some Mandalorian renaissance you're planning, Cal?" Val asked. It was starting to feel like it. He hadn't really thought that far ahead. "If I set up a place for them all, then it might as well be Mandalore." "Yeah?" Val said. "It might as well." Murr draped over Val like a badly made fur coat, watched Ordo with one red-rimmed eye. The other was shut tight. Ordo had never forgotten that Val had set Murd on him as a kid, and it seemed that Murd hadn't forgotten that Ordo had aimed a blaster between his thighs. It rumbled deep in his throat, apparently reassured that both Ordo's hands were occupied with the proceeds of the robbery. Ordo took a spectral analyzer from his belt toolkit and ran the beam over the gems diligently, noting the composition and weight of each piece in his datapad with a little frown of concentration, like some heavily armed accountant. Scarrata held his breath. Some of the items in the bag were priceless antiques. "A Shivo ancestral icon," Ordo said, and held up a time-stained square of gilded parchment. Collectors would happily shoot their mothers for it. They certainly shot each other. "I hope you know a reliable fence in the fine art world, Calbur, because we're going to need one." "The fine arts," Scarrata said, fighting a hysterical urge to giggle, "are my natural territory." "You're an uncultured savage," said Val. "But you did save my chefs. Here, Ordo. Help me with my belt." Ordo raised an eyebrow. "You ought to be taking it easy, Sergeant." "Open this pouch. Come on." Scarrata did it for him. Val fumbled and pulled out a piece of jewelry. A gold pin with 3 square-cut, vivid blue stones of extravagant size set along its length. He could have swapped it for a penthouse apartment in the Republica. Scarrata had never seen anything like it. "My mother's bauble," Val said. He tossed it to Ordo, who caught it one-handed. "Give it to that pretty girl of yours, Captain. She'll do it justice." Ordo, always an odd mix of naivety and precautious experience, stared at it with visible dismay. He had no idea how to accept a gift like that. But then neither did Scarrata. It was a showstopper. The only people who'd given him access, even remotely like it, had done so at the point of a knife. Val seemed utterly unmoved by the wealth. But maybe if you started life that rich, then it ceased to have meaning. Ordo scanned the stone's dimensions, clarity, refraction, density, and tapped the datapad. "Approximately 143 carats." His gaze was still fixed on the sapphires, as if they were going to explode. "Current market value of the unset gems is 10 million, but it's your inheritance." He sounded like a little boy again, and the fact that it was stolen property didn't enter into the objection. "It's too valuable, I'm afraid." "Take it, Ordo. It gives me great pleasure to know that Ma Val no longer has it, and that a better woman does." It might simply have been embarrassed bluster, but Scarada felt that depriving his loathed parents of something was exactly what Val wanted. He was a volunteer orphan. It was in stark contrast with Scarada, an orphan who valued family more than anything. He tried to be the best possible father to men who'd been created without the comfort of any mother at all, good or bad. Ordo, as ever, educated Scarada again. The lad was full of surprises.
It's very gracious of you, Sergeant Val,
he said, and put the pen carefully in his undershirt pocket. He could be quite the gentleman, just as Scarada had taught him.
Thank you. I assure you, it'll be treasured.
It took another hour to tally all the items, and some still defied valuation. Even so, Scarada was looking at 53.5 million credits. If he didn't count Ordo's Chironi sapphires, half of it, in unregistered secured bonds that could be converted to credits anywhere. While Val slept and Ordo piloted the ship, Scarada admired the hull for a while, imagining all the safe houses, escape routes, and new beginnings it could buy for clones who decided they completed their service to the Republic. He wasn't encouraging desertion. He was liberating slaves. Men who didn't sign up had no oath or contract to honor as far as he was concerned. Eventually, he left Val to his sleep, curled in a fetal ball with Murd still keeping vigil over him, and wandered off to the cockpit to sit with Ordo. Ordo held out the jeweled pen.
Look, they turn green in this light.
He seemed more fascinated by the chemistry of them.
What am I going to do with them, Kalber?
Scarada shrugged.
Like Val says, give them to Bethany. They're stolen. That compromises her. Let me think of something. They'd buy a lot of land and a secure base. Will Val be offended? Not as long as Ma Val doesn't get to wear them again. How terrible to hate your parents so much. But then parents do appalling things to their children, don't they? Like poor Attain, given away to total strangers.
Ordo pitied Jedi. It was becoming a recurring theme in his conversation.
I'm lucky to find a father who wanted me. We all are.
Does he think I was a bad father to my own kids? He never says.
I killed for you, son,
Scarada said.
It's that simple.
Ordo was a good lad. A wonderful lad. He could pilot a totally unfamiliar ship, even stage a staggering rescue, just on intuition, in one skim of the manual. Then sit down and balance the accounts. Scarada, choked silent by pride and overwhelming paternal love, leaned over the pilot's seat and gave him a hug. Ordo winked, clearly pleased with himself, and gripped Scarada's arm. Fatherhood was a blessing. It would be a blessing for Darman, when the time came for him to find out. And now Scarada had both wealth and the prospect of Kosei's technology to guarantee a decent future for all of them. But the future was a fragile concept for Mandalorians. Tomorrow was never taken for granted by soldiers, and the Mandoa, word for it, Vincu Yod, conveyed optimism rather than a timescale. Venku was a good, positive Mandalorian name for any son. It would fit Darman and Attain's baby very well indeed. Yes, Venku. That's it. Venku.
I never adopted you formally,
Scarada said. It had been bothering him in recent days, ever since he began to think of the war as having a definite timescale.
Any of you. Does that matter?
Scarada now felt that it did. No Mandoad would nitpick over the bond between him and his boys, and as far as the Republic was concerned, clones didn't even qualify as people. But his plans to give them a decent future had now become very, very specific. That discovery of Lama Su's terse message to Palpatine just over a week ago had fast-forwarded everything.
Yes,
he said, and reached to grasp Ordo's hand, and recited the short, no-frills Gaibal Manda. Name and soul. All it took to unpick history and give a child a new parentage. Mandalorians were habitual adopters. Bloodlines were just medical detail.
Nikurtal, Gaisad, Ordo.
Ordo stared at their clasped hands for a moment, He had a crushing grip.
I've been your son since the day you first saved my life, Burr. I think you boys did the saving,
Scarrata said.
I don't want to imagine where I'd be without you.
Scarrata was now busy hating himself for not doing this before, not making the ultimate commitment, and he fretted about his 5 other gnolls scattered around the galaxy. Sometimes he saw them again as 2-year-olds, waiting to be killed because they didn't meet the specs the Kaminoans wanted. Uncommendable, disturbed, defective. And Eratis thought Mandalorians were savages, did they? The galaxy was full of hypocrites. Chapter 4.
Decree E49D139.41. All non-military cloning of scientists is prohibited, and military cloning is to be confined to Republic licensed facilities, such as those of the government of Kamino and any others designated by the Republic, now or at any time during the duration of the hostilities. This prohibition encompasses the supply of cloning equipment, the hiring or contracting of cloning technologists and genetic engineers for the purpose of carrying out cloning techniques, and the procurement of sentient clone organisms. Exemptions: Calm, Lur, Columns, and Arcania may continue therapeutic medical cloning with appropriate license on a case-by-case basis.
Proceedings of the Senate. Republic Legal Review.
Captakar, the road to Iyad, 473 days after Geonosis.
So, what's your strategy?
Darman asked the lizard, trying to build relationships.
How are you going to take over?
Sergeant Cal said that you had to work with the locals and use their social structures to get the job done, not try to get them to work the Republic's way. Atten ambled along beside Darman and the Merit, hands in his pockets, no telltale signs of his lightweight body armor under the workman's clothes Atten had given him. It was raining, and the path through the trees was muddy and puddled, but at least they had an excuse to cover their heads with hoods. Atten had a visor and 2 days' growth of dark beard. On a cursory glance, few would spot that they were identical.
"We crush Iyad,"
the lizard said. Her name was Sebs, and she had a frill of scarlet skin under her chin, apparently a sign that she was dominant and wouldn't take any backtalk from lesser lizards. She smelled of crushed leaves and carried a formidable Sorosa blaster slung across her chest.
"We concentrate our efforts on the capital. And when that falls, the regional governments can't hold out. And we take the next tier of cities, and then the next smaller ones, and so on. We have numbers on our side."
I think our Chancellor could do with listening to you,
Atten said, more to himself than to her.
He likes to start everywhere at once, so nobody feels left out of the war.
"That's how we build by cascade process,"
said Sebs.
"We can also unbuild the same way."
Her tail swished from side to side to keep her balance as she walked. The whoosh, 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 and the current of air were noticeable.
Can you sneak up on people?
Darman asked. Sebs stopped swinging her tail, and her gait became slightly more lateral, but she was now moving silently.
"Yes,
So, you built the cities here?
yes, I hired help."
But you don't get a say in government.
"We didn't get paid as much as humans. We can't live in the nice homes we built. If having a say means changing that, then yes, we want a say in government. Your other comrade in the skirt was very vexed about that before he disappeared."
The first arc? Yes, I can see how that would get Alpha 30 annoyed.
"You understand, you don't have any rights either. If you ask me, it's crazy to train an army and not keep it happy. It'll turn on you in the end.
Atten coughed discreetly. You speak very good basic.
Always pays to speak the customer's language.
She came to a sudden halt, motionless. Darman's instinct was to crouch and draw his sidearm. Atten did the same. Seb stared down at them, baffled.
What's up?
You stop dead, Darman whispered, missing his helmet's sensors. Enemy contact?
No, but this is as far as I go. Too close to the city. Mirrors stand out. Heads we can cover, but the tails are a problem.
She swung around and began walking back toward the camp.
Good luck.
Reptilian species had that tendency to freeze and then burst into movement again, the GAR manual said. Knowing that didn't stop Darman from reacting every time. Atten watched Sebs go and turned to Darman again with a shrug. Just an initial wreck, and maybe a vehicle acquisition, alright? He said. Just assess the place. Just look around. I swear, Darman said. He had fake ID credits, and the Merit's excellent plans of the city on his datapad. Make sure, nothing's changed since the last time the data was updated. See how far into the government complex we can get legitimately. The first thing that struck him about the city was that it was clearly defined. No gradual thickening of suburbs, no ribbon development, and if he hadn't been able to see the shapes of the perimeter buildings, he'd have thought it was a walled bastion. There was little traffic entering and leaving, and it was almost entirely made up of big vessels, repulsor trucks, and shuttles. The citizens of the yacht didn't venture far afield. Siege in all but name, Atten said. They're scared of the Merits. So how do we explain that we walked in? Atten tapped his blaster. We're young, tough, and crazy. I'll buy that. And from out of town. Atten could have mentioned it. We overflew the area. We should have thought of it. It'll be easier next time, once we've got a vehicle. Hire or buy. I thought of liberating a crate, but it's a small city, and they probably take speeder theft more seriously than on 000. Dar, you actually like thieving stuff, don't you? It's not stolen, Darman said. It's differently procured. He didn't own anything. No clone did, because everything the Kaminoans thought they needed had been provided for them. What he knew about property was learned from Sergeant Cal, and then the world of possession exploded on him when he was let loose in the galaxy where beings didn't just own things, they wanted lots of things, more than they could ever possibly use. And their entire existence was about acquiring more by any means they could. It was one thing to understand the theory, and another to feel it. Darman was happy to have the best kit he could get, comfortable quarters, and as much food as he could eat. But nothing else material made him want to risk his life to get it. Do you ever wonder what happened to the 4 million creds that Sergeant Cal scammed out of the terrorists? Atten asked. They were at the limits of the woods now. The yacht had a skirt of open land around it. They were ready for the lizards. Do you think he handed it over to General Zay? No, Darman said. I don't wonder. They finally broke cover and sauntered like a couple of ordinary, overconfident young men toward the main route into the city. The defenses mentioned and the intel reports were now visible. Watchtowers with laser cannon emplacements. The Merits had no air assets, apart from speeders. Iat was set up to repel simple infantry assault. It wasn't expecting the Grand Army of the Republic. If it was, evidence of its separatist allies was nowhere to be seen. They'd been walking in the open for a matter of minutes when a repulsor truck looped off course and drew up alongside them. The driver leaned out of the cab. Male human, middle-aged, dark, bearded. Are you nuts? He yelled. You can't walk outside the city. How'd you get here? Darman fell into the role effortlessly and shrugged. Had to dump the speeder bike kilometers back. Get in. He gestured to the rear of the truck. I'll drop you off inside the boundary. You're not local, are you? No. Looking for work. The driver opened the hatches, and Atten scrambled in, giving Darman a hand up. Almost as soon as they'd found somewhere to sit, among the crates of food board, the truck lurched to a halt. A fist banged on the bulkhead. Darman leaned out the hatch and found they were inside a yacht, at an intersection with a speeder bus station on one corner of the quadrant.
Off you go, and make sure you get transport back home, wherever that is,
said the driver, and shook his head.
Dumbest thing I ever saw.
Thanks. Darman waved. The vehicle lifted off and disappeared across the intersection.
Atika, this is just a test run. Let's see how far we get today.
Atten consulted his datapad. The good thing about the rebels was that they'd built a yacht, and so they still had the plans, drainage, and service channels as well as the surface infrastructure.
Speeder bus to the city center, and pick up a city registered airspeeder on the way out. Easier to get back in next time.
It was, as Darman had decided from the bay of the core conveyor, an ordinary place where people got on with their lives. It was a small town by comparison with Coruscant, all low-rise buildings and modest houses. He could grasp the scale. It didn't overwhelm him. He watched from the viewport of the speeder bus, head resting on the transperistyle, and saw human beings like himself. And I'm fighting for a different species, for lizards against humans. Sergeant Cal says species don't matter to Mandalorians. Why doesn't the fact that I'm human matter to human beings on Coruscant? Darman knew of only one community where he felt at home, and that was with his brothers and the few non-clones who had thrown in their lot with them. The rest of the galaxy was alien, regardless of species. Now he finally understood the concept of Eretis.
Look sharp, Dar.
Atten nudged him in the ribs.
This is our stop.
He slipped his datapad back into his pocket.
So far, so good. Nothing's changed, as far as the layout goes. Well, their builders haven't shown up for a while, have they? No wonder nothing's changed.
According to the plans, the government building, the assembly house, had a public gallery. Darman and Atten stood in front of the portico, admired the colonnade with appropriate out-of-town awe, and sheltered from the rain while they read the notice next to the huge pair of doors.
Session start at 1400 then, Dar. It's 10:40. Time to kill.
It wasn't time wasted. They had time to wander around the block, plant a few bead-sized surveillance holocams outside the assembly house, and assess the point of entry for politicians attending parliamentary sessions. They took up position in a tap opposite the building and settled in to eat themselves to a standstill while watching the comings and goings of delivery vessels and official-looking speeders. Darman sat side on to the window, Atten faced outward to the road.
I'm never eating meat again,
Atten mumbled, staring at the trickle of traffic.
Ever. What's that in your hand then? Fish patty. Fish doesn't count. Reptile meat is a lot like fish.
Atten looked down at the patty, sighed, put it back on the plate, and turned to summon a server droid. He seemed a lot happier when a pile of sweet pastries turned up. 2 hours to go. Darman tapped a few observations on exit routes into his datapad, chewing happily on a tube of pastry, packed with minced roba and spices, and wondering when he might get a comlink window to contact Tane. Sparata was right. Focusing on the people you love can keep you sane in a war, or distract you, and he thought he found the balance point. He had something to look forward to live for, even if he had no idea what would happen to the army when they won the war.
We have to get 5 sorted out, Attica. Get him a date, you mean? Hasn't Lasima got a friend or something? I hate seeing him like this. Maybe Agent...
Darman waited, distracted by his datapad, but Atten didn't finish.
Agent what?
Atten was staring at the traffic again, lips slightly parted.
Don't look out the window. Just turn away slowly. Okay.
Darman shifted position. He was starting to hate plainclothes ops. He longed for his helmet sensors yet again.
What is it?
Atten's lips barely moved. Darman strained to hear him over the noise in the tap calf.
I thought I was looking at my own reflection for a second, until I remembered I'm in disguise, and I have scars.
It took Darman a moment to work it out. Adden had seen another clone, up close. He'd have recognized Phi, Niner, or Adden, and there weren't supposed to be any other troops here, except A-30. Sol.
Sure it's not a Null? Only ones I haven't met are Jang and Commert, and they're still after Grievous. Says Cal. Whatever. That's not one of them. He was a meter from me. He's moving away now.
Darman held his position for a little longer. Adden put his food down and made for the doors. Darman followed. It wasn't what they'd come to Iat to do, but an ARC who had gone AWOL was impossible. Jango Fett had raised and trained them personally, with an emphasis on absolute loyalty to the Republic. Sergeant Cal said that Jango was an unhinged Shabur, but he always stuck to his contract, and that contract had included creating a loyal, totally reliable army. Darman had heard rumors to the contrary, and the Nulls were living crazy proof that a clone soldier could be as eccentric and wayward as any random human, but nothing had ever been confirmed.
See him? Attica?
The broad back in a black leather coat vanished into a crowd of pedestrians, but a moment later, the ARC's ultra-short black crop bobbed up a little above the heads of the crowd. Adden touched his fingers to his ear, activating the miniature comlink, nestled deep inside. Sensors under his chin, and on each side of the thyroid cartilage, picked up the nerve impulses from his brain, and converted silent sub-vocalization to audible speech. It took a little practice to think in words, and not speak aloud. But Darman now found it was just like talking to himself.
Minor change of plan,
Adden said.
just eyeballed our MIA.
Darman picked up Niner's voice on his earpiece.
I've got your coordinates. Need backup?
Let's see where he goes.
Darman cut in.
Check with Jessic. See if there's something we haven't been briefed on.
They said MIA,
Niner said.
unless this is a front for another mission.
Adden's voice interrupted, with that gravelly indignance that marked him out.
If it is, then I don't know about it either.
Darman didn't like the sound of that. There was need to know, and there was denying information, and not knowing where other special forces were placed struck Darman as being the latter. And the Nulls always seemed to hear about everything, whether they were intended to or not.
This would be easier on 000,
Adden said.
He's an ARC. It wouldn't be easy anywhere.
Sol, not missing and seemingly at ease in the yacht, swaggered down a tree-lined promenade and dipped down a flight of steps. The two commandos quickened their pace. It was one thing telling an ARC trooper. It was another thing entirely working out what to do once you caught up with them. Rendezvous point, Mongtar, Cantina, and Brasserig Bog 5, Bogdan System, 473 days after Geonosis.
You're late.
Said Morrill.
We had to pick up groceries.
Ordo straddled the chair and rested his folded arms on the back.
And Val had to stop off at the bank to get some creds. Next round's on him then.
Morrill lounged in his seat, legs stretched out in front of him. It was a noisy, seated cantina of the type that Morrill seemed to enjoy. A droid and a young human male were at the table too, concentrating on their data pads. Nobody blinked at the presence of Mandalorians in a place like this, but the two strangers were in a world of their own anyway.
So old Psycho's okay now. Where is he? Where's Calbur? Securing the Shosun.
Ordo didn't want to spill out submarine in front of strangers. Mandoa was almost unknown among Eratis, so it was a discreet code to use Val and Murd for standing guard.
Don't get agitated, but Bardika is planning to join us later.
Ordo reserved the right to a little anxiety about General Jessic, who could swing in moments from a Jedi with ageless wisdom to a daredevil lunatic like Morrill.
Why? Something major he wants to discuss that he doesn't want to commit to voice traffic. He's as crazy as you. Says he's gonna catch him one day.
Ordo wondered for a moment if it was news of Attain and her pregnancy, but there was ways of passing that on discreetly without the need to meet face to face. He indicated the droid with a jab of his thumb.
Thought you'd seen enough tennies for one lifetime. Just having a fascinating discourse about the expansion in the leisure economy with my colleagues here, who are TK0,
said the droid, sitting to Muril's left. He looked like a taller, armored version of an R2 astromech.
and my esteemed mechanic and agent, Gabe.
Always a pleasure, said Gabe, not looking up from his datapad. But remember that, without me, he's just fancy scrap. Ordo switched over to his helmet comlink. Life was so much easier with a Busi. The apparent silence that followed for outsiders looked like two Mandas waiting for a comrade to show up, and in their uncommunicative Mandalorian way, not having much to discuss by way of art and philosophy. The unheard reality on the private comlink was something else entirely.
Okay, Marika. Why move the RV point to here? And what are you playing at? With the tourists?
Muriel turned his head, as if he was staring at the bar and ignoring his brother.
The Tenny and his sidekick specialize in stolen industrial data and kit. High-tech bounty hunters. They were asked to source. I love that word, don't you? Source. Like procure. So flexible. Anyway, they were asked to find someone who supply untraceable laboratory equipment to beat the cloning ban. Dry lining supplies, vats, cleanroom systems, plus specialist droids to fit it all. Paid in cash credits, and no records. Kosei? I reckon. Where? Doruma, tropical pleasure palace of the Mid-Rim.
Ordo consulted his planetary database, as it scrolled down his HUD.
Water. Water everywhere. Oceans, almost all of which are pretty well unexplored, and likely to stay that way for some time, because of the lovable marine life that was revived from the ice sheet when they terraformed the place. Travel vacations, no other industry. But that's where the illegal lab stuff was heading. She's setting up a new research center. Who's funding it? Don't know yet. Okay, let's work through it. Battle of Camino. Separatist forces spring her. She's already stripped her critical data off the Topoco mainframe. Some of which I could reconstruct from the copy I took the other week. So she was expecting to leave. Seps then take her to Neomodia. She stiffs them, does a runner, and ends up on Vanai.
Muriel folded his arms and looked the other way, doing a mime of exasperated boredom.
From Vanai, she loops back into Seps space, last place they expect her to run, and heads for the Koloran system, specifically Doruma. Evidence? My Tenny chum got the stuff delivered to the freight port here. Tenny being fond of a little insurance, just in case the client skips without paying. Checks out the flight plan, and with a couple of transfers en route, it all ends up on Doruma. So why is he telling you? He was sourcing items for me. Extra firepower, and go faster stripes for the submersible. You've got a dozen or more lowlifes you could ask for hardware.
Muriel was smiling. Ordo could hear it in his voice.
Not ones that also show up doing business with Arcania.
Ordo had to admire Muriel's ability to sift data. The risk-taking genes had expressed themselves even more in him than the rest of them. But he had a surprising patient tenacity once he'd latched onto the scent. He could give Murd a run for his money.
So we need to beat a location out of someone. Once I find the pilot who delivered the consignments, nobody's talking. I don't care how tight-lipped folks are. Somebody always talks, sooner or later. One detail, one word, something always slips.
Sooner or later was the problem, as always. Time was the enemy, on every level. Kosei wouldn't have just the Separatists hunting her. The Kaminoans had to know she'd sked with her data, because if Muriel could see it was missing, they'd have worked that out a year ago. But they wouldn't dare tell their main customer, the Republic, that they were in trouble. They'd want to get her back quietly, and without fuss. They'd have engaged bounty hunters, too. If they had any sense, their economy depended on it. And the Arcanians, Kamino's closest rival, knew she was missing. Everyone who mattered did. Gossip and the industry was hard to control. Cloning had gone underground to beat the ban, and there were plenty of companies that'd want the top AWO bait on their staff. So the Knolls might be elbowing a dozen pursuers out of the way to get to her if they didn't stay ahead of the pack.
She's on the run from at least 3 interested parties then.
Ordo said.
This is getting crazy. Do you think Lama Su is using the excuse about the end of the current cloning contract to cover the fact that he's lost her data, and now it's crunch time? How critical is it to production? I don't care,
Morrill said.
as long as I get my hands on her skinny gray neck, and she hands over whatever it takes to give you and me, and all our vote, a full lifespan.
TK0 nudged Morrill.
Are we boring you? You're very quiet. We're meditating.
Morrill said.
We're very spiritual people. We Mandoad. Communicating with the Manda.
I can feel it from here, said Gabe. When do we get paid? Morrill slapped two 50,000 credit chips on the table.
You can keep the change if you find me the freighter pilot who delivered that kit to Doruma,
The Arcanians might pay us more.
but not as much as the Kaminoans.
Is that who you're working for?
Look,
Said Morrill. Ordo braced. His brother had that edge in his voice that usually preceded skating on very thin ice for the sheer thrill of it. He was always the one who liked rapid roping from the highest point in Tapoka City, and he had broken bones to show for it.
only the Kaminoans can clone legally. Everyone else is a Chikar who threatens their business interests. Get it?
Not really. Morrill managed a little puff of exasperation. Ordo got ready to shut him up with a deafening high-pitched feedback on his helmet auto.
Okay, we're Republic agents,
Morrill said warily.
stemming out illegal cloning wherever we find it, because Mandoad care about law and order.
I'm going to slap the Osik out of you one day. Marika, don't do this to me. TKO bristled, which was no mean feat for a droid.
This is hardly the time to get snotty and organicist, is it? I was only asking if you had a deal with Camino. Fine. I think it's time you tightened his nuts,
Ordo said to Gabe.
seeing as you're his mechanic. Find me the pilot who did the last leg of the journey, TK, my little Biscarad, and I'll pay them as well.
Morrill took one of the credit chips from the table and flipped it between his fingers like a conjuring trick before making it vanish up his sleeve.
No penalties. Not the pilot's fault, got it? That's the Republic's problem, not ours.
Okay, can do.
And I want it by the time I finish the modifications to our ship.
Oh, hang on, said Gabe.
48 hours.
Morrill stood the remaining 50,000 credit piece on one end and flicked it over with his forefinger. Gabe grabbed it with impressive speed.
Back here. Pilot's name and location.
Don't listen to him. We'll do it, Gabe said, checking the chip with a counterfeit scanner and batting away TKO's extended manipulator arm. Trust us.
I do.
Morrill patted TKO's Duracell casing with slow emphasis, making him sound like a gong.
I'm very trusting.
Ordo switched back to internal comlinks.
Quit while you're ahead, Nervad.
The two tech hunters got up to leave. All Ordo could think of was that time was wasting, and more interested parties seemed to have a reason for hunting down Kosei every day. But who's she working for? Who's bankrolling her? If the Tapoka hatcheries found they couldn't replace the critical tech, and the Republic hadn't paid the next installment, there were several contractors waiting to fill the gap.
Wow.
TKO said, spinning his cranial section 180 degrees to train his photoreceptors on the doors.
More of you? Did someone just open a new box of Mandalorians?
Ordo looked up, just as Morrill did. Scarrata was walking across the cantina, with someone dressed in his father Munin's armor.
Yeah, it's Bardika,
Said Morrill.
I couldn't stop him from coming.
Jedi General Barton Jessic hadn't just shown understanding and compassion to his Special Forces troops. He'd gone native. He wore the Mandalorian armor that Scarrata had loaned him to the masquerade, as a nephew during the elaborate sting operation with the Jabimi terror cell. Ordo knew it was smarter than swaggering into the cantina in his full Jedi rig, but it was no secret now that Jessic liked it.
Vode.
Jessic said, taking off his helmet. He extended his arm, and Morrill clasped it in that hand-to-elbow grip. That was a common Mando greeting. Jessic's untidy blonde hair still needed cutting, but at least he trimmed his beard. We really have to talk.
Iyat, Kraptakar, 473 days after Geonosis.
The rain had stopped, and the sun had come out, which was a problem. Darman and Adden could no longer rely on their hoods for disguise as they tailed ARC Trooper 830, Sol, through the city. The ARC was walking briskly, heading north. Twice he paused to buy food from a street stall, and slipped the wrapped packages inside his coat. Then he walked into the huge transparent steel foyer of the Unirail terminal, forcing them to follow.
How far are we going to take this?
Darman whispered.
I thought we'd follow him and see where he goes. Remember Sergeant Cal giving 7 fine earful for doing an unplanned tale on a suspect and nearly screwing the whole operation? Scrod is light years away.
Darman wondered why. He ever thought Adden was the quiet, thoughtful one.
That won't stop him. He hasn't just got eyes in his backsides. He's got hyperspace transceivers. Okay. What's the alternative? Spot a Vode, who's MIA? Say well. Who'd have thought it? And carry on chatting?
Darman wasn't sure where prudent improvisation ended, and winging it began. Special operations were a blend of tediously boring planning and moments of what he could only think of as insanity on the brink of death. But Atten was right. MIA was MIA, and Sol was neither M nor IA right then, and he had intel that they needed. The terminal had a high domed roof that reminded Darman of Topoka City. Sol grabbed a ticket token with the casual, unconscious ease of someone who did this journey frequently, then sat down on a bench at a distance from the ticket barriers, staring at the ever-changing timetable board as he unwrapped one of the small packages he'd bought on his walk and began eating the contents. It looked like fritters of some kind. Darman and Adden wandered around the small storefronts on the terminal concourse after they grabbed their tickets, window shopping as far as other travelers were concerned.
He's got 5 Unirail lines to choose from, said Adden. You think he spotted us? Either he's better at surveillance than we are, and he has, or he delays committing himself to a direction out of habit.
It was the kind of thing an ARC would have been trained to do. To move around without drawing attention to himself, or giving a pursuer any notice of a last-minute change of direction. Darman began speculating about what Sol had been doing in the last couple of months. Fire effect. The man looked as if he lived here. The very phrase made Darman uneasy, in a way he found hard to pin down, until he realized it was a bewildered envy of a world that had more options than he knew how to handle.
So, is this all part of the deep cover? That even the rebels can't find him, and don't know what he's doing? So they can't compromise him if they're caught? Or if they're traitors? This is crazy. They would know. They would oversee his tasking. Dar. I think there's loads of things Zay's never told. Maybe Sol gets his instructions directly from Palpatine. How can anyone run a war that way?
Adden didn't answer. The war was messy, dirty, and chaotic. They'd learned, but this was the first time Darman had faced the possibility that brother soldiers might be doing things that cut across his own mission. The 2 commandos killed a little more time, standing at a store window, speculating on why anyone might want a vivid purple business case, watching Sol reflected in the transparent steel window. Then there was a faint clacking sound as the departures board changed, and the ARC Trooper made a move for a departure point.
What are you carrying?
Darman asked, following Sol's path.
Vibroblade, blaster, garrote wire.
Atten boarded the rail car and sat down, several rows behind Sol.
Maybe I should have brought the E-Web. Arcs aren't invincible. Anyway, what makes you think he's going to get violent? If we've crashed into a covert op of his, he'll use us for target practice.
Darman recalled Morrill saying he never really trusted ARCs, because they'd been ready to kill clone kids during the Battle of Camino, rather than let them fall into Seph's hands. Removing 2 commandos who got in his way wouldn't make Sol miss a beat then. The rail car was half full, and the yacht wasn't Coruscant. The population was a tiny fraction of Galactic City. This was no anonymous sea of strangers who didn't take any notice of blue skin, tusk, or any of the other distinguishing features of a vast range of resident species, bustling everywhere. People here noticed, all right. Darman and Adden got the occasional glance because he assumed there were small details that marked them out as not local. Or maybe some thought they'd just passed another man who looked exactly like Darman. Sol, sitting with his back to them, took out a holozine. Darwin read all the ads on the Unirail cab's walls and made note of a couple of speeder rental agencies and a used speeder emporium. Outside the rail car, Yacht Street passed. Well-maintained apartment buildings, vessels landing at spaceport, rolling hills in the distance. Darwin followed the Unirail route on his datapad and tried to think of the city as a target he was setting up for an assault. He couldn't think of another mission he'd been on where the prospect disturbed him. This was something he might live. But the Merritts, who take over, weren't like him at all. He never considered if he had a side to be on, beyond his brothers. All that stuff about the Republic and freedom was just words that he hadn't started to fully understand until recently. The last thing he thought about under fire was the Republic. It was always the brother right next to him, and he hoped that both of them would still be alive tomorrow. The rail car slowed as it approached another pickup point, and Sol appeared to still be reading. But as soon as it came to a halt, he jumped to his feet and shot out the nearest exit. Addin and Darman scrambled to reach the doors before the railcar moved off again.
Yeah, he does this for a living, all right,
Addin said.
Talking of which, how does he eat?
I'll stop speculating and just ask him.
Yeah, maybe he'll make us a cup of calf and tell us about Eos places of interest.
Sol's exit point brought them out in a less well-heeled neighborhood than the city centered. But it was still clean and orderly. It wasn't the lower levels by a long shot. They followed the arc to a low-rise apartment building, fronted by a neat lawn, where he climbed the external stairs, walked along an access balcony, and went into a second-story apartment. Darman and Addin walked past slowly, feigning conversation, and circled the block to check for rear exits. This is where they were at their most vulnerable. There was nowhere to hide to stake out the apartment, and this wasn't a commercial center where they could hang around with nobody asking why. Darman reached into his tunic and pulled out a sensor. Then he opened the link to Niner.
Got our coordinates, Sarge. Transmitting now.
Niner responded instantly. Darman could imagine him waiting, pacing up and down and giving Fi a hard time, while he fretted.
Copy that, Dar.
Apartment 7.
What are you planning?
Darman glanced at Addin.
We'll walk up to the door. We'll run a sweep to see if he's got company. If we like the odds, we'll knock. If we don't, we walk away, set a spy cam opposite the building, and return to rethink and monitor. Is that okay, Sarge?
I'd say that's not what we came to do, Dar. But an arc on the loose, without explanation, could throw the whole mission. So we might as well clear it up.
Darman had a nagging thought. He had to get it off his chest.
Ask Addin why he didn't stroll into EOT and check it out.
The Knoll had only been in the theater a few days, even if he'd done a wreck. There was nothing to say that he'd have seen Sol at all. Darman regretted the question immediately, and hoped Addin hadn't heard.
Will do,
said Niner.
Leave your comlink open, okay?
Darman and Addin ambled across the road and made their way to the apartment. Darman held the sensor as inconspicuously as he could, clasping his hands in front of him, as if waiting for Sol to answer the door, and swept it slowly side to side. He kept his voice at a sub-auditory level, letting the sensors on his throat transmit on the comlink.
I'm only picking up one body in there, Attica. Shame you're not a Jedi. Yeah, maybe they should have created Force-sensitive clones, and then we could have ditched half the kit. Okay, knock-knock time.
Darman stood at one side of the doors, hand discreetly on his blaster, and Addin pressed the bell. Silence. They waited. The sensor showed someone moving to one side of the door, but there was no noise. Sol was a careful man. An ARC trooper couldn't be anything else. Then the doors parted. Sol obviously didn't have a security holocam installed. For a split second, he stood side on to the entrance, his face all wide-eyed shock. Then his arm came up, and Darman spun away instinctively as a blaster bolt shaved his cheek. Addin cannoned past him with a sickening thwack of bone. Sol fell back, with Addin on top of him, and Darman hit the door controls. For the next few moments they grappled, trying to get Sol into the stomach to pin his arms. But the ARC lived up to his reputation, bringing his knee up hard into Addin's groin, and landing a fist in Darman's face. Eventually they got him face down, and Darman tried the old restraining trick of hooking two fingers into Sol's nostrils and jerking back hard.
It must have hurt him plenty, but not half as much as he hurt Darman. Then the commando loosened his grip, and Sol sank his teeth hard into his hand, demoralizing, painful, and causes serious infection. That was what Scarrata said about human fights. Darman roared with pain and brought his fist down on the back of the ARC's head. Adden pounced again and got him in a headlock, with his knee in his back.
Right,
Adden panted. He had the tip of his vibroblade pressed into the hollow at the base of Sol's skull.
Unless you want this right through your spinal cord, Nervad. Pack it in and listen. Do it then, Sol said. I'd rather die. They sent you to kill me, didn't they? Go on, finish me off, if you got the guts.
Darman, blood welling from his bite marks, got a plastoid tie around Sol's wrist, and knelt back to nurse his throbbing hand. Bacta, clean the wound. What was he going on about? They sent you to kill me?
We're definitely going to have to get a speeder to move him. Dar, rent one or something, Adden said. You okay? Yeah.
Niner's voice cut in on the comlink.
Sit rep Omega.
What do you mean, Sol? Darman asked. What do you mean they sent us? Who's they? Who are you? RC-1136. Darman. Omega Squad. We thought you were MIA. You were Alpha 30, right? Get knotted, Sol said. Just get it over with.
Adden tied the ARC's ankles with plastoid tape and got to his feet.
Well, I think you need a chat with a colleague of ours.
Darman held out his datapad.
Speeder rental. Atika. I made a note. You get the transport, I stay here. Okay. You can keep Captain Charisma quiet for a while.
Omega.
Niner sounded at the limit of his patience.
What the shab happened?
Alpha 30 thinks we're going to kill him, Sarge. We're bringing him back to base until we get this sorted. Moron.
Sol sounded as defiant as ever.
You've got no idea, have you? What? You're dead men.
He didn't say it like a threat. Sol said it like Scarrata did. That was what Scarrata used to call them back in training. His dead men. It was all part of his unconvincing veneer of abuse, because the whole company knew Sergeant Cal would give them his last drop of blood. But the words now made Darman shudder.
We all are, sooner or later,
he said. It was sooner for clones than most.
Chapter 5.
Order 4. In the event of the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, being incapacitated, overall CAR command shall fall to the Vice Chair of the Senate until a successor is appointed, or alternative authority identified as outlined in Section 6, Subsection 4. Order 5. In the event of the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, being declared unfit to issue orders, as defined in Section 6.2, the Chief of the Defense Staff shall assume GAR command and form a strategic cell of senior officers. See page 1173, paragraph 4, until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified.
From contingency orders for the Grand Army of the Republic, order initiation, orders 1 through 150, GAR document COCL 56 through 95. GAR landing strip, Teklik Quilura, 473 days after geonosis. Attain stood on the deserted landing strip by the troop transporter, up to her ankles in a fresh fall of snow. The only footprints were hers and the ridged soles of army boots, whose impressions were so much larger than hers that for a moment she felt like an insignificant child. The farmers weren't going to show. She hadn't expected them to. Now her duty was unavoidable. She'd given them 2 extra hours, kidding herself that they might have had difficulty passing blizzard-blocked roads. But the deadline had passed, and Levette was walking toward her from the HQ building. Datapad in one gloved hand. She turned and walked back to save him the journey.
One last try, Commander.
She said.
I'm heading into Umbrani to give them the now or never speech.
Levette handed her his datapad.
Orders just in, ma'am. Direct from Zay. The Kurlanans just gave him a little demonstration of intent.
Attain swallowed to compose herself before reading. Zay had a terse message style. She could have spoken to him by comlink, even had a virtual face-to-face meeting, but he sent Levette a message, stark, to the point, and leaving no opportunity for discussion or argument. Kurlanans claimed responsibility for classified information on troop movements and readiness status released today to CIS commanders. Leak has resulted in 10,653 casualties. Fleet Auxiliary Corps Guardian destroyed with all hands while defensive cannon was offline during unscheduled maintenance. Remove Kolura contingent immediately. Civilian casualties acceptable if colonists use lethal force. Attain handed the datapad back to Levette and saw 10,000 dead troopers in her mind's eye before she saw farmers, dead or otherwise. It hit her hard. Her imagination blanked out and was replaced by a cold, hard focus on the next steps to remove the remaining farmers.
He's not a happy camper, ma'am.
They warned they could be anywhere and pass as anyone.
Attain carried on walking. Why didn't I feel them dying in the force? Am I that out of touch?
So there's a little reminder of the damage they can do whenever they want. It'll escalate. Let's get this over with.
You could have prevented the deaths,
Said a voice behind her. Jannar appeared out of nowhere, flopping like an arc of black oil. She could have been a mound of snow, a piece of machinery, or even one of the leafless trees on the strip perimeter before she metamorphosed into her true form. She darted, a little ahead of Attain and Levette, leaving featureless round paw prints behind her. Kurlanans could leave false tracks, making them impossible to hunt down. They were, as so many had said, perfect spies and saboteurs, as long as they were on your side. If they were the enemy, then they seemed very different indeed.
You didn't have to kill troopers. Don't you think they've got short enough lives as it is?
Attain tried not to lose her temper, but it was hard. She didn't want the baby sensing any of this ugliness.
We're evicting the colonists anyway. You could have waited.
You don't have the stomach for killing us unless you're put in the corner, girl,
Jannar said.
Unlike that soldier of yours. And I know where he is.
It was a risky thing to say in front of Levette, but he didn't react. Attain took a moment to realize that Jannar was making a veiled threat. Her pulse began hammering in her throat.
If anything happens to him,
She said,
you know what Scarada will do to you.
So now you know the stakes, and what we both stand to lose.
Attain's anger welled in her throat, choking off any coherent response. She stopped dead, hand going straight to her lightsaber without any conscious thought. And a blind urge to kill swept over her. It wasn't a Jedi's reaction at all. It was a woman's, a mother's, a lover's. It took all her self-control not to draw the lightsaber. Her dead master, Cass Foyer, would have understood. She knew he would.
They're leaving today.
She thought of the Separatist collaborators, caught by Kurlanans not far from here. Throats ripped out, as befitted a carnivore kill.
But you can't deal with them yourselves, can you? Just 2,000 humans, and that's too many for you to take on? Which tells me how very few of you there really are.
Jannar slowed down and looked back over her shoulder. Two twin-pointed fangs extended almost to her chin. When she spoke, they gave her a strangely comic lisp that almost took the edge off her menace.
If we were many, there would be no farmers left for you to remove. What you need to remember, Jedi, is where we might be, and that your gallant little clone army and a very small force applied intelligently can cause very serious damage.
Levette interrupted at just the right moment. Like Commander Gett, he had a knack for diffusing situations.
Permission to put the men in position, General.
The farmers have already scattered. They won't all be in Imbrani.
I know, but we have to make a start somewhere. We'll move on and clear stragglers area by area.
Jannar looked ahead.
We'll locate them for you.
Kurlanans were predators. Atane had no doubt that tracking humans was easy for them. She watched Jannar disappear into the distance, and then she really disappeared, vanished, merged into the landscape, melted. It was disturbing to watch. Metamorphosis was a shocking enough spectacle, but the way the creatures could simply step out of existence troubled her more than anything. She had no idea if one was right behind her, or in her room in her most private moments.
I know all the places the colonists used to hide out during the Seb occupation.
She said to Levette.
Zay and I used them too. I still have the charts.
The commander dipped his head and put his hand to the side of his helmet for a moment as if he was listening to his internal comlink.
So, ma'am, how are you interpreting lethal force? Can we shoot as soon as they try to kill us? Or do we have to wait until they actually do?
Up to a year ago, Atane would have had a clear-cut answer based on a Jedi's view of the world, where dangers were sensed in advance, and intentions clearly felt. She knew who meant her harm and who didn't. Now she saw the war through the senses of ordinary human men, who were trained to react instantly, and whose long-drilled movement eventually bypassed conscious thought. If someone targeted them, their defensive reflex kicked in. Sometimes they got it wrong, by firing. Sometimes they got it wrong by hesitating. But she had no intention of handicapping them by expecting them to be able to make the judgment calls best she could. Zay could promulgate all the rules of engagement he wanted. He wasn't here, in the line of fire.
Once they open fire on you,
Atane said.
return it. They can't be civilians and engaged in armed conflict. Their choice.
She squared with Zay. If she couldn't, too bad. It was her command, and she'd take the consequences. Levitt summoned a speeder bike, and she climbed onto the pillion behind him. They set off for Embrani at the head of a column of armored speeder buses and speeder bikes, while an ATTE carrier passed overhead to deploy troops to the east of the town.
Are you wearing any armor, ma'am?
Levette asked. The chest plate didn't fit properly now, but she couldn't tell him that her bump got in the way. She leaned back a little so that he wouldn't feel it press into him. To her, it felt enormous, but nobody appeared to have noticed it yet.
Assorted plates, yes, and a comlink.
Good. Two things I don't like. A general who can't communicate with me, and a general who's dead.
Well, I'll be a live general who listens and takes notice of her commanders in the field.
We like that kind of general.
And Atane liked clones. The only thing they all had in common was their appearance. Although they all were starting to age differently, she could see that now. And what the Republic had done to them, apart from that, they were individuals with the full range of virtues and habits of random humankind. And she now felt completely at home with them. If she had a side in this war, this was the one she chose. The disenfranchised, unreasonably loyal, heartbreakingly stoic ranks of manufactured men who deserved better.
We're going to run out of Jedi if this war spreads to more planets, Levette.
She said, not sure if the lump rising in her throat was her hormonal upheaval, or pity for the clones getting the better of her.
Would you mind taking a detour down the course of the river?
Very good, ma'am.
Levitt signaled the lead speeders in the convoy to carry on and bank left. Soon, they were snaking through two lines of trees, between which the Brine River formed a frozen road. She'd first met Darman here. She'd since, a child in the dark, became face to face with what she thought was either a droid or the Sepp's Mandalorian enforcer, Gez Hoken. She didn't imagine she was meeting the future father of her son. I miss you, Dar. She found herself thinking about Hoken more often these days, and finding it ironic that her first kill was a Mandalorian, and that he'd been fighting against commandos who found solace in a tenuous Mandalorian heritage. She wondered why Mandalorians bothered to fight other worlds' wars when they could have banded together for their own sole advantage.
500 meters to the town, ma'am.
Levette skimmed above the frozen water. There were no G'dan eyes reflecting back at her from burrows and crannies. It was too cold for them to venture out.
Are you sensing anything?
Oops. Attain concentrated again.
Fear. Anger. But you don't need a Jedi to tell you that.
Ma'am, they don't call me Commander Tactful for nothing.
Okay.
Some of the farmers would be in the cantina, in the center of the town. It had cellars. It was fortified. The farmhouses in the area were wood in construction, and a single artillery laser round was enough to reduce one to charcoal. Those farmers who weren't in the cantina would have dispersed to the hills or headed for the next settlement, a village called Tilsad.
Let's get it over with.
And Brawny wasn't much of a town. The center was an open common where Merleys grazed, and local kids played chase. Although it was too cold today, the common was ringed by ramshackle buildings, a few farm supply stores, a cantina, 2 veterinarians, and a smithy. The speeders had already sit down, and a platoon of troopers had disembarked, some of them kneeling in a defensive line with dieses ready. Attain swung off the speeder, crunching through a thin layer of ice into packed snow, and for the first time she felt a hard kick from the baby. It was too early. She had another crazy random thought. Was her son already aging as fast as Darman? Had she made things worse by using her force powers to accelerate the pregnancy? Did all first-time mothers worry about every twinge and twitch? She almost fell back on the speeder and got a curious tilt of the head from Levette.
Steady, ma'am.
I've slipped on the ice.
She said. There was no sign of activity, but a thin thread of smoke rose from the cantina's chimney. This was a world of wood fires and low tech. The high tech the Corlorans did have was weaponry provided by the Republic.
Oh well. We know their tactics, and we know the capability of their kit, because we trained and supplied them.
Normal procedure was to carry out house clearance, property by property, but Attain needed to give the farmers one final chance for her own peace of mind, even though she now knew it was pointless. It was, she realized, her deal with her conscience so that she could open fire and not be racked by guilt later. She stood at the doors and took out her lightsaber. Master Fulier's weapon still hung from her belt.
This is it.
She called.
You come out. You get everyone together, and we load you on the transport.
She paused and listened.
You don't come out. We come in and drag you out, cuff you, and load you on the transports. You are called.
There was still silence, but she sensed danger, the preparation of dozens of weapons, and the breathless panic of people who thought this war was their last. This would be a battle.
I'm sorry.
She shouted, looking at the tiny windows just in case she caught a glimpse of a face.
I have to do this, and it has to be now.
Attain turned to Levette and gave the signal to bring up the rapid entry teams. The troopers stacked either side of the doors, some with dispersal gas pistols, and Attain slipped a respirator mask over her face. She could have left it all to her men. I'm crazy. I'm pregnant and I'm leading an assault. Do I trust the Force that much? Yes, I think I do. Attain thumbed the controls of her lightsaber, and the blue blaze sprang into life. Visualizing a ball of energy building in her chest, she exhaled and aimed a massive force push at the doors to rip them apart. 2 troopers fired gas canisters inside and stood back. The rest of the platoon stormed in. Snapping and whining of blaster fire shattered the still across the air, and gas billowed from the entrance. She ran in after Levette, thinking she should have gone in first, knowing that wasn't how it was done, and looking for the opportunities to use the Force to bring this to an end as fast as she could. White armor was everywhere, making that distinctive clack-clack sound as troopers dropped into firing position or smacked up against walls for cover. The cantina was a warren of rooms and passages. It was when she deflected blaster fire with her lightsaber and heard someone yell that she was a traitor, cripping murderer, that reality sank in. The noise was deafening. Screams, shouts, shots. The smell of blaster seared air, charred wood, and stale yeast ale, she thought, made her gag. Levitt stuck by her, holding her down at one point with a firm hand on her head.
You're all the same. You're all the same.
2 troopers hauled a middle-aged man past her. He was alive and cursing, gas-induced tears pouring down his face, trying to aim kicks.
The clear-cut days of friends and enemies were gone, if they had ever existed at all. Attain longed for a simple, moral struggle of good versus evil, but she could feel neither that the Republic was wholly good, nor that the Separatists didn't have a case. Now she was laying siege to former allies to placate spies who helped kill clones. It was too much to work out. All that mattered then was staying alive for her unborn child and looking out for the men around her. She took out Master Fuller's lightsaber and prepared to lunge forward, a blue blade of light in each hand. Offices of the Republic Treasury Audit Division. Investigation, Audit, and Enforcement Section. Coruscant, 473 days after Geonosis. The best thing was to keep busy. Bethany decided, and not to build her life around H&E news bulletins on the war. If Ordo had something to tell her, he'd tell her. If anything had happened to the unusual circle of military friends she'd acquired almost instantly, then Cal Skirata would tell her. He needed to keep her sweet to get his information. And she knew it. And she had plenty to occupy her. The gaps in the accounts and audit trails for the Grand Army staggered her forensically tidy mind. Her introduction to Army accounting had been a simple procurement fraud investigation a few months ago, when Ordo crashed into her life. She sat with her elbows propped on her desk, forehead resting on extended fingers, and found she was making involuntary huffing noises, of frustration at every screen that appeared on her monitor, had catapulted into existence 473 days ago, and the Republic budget cycle was 3 years. Estimates, allocation, and expenditure. But there wasn't any indication of an expenditure budget allocated to the creation of the Grand Army. So Ordo was born around 11 or 12 years ago. She found it hard to take that in even now, and simply skimmed over it again. That means funding would have had to be in place at least 3 years before then, unless there was an emergency budget. Bethany skipped back further and further in the archive, but there was no financial record at all of an army of millions being ordered from the Kaminoans. Prior to the Battle of Geonosis, the Republic's minimal armed forces were a very small line budget item in a balance sheet of quadrillions, some years, even quintillions of credits. What, the Kaminoans gave us an army for free? And what about the ships and other equipment? Who paid for that? Who paid Rothana and KDY for the initial fleets? It was a black hole in the books. Bethany wasn't a woman who felt comfortable around black holes and unexplained omissions. Okay, so they hid the funding. Let's not ask why at the moment. Let's ask how much, because that tells me the size of the carpet it needs to be swept under. She sat back in her seat and tried to estimate. She didn't know much about Tipoca City. She didn't know how much Tipoca City built for clones, but there were a few million of them. On top of that, warships alone cost billions. So it was at the very least $1 trillion credits, and probably many times that. In a single transaction, that could be found even in the Republic's annual budget. It was a big lump under the carpet. But she hadn't found it. Either it hadn't appeared, which was fraudulent accounting on an unthinkable scale, or it had been dispersed in line items around a dozen government departments, which was still counter to financial regulations. So what other services would a big standing army need? Well, no infrastructure for accompanying families, not for those poor clones. How about health? Spread over 10 or more years before Geonosis. The Grand Army had appeared literally overnight. Some details of secret defense projects had to be hidden from public eyes. She accepted that, but not the funding. Somewhere, someone had to get approval to buy a whole army off the shelf, and that took a lot longer than a year of wrangling about the Military Creation Act before Geonosis. There was nothing in committee records before that date even to hint at it. It was driving her crazy. Health, med centers, specialist med droids, training. The Republic had never had an instant army, nor one on quite this scale in living memory. It would have, should have, sought advice on forming a medical corps and dealing with the triage treatment and aftercare of large numbers of casualties. Someone might have left that detail in the system, and then she might have a name, a date, or some other hard data to track. Bethany checked through her index for the Coruscant Health Administration and identified the Policy Planning Office. She hadn't intended to talk to anyone else while she rifled through the records on an illicit investigation. Call it what it was. Spying. Why don't you? Because it added one more cross-reference for someone who might be checking up on her. But talking to public servants across departments every day was routine, and thousands of staff did it.
What do you mean? Did we make provision for medical support for the Grand Army?
Said the Nimbonal, in policy planning.
Had we been asked, we would have. I've worked here for 30 years. I recall nothing like that.
Bethany shouldn't have been surprised. If the procurement of an army had been hidden that well, so would its attendant services. She decided to start from the other end, the present day.
So, what does the CHA actually provide for the Army now?
Nothing.
So what happens if a soldier is shipped back to Coruscant for treatment?
CHA doesn't deal with them. Civilians only. If they're treated anymore, it'll be by guard medical units.
Bethany wound up the conversation and went back into the Treasury records she'd already combed on the last investigation. She could track all the routine supply and procurement transactions since Geonosis: armaments, victualling, leases on merchant vessels, maintenance contracts, refueling, but still there was nothing to point her at transactions with Camino. Her stomach rumbled and reminded her she'd been at this for hours. It was well past her usual lunch break. Just one more trawl, then I'll break. Come back with a fresh eye. Do a little real work to cover my lack of output today. She'd try another route. The Customs Bureau. There might have been duty payable on something. Export licenses, anything that would give her an audit trail between Tapoca City and Galactic City. But you got Marill's answer already. There's nothing in the budget estimates to pay for more clones for next year, or the year after. There's no indication if or how the Kaminoans are being paid at all. That was odd in itself. The only reason she could think of was that the costs were far more than anyone imagined. It was a very good reason indeed to make the budget disappear.
Lunch, Bez?
Bethany jumped. Jilka Zanzentis, corporate tax enforcement, no stranger to taxpayers who wanted to cut their liability via blaster, stuck her head around Bethany's doorway. Shutting the doors looked suspicious, but nobody seemed to want to know what you were working on if they could walk in and peer over your shoulder.
Busy. Monitoring reports to do.
Are you okay?
Bethany tried to memorize where she was on the balance sheet.
You keep asking me that lately.
You haven't been yourself for a while.
Just get lost. I need to drill down into this budget. It's the only thing I can do that's useful right now.
My boyfriend's serving in the Grand Army.
Bethany said. There. She said the B word to herself. And now to Jilka. If she had called Ordo anything else, she would have proved to herself that she was ashamed of what he was, making him less than human.
And I spend my days waiting to hear that he isn't dead, okay?
Jilka straightened up, as if Bethany had slapped her.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. We don't have that many citizens serving, do we?
Bethany's common sense grappled with her conscience. No, I won't deny him.
Clones don't get citizenship.
The two women stared at each other for a moment, and Jilka looked away first. It was a terrible moment, and maybe Bethany had said too much, revealing that she had far too much contact with the Grand Army.
Wow.
Said Jilka, ducking back out of the doorway.
You must have had more fun doing that investigation at the logistics center than I thought.
Bethany waited for the sound of Jilka's shoes clattering down the corridor to fade to silence, and rested her chin on her hands. That would get around the building like wildfire. So what? I'm not ashamed. She'd lost her appetite now. She went back to the public accounts menu on the Treasury system and started working through the customs section, keying in Camino, Tapoca, and cloning. and it threw up a lot more documents than she'd expected. Mostly the trade ban on a supply of cloning apparatus and services under Decree E49D 139.41. Camino didn't feature a great deal, but Arcania did. Arcanian Micro must be working all kinds of dodges to get around this. Big chunk of their exports gone in a single amendment. There was a big, dull section marked Medical Exemption Licenses. Her natural tie to curiosity told her she should see what items did manage to bypass the cloning ban, and when she did, she couldn't help but notice the sheer volume of the transactions. Trillions of credits. That was a lot of organs and skin grafts, or Bethany checked the codes. It was always possible that the codes were wrong, or falsified, but they appeared to be licenses for imports to Coruscant itself with a destination code for Syntax 2, especially Syntax 2. It was just one of the Coruscant's moons, a sterile sphere used for military staging and fleet maintenance. For a moment, Bethany made a mental connection and wondered if there was an Army medical center there. And that was why the Coruscant Health Authority took no military patients. Maybe the GAR had its own acute care facility on Syntax 2, and the clone tissues were destined for that. Okay, the government doesn't want the public to see how many troops are brought back too seriously hurt, even for mobile surgical units and med-center ships to treat. Bad for citizens' morale. Keep it all off-world. But Camino didn't need licenses, did it? And if anyone wanted cloned organs to restore troopers to fighting health, Camino was the obvious source. It was what the Caminoans did. The Republic was now their only customer thanks to the decree. A little bell started ringing at the back of Bethany's mind. She knew the sound of it. It was the finely tuned instinct familiar to anyone who spent time uncovering that which others wanted to keep covered. She had no doubt that Captain O'Brim and his CSF colleagues knew that bell only too well. What was going on here? Bethany transferred the data to her own device. Far more sections than she actually needed to disguise which information she was interested in, just in case. Data movement was being monitored. She needed to talk to Muriel, but this wasn't the place. She pocketed her datapad and took a late lunch far from the Treasury building. Landing area 76B, Bog 5, Bogdan System, 473 days after Geonosis. Ahan sat on her dampers, looking scruffy. She'd been left in the water too long at one stage in her life. There was still a definite tide mark of encrusted growth, even after a few searing atmospheric re-entries. Muriel laughed and slapped his gauntlet against his thigh plate. Jessic just stood and stared. It's a hybrid submarine, General. Scarada took a piece of ruic root from his belt patch and chewed it thoughtfully. He didn't enjoy the perfumed taste, but the texture was soothing. I didn't charge her to the brigade budget, if that's what's worrying Zay. It's when you call me General that I worry, Sergeant. Jessic really didn't look like a Jedi right then. Whatever it was about the Force that gave him an air of illuminated serenity had taken a walk. He looked grimly mundane. Bardica. Scarad offered the kid a piece of root, but he waved it aside. You come an awful long way, just for a chat, son. Jessic took a deep breath and trudged forward, as if he knew how to get into a deep water. Things are getting out of hand. I had to do something that's been a difficult decision. Scarada was a magnet for waifs and strays. If someone was looking for a sense of belonging, Scarada could make them feel they belonged, like nobody else. It was the necessary skill of a sergeant, someone who could bond troops with the intensity of a family. But it was also the authority of a father, and he often couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. He wasn't sure that it mattered. Jessic, clever, lonely, and increasingly at odds with Jedi policy, radiated a need for acceptance. The result was inevitable. Scarada struggled to find the line between taking advantage of the Jedi's vulnerability and getting the best deal for his clones. Cal followed Jessic You can only do what you think is right, Attica.
Then I need you to level with me.
Be sure you want to be burdened with the answer then.
The port side cargo hatch edged open, and Scarada ushered Jessic inside. Muriel tutted at an interruption from his comlink and paused to answer it. In the crew lounge, Val sat rubbing Murd's head as it lay across his lap, and looked a much healthier color than he had been hours earlier. He nodded gravely. The proceeds of the robbery were nowhere to be seen. Scarada sat down on one of the low tables, and Ordo and Muriel planted themselves to either side of Jessic on one of the couches. Jessic, Scarada's height, a head shorter than any clone, was swamped by Munin Scarada's green armor. Green for duty, black for justice, gold for vengeance. Muriel had opted for dark blue, and Ordo for dark red, simply a matter of taste. But when they decided they had a specific cause, then they might change the livery and add sigils. The word uniform didn't have much meaning to Mandalorians. Muriel was deep in conversation with his comlink pressed to his ear, and all Scarada heard was,
"That's useful anyway. Don't worry. Yes. Whatever you get."
Then he handed the comlink to Ordo. From the way the lad's face lit up, it was clear that Muriel had been talking to Bethany Winnan. Scarada caught his eye and gestured to him that he was excused, and he could take the call elsewhere. Ordo got up to stand by the aft engine hatch. By the aft engineering hatch, looking uncharacteristically embarrassed. Scarada dragged the attention back to the conversation.
"Ask away, Boudica."
Jessic's face was all reluctance. I can't keep covering for you unless I know what you're up to, Cal. I know you're not telling me things.
You mean like you didn't tell Zay about the little mishap on Megito?
There's not telling people because you don't want to compromise them, and not telling them because you don't trust them.
I trust you to be a good, decent man,
Scarada said softly.
But I don't trust events. And once you know something, it shapes everything you do. Even if you never breathe a word. That's hard on you at best, dangerous at worst. Firefek. Wallen doesn't know half the OSIC I get up to, and vice versa. Eh, Wallen?
Val nodded. Bird yawned massively, looking like a miniature Sarlacc pit.
And I prefer it that way.
I told Zay I was doing a morale visit to some of Brayler's squads in the field, Jessic said, which is partly true.
So what bit isn't?
Jessic was a general, and he had his own issues back at HQ. Scarada had to remind himself of that occasionally. He wasn't always off the chart, and doing as he pleased. He commanded 5 companies, a whole commando group, 500 men who operated in the field without him, but who still had to be given objectives, briefings, and support. There was plenty Jessic knew that he didn't share. There was just too much of it. That I'm going to disobey an order and give you information you shouldn't have.
Are you certain you want to tell me, son?
Yes. Even so, Jessic dithered for a moment, staring down at his hands. The Chancellor's orders Zay to find Kosei. Top priority. Scarada's stomach nodded. There was always the outside chance that someone might get to her first, and he could never let that happen.
Everyone's been looking for Kosei since she went missing, at the Battle of Camino, so?
He's sending Delta to do it. They picked up a sighting at Benai. Jessic held out his datapad. Read for yourself. That's all the voice traffic and messages between Zay and Palpatine, and Delta's briefing. Zay specifically didn't want you to know. Scarada's stomach sank. Zay wasn't a fool, and he had a good idea what a Mandalorian with a personal grudge might do to his quarry.
You're taking a risk. Showing me that, Boudica.
Sometimes Jessic had the look of an old wary man. He was in his early 20s, all of them except his eyes. I know. You'd never forgive me if I didn't, and I wouldn't have forgiven myself either. Jessic had shown his true colors. Jessic has shown his true colors. Jessic had shown his true colors then. Scarada marveled again. That most of the Republic citizens saw clones as high-spec droids, conveniently on hand to save their chefs, and yet others would put everything on the line to help them.
Scarata got up to take the datapad, read it without comment, and passed it to Maril.
Thanks, Bardika.
Scarata ruffled Jessek's hair. He wasn't sure how he would have felt if the kid had divulged his critical information to Zay, though.
So you and the boss think I'm going after Kosei, too?
I know you are. You said more than once that if you could, you'd grab a Camino and force them to engineer a normal lifespan for the clones.
You left out by a skinny green neck, I think.
Well?
Yes, I intend to find her.
Is that what you're doing now? With the submersible? And why the urgency? Scarata didn't blink. How could he expect Jessek not to work it out? They'd all fought together. They could think like each other. With surprising ease. In Fire Effect, Jessek was a Jedi. He could sense things. Scarata decided to concede. Jessek would know he was holding back, and the mutual trust would corrode.
Okay, Bardika. I bought a hybrid because I intend to find Kosei and beat the Osik out of her until she hands over the biotech that'll stop my boys from aging fast. Being a useless, arrogant piece of Awa bait, Kosei may well bolt to a maritime environment like Home Sweet Home, hence the Shosen, which I will be refitting shortly with military-grade sensors and weapon systems, at my own expense. Although, I might well make it available for Republic business as a gesture of goodwill. Does that answer your question?
Jessek looked slightly pained. I just didn't know how imminent this hunt was. Scarata had told nobody about the message from Lama Su to Palpatine that Maril had sliced on Camino. It was strictly between him and the Knolls, and inevitably Bethany Winnan, who was smart enough to work things out if she stumbled across any cutoff point for clone funding.
I'm cracking on with it,
Scarata said at last,
because my boys run out of time twice as fast as you or me.
I don't want you running into Delta and having problems, that's all. Val looked up.
I'd rather like to avoid that too.
Ordo seemed to have finished his conversation. He handed back Maril's comlink and sat down again with a glazed expression, this time on a separate seat. His thoughts were elsewhere. Scarata wondered whether to bring Jessek up to date with the hunt for Kosei, but decided to hang on. It really would place a burden on him, and he'd radiate guilt whenever Zay came near him. Better that he didn't know yet. So tell me what the robbery was all about. Jessek seemed to want to change the subject. It's not like either of you to put your men at risk for personal gain.
Well, that's a question for me,
Val said.
I reclaimed something that was due to me, but the bulk of the haul is for our men when they leave the army. You might have noticed the Republic hasn't made pension provisions for them.
It hasn't made provision for them to retire either, Jessek said. I think I understand.
Val's handed the stash over to me, Bardika.
Scarata was going to have to tell Val about the apparent end of the Camino contract too. He had commandos in the field who were due their chance at life as much as anyone. The more Scarata's plan took detailed shape, the more people there'd be who needed to know things. And that always sat uncomfortably with him.
What you don't know can't burden you, son. If it all goes shoo-shuck, you can at least look Zay in the eye and say you had no idea what I was up to.
Jessek leaned back in his seat. Tell me where you're going to be, and I'll try to stop Delta from falling over you.
I can monitor Delta, Bardika, Scarata said. If I see them on a collision bearing, I'll ping you, okay?
Jessek looked wounded. The idea that Scarata didn't trust him after all they'd been through on Coruscant must have hurt. I was useful once. Scarata ruffled his hair again.
You're one of my boys, Bardika. I said you had a father in me, if you ever wanted one, and I mean it.
Jessek stared at him for a while, and Scarata couldn't work out if he was hurt or just worried. I think I can guess anyway, he said. Etain, you know. If there's anything you need me to do. Ordo stared straight ahead, but Maril's stare was searing a hole in the side of his face. Val looked up too, and Murd lifted its head in response to its master's interest.
What about Etain?
Val asked.
I know, Cal, Jessic said. He looked embarrassed. I can sense these things. Don't worry about the Jedi Council. They don't know. It's not them I'm worried about, Scarada said. Shab. Maybe he should have told all the Knolls that Atena was carrying Darmin's baby, not just Ordo. It's the Kaminoans.
Fascinating,
Val sighed.
Who doesn't know what you know? Or what Cal knows? And that I don't know, but the Kaminoans don't know either. But if they did know, then Cal knows they'd be a problem.
It's not funny, Wallen, Scarada said. Maril was going to get huffy when he realized Ordo had kept something of so much importance from him. We have a personal issue we have to factor into all this.
I wish I never taught you all those big words.
Okay, Atena's pregnant. Short enough for you? Val made a noise in his throat that sounded remarkably like Murt's gargling objection to being moved from the sofa.
I'll start knitting, he said. Obviously the Force wasn't with her.
Nobody asked who the father was. The romance was hardly a secret, even Delta knew. She's on Quilura until she gives birth, Scarada said, and nobody says a word to the boys. Not even us? Maril muttered. No, Marika. Not even you. Because then you can accidentally put your great big boot in it, like the General just did. Sorry. Jessica hung his head. I thought, at least the Knolls would know. Okay, I'll brief the rest of them, said Scarada, but Darmin doesn't know, and it stays that way until he's in position to be able to, well, process the news. At the moment, all he'd do is worry, instead of keeping his mind on the job.
That's not fair on the man,
Val said.
Not if you think he is a man, and not some helpless kid, or simpleton.
Okay, Mersheb, you got a better idea? Val blinked a few times.
No, I don't think any answer is the right one here, other than hindsight.
She wanted to give him a son, some kind of future. And smart move or not, I'm doing the same, so maybe it's my fault for putting ideals in her head. Jessica got up. I'd better go. Got to look legit by catching up with the Vavoot squad. He gave Scarada a pat on the back. Zay's talking about bringing Rav Brailer back to train more troopers in commando skills, if he can find her. You stayed in touch with your Suval Dar colleagues, didn't you? Some. Scarada followed Jessica to the hatch, not wanting to be seen to rush him. But they had a lot to do now. If Zay thinks I'm trouble, he'll have a nasty shock if he gets Rav back. You know what Mando females are like. I don't, actually, but I can guess. What training does he want? Covert ops. Try Wadi, Tahai, or Mitch Gillimar, then. They'd be a bit more tolerant of the Osik from the top. Not much, but at least Zay won't get a vibroblade in a sensitive spot if he uses the wrong fork at dinner. Can you contact them? Scarada had already sought some assistance from Mandalore, including for some of those who'd vanished from the face of the galaxy at Jango Fett's behest to train the clone army in secret. Suval Dar, those who no longer exist. It was ironic that those who no longer existed were now helping those who didn't exist for the Republic. Not as men, at least. Leave it with me, said Scarada. Jessica closed the hatch behind him. Maril gave Ordo a wary look. So maybe I shouldn't tell you what Agent Winnan dug up, seeing as I can't be trusted to know we have a done impregnated Jedi. Knock it off, Marika, Scarada said. It's my fault, not Ordo's. So what did Bethany turn up? Something confirming that Palpatine is building alternative cloning facilities. Lama Sue's message mentioned Coruscant, but she's found evidence that there's something happening on Syntax too, as well. Lots of equipment, she thinks, and Arcanium Micro have had a lot of exemption licenses for medical cloning. Palpatine wants direct control of clone production, and so he wants his own scientists like Kosei. He's edging the Caminos out of the picture. And if he doesn't pay for the next Apoca contract, clone production will have to switch to a new source at that time. Ordo had been very quiet up to then. Scarrata chalked it up to some emotional issue in the conversation with Bethany that he wasn't prepared for. So, what happens to the clones on Camino at the moment? The ones who aren't yet mature? And where's the Coruscant facility? No, Ordo had been wargaming in his head. Bethany seemed to have been forgotten as soon as he handed back the comlink. Is he getting the equipment from Camino? No, because the Gihal would know he was getting ready to leave them high and dry. Is he having incompletely matured clones moved to Coruscant? Or is he starting from scratch again? If so, he has a 10-year lead time to worry about. At the current rate of loss, he won't have an army left in 5 years, let alone 10. Unless he's not going to use Camino technology, said Muriel. Murd made an exceptionally loud noise of escaping wind, and he stared at the creature. Val didn't seem bothered. You have no class, Murd. You know that? Val looked at Scarrata and muttered, Microtech. It was the one obvious alternative. Arcanian Microtech. Kaminoans did it best, but they did it slow. Arcanian cloning technology was very much faster. A year or two maybe, though the results were nowhere near as good. So, there should be clones reaching deployment maturity each year, but we're not seeing those numbers going into the ranks, Scarrata said. So what's the Republic planning to do with them? Val shrugged. Maybe there's a problem with the quality. They ran out of fresh Django. Camino certainly doesn't like the results of second-generation cloning, Muriel said. I found that when I sliced their research the first time. Well, maybe the Republic is in financial trouble, and it's happy with second-rate troopers, said Scarrata. He knew this was critical information, and that the men produced would be exploited slaves, as deserving of help as his own boys. But he was impatient, imagining Delta already on Kosei's trail. First things first, maybe Palps will have a new military strategy then. Numbers over quality. Either way, we don't want to be around when it happens. Agent Winnan still hasn't found anything at all on how the Caminos were paid, or whether there's anything in the budget in the next 2 years for another contract, Muriel said, standing up. But she's going to carry on, as am I, because we now have upgrades to fit to this fine vessel inside 48 hours. He fixed Murd with an unsympathetic eye, including a heavy-duty air freshener. I told her not to take any risk. Ordo sounded wistful. What did she say to that? Scarrata asked. She told me she'd stop taking risks when I did. She's a good son. Mendo Carla. Yes, Bethany Winnan definitely had the right stuff. Amando Hart. She'll earn those sapphires. And who told her I liked robot sausage? Muriel paused in the hatchway. That'd be me, Ordica. Val nudged Murd onto the deck and followed Muriel to start fitting the new weapons to the ship. Scarrata was left with Ordo in the crew lounge, suddenly unsure what to say to him. They stood there so long in contemplation that the sound of banging and scraping began echoing through the hull as Muriel brought the hardware on board. She'll be fine. She'll be fine, Ordica. It was obvious he was worried about Bethany getting caught. She's used to investigating fraud without anyone noticing. She's close to investigating the Chancellor, Galber. That's as dangerous as it gets in her line of work. We'll pull her out at the first sign of trouble, I promise. And do what? Events were overtaking Scarrata at breakneck speed. Part of his mind was on whether Delta had what it took to beat them to Kosei. Possibly, because Val trained them. In part was worrying about Etain, whom he hadn't checked on for a day. He felt guilty for the way he bullied her. And part of his intention was now on the fact that 3 people had put themselves at risk for his scheme, and might need to be moved to safety or given refuge very fast indeed. His plans for safe haven, an escape route, had to be firmed up right away. He would have to get hold of the Suvaldar comrades he could most rely on. Do we exploit people like Jessica Etain and Bethany, or do we give them something they need? Ordo asked. These people who gravitate to us, they so want a community, a family, and that's the one thing we have in abundance. But I don't know where to draw the line. I just feel bad for them. Family's about being willing to do that, Ordica, Scarrata said, and steered him toward the gunwale axis. No holding back. We give all we've got, too. What if she doesn't want to come with us? Bethany? Yes. We're planning to desert, aren't we? It's going to be a life on the run. What if she says, sorry, Ordo, I like my life on Coruscant too much? What if she tells me to get lost? The two of them seemed a long way from that kind of commitment, but the Nulls had come out of the Kaminoans' genetic tinkering with the capacity for instant, unshakable devotion. If they took to you, they'd die for you. If they didn't, you were dead meat. That was what happened when the genes that influenced loyalty and bonding were overcooked. But it was an existing Mandalorian tendency that the Kaminoans had exploited. And Ordo was only making the same snap decision on which partner he wanted that Scarada and most other Mando males made. Bethany had to stand by Ordo. Cal couldn't bear to see the lad's heart broken. He wanted so much for the boy. For all of them. She won't let you down, son, Scarada said. She couldn't even if she wanted to. She was now in this up to her neck. Coruscant would never be the same safe home again for Bethany Winnan. Chapter 6. We have laws on how to treat sentient species. We have laws on how to treat animals and semi-sentients. We even have laws protecting plants. But we have absolutely no laws whatsoever governing the welfare of clone troops. Human beings. They have no legal status, no rights, no freedoms, and no representation. Every one of you here who accepted this army without murmur should hang your head in shame. If that's the depths we as a republic can sink to in the name of democracy, it hardly surprises me that the CIS wants to break away. The end can never justify means like this. Senator Din Skina of Chandrila, addressing the Senate 18 months after the Battle of Geonosis, after setting up a charitable appeal to fund the only veterans welfare facility in the Republic. Rebel Camp, Gaptakar, 473 days after Geonosis. Fi stared at Darman and Atton as they hauled Sol out of the speeder and half carried him to the center of the camp. The ARC trooper was hobbled, but it hadn't stopped him from taking a good kick at Atton when they had bundled him into the vehicle. He looked ready to kill now. Darman felt guilty. I'd be doing the same. I wouldn't let anyone take me alive. Fi stood with hands on his hips. So, he followed you home, and now you want to keep him? He looked Sol up and down, and tutted loudly. I suppose you couldn't resist his big appealing eyes. Atton peeled off Sol's gag. Shove it, snarled the ARC. Darman held up his bandaged hand. It was swollen and throbbing despite Bacta and a one shot of antibiotic. He bites too. Just keep him off the furniture. Fi turned toward the camp buildings, 2 fingers in his mouth, and delivered a piercing whistle. Now watch Atton lose his temper. It's very entertaining. Atton came at a run from one of the buildings, now wearing his ARC armor with his dark green sergeant's trim, helmet clipped at the small of his back, and rattling against the belt of his comba. Sol stared. A small circle of curious merits started to form. The Null skidded to a halt and wheeled around on them, face like thunder. And you lot can clear off. This is trooper business. Get lost. Usinye. Even the dominant lizards, with their red frills, scattered, as if he lobbed a grenade among them. Atton had that edge, just like Ordo and the others. The look and tone that said he was a man who would erupt into unpredictable violence. Even non-humans picked it up and heeded the warning. So, you took a prisoner, Atton said, all the scarier for suddenly being softly spoken. Did you think it through at all? You make a habit of this. I heard it was Fi who brought home strays last time. Dynamic risk assessment, Fi said, making it up as you go along. Same thing. Die cut. But Darman had done what he had to. He hadn't planned on apologizing for that. He was supposed to be MIA, not AWOL. Well, he was missing. And he is in action, just not for the Republic. Atton looked Sol over, and Darman wondered if he was looking for injuries or just finding a fresh spot to make a bruise. And you can't be absent without leave if you don't get leave.
So nobody lied to you, did they? Atten seemed to get it a few moments later than Darman. You knew he'd gone over to the Seps? Some things are best left alone, said Atten. I worked it out. Sure you did. Sol seemed to latch on to Atten as a brother art and decided he ran the show. He turned his back on Darman. I haven't gone over, as you put it. I'm just not fighting for the Republic anymore. Subtle legal point. You'll have to explain it. So now that you've got me, what are you going to do? You don't have a long list of options for a deserter. Deserter? Darman wished Atten had shot him. Somehow, Sol would have seemed more honorable if he had taken up arms for the Seps rather than sitting out the war, while brother clones like Sicko, he never forgot Sicko, none of them did, died at the front. But Sol didn't strike him, as a coward. Niner jogged across the clearing in his black undersuit, towel draped around his neck, and Darman braced for a lecture on doing things by the book. 5 moved in to intercept him. What I do next depends on how much grief you'll create for me and my brothers, Atten said. He took a look at the Arx-bound wrist, as if he was thinking of untying them, and then seemed to change his mind. So we can stand here, like a cabaret, at the Outlander, amusing the Maris, or discuss us in private. Sol was unbowed. Why not just shoot me now, while I'm still trussed, Spook? Because I'm not going back to the Gar. If you want to make me, one of us is going to have to kill the other. Firefeck, what are you two? Niner said. Hibble spiders? Cut the Osig. Regulations are clear. He's a traitor. We take him in. Niner, shut it. Atten took out a vibroblade, ducked down, and sliced through the plastoid tape around Sol's ankles. And any kicking or biting nearby, and I'll remove something you're very attached to. Civilized chat, like comrades, got it? Sol paused, seemed to consider dismemberment, and then nodded. They had an audience again. The Merit rebels had edged nearer one lizard at a time, and were now standing in earshot with their heads cocking back and forth in curiosity. Atten turned with slow menace, and they scattered again. He hadn't said Omega couldn't follow, though. So the 4 of them trooped after him and sat down on the long bench in a sparsely furnished ops room to watch the conversation. It was a grand name for the place. The Merits had built their camp like they built the homes for the humans in the yacht. The HQ building was a comfortable little house with sliding interior walls and shutters made from translucent loot bark, utterly unmilitary in every respect. It would vanish in a ball of flame if anything bigger than a stun round hit it. Rebel camp? It was a village. The weapons and artillery pieces were real, though, and the citizens of a yacht didn't appear to venture out of their city strongholds. Atten dragged a chair across the plank floor and sat Sol down, hands still tied behind his back. While he stalked around the room, he gave Omega a glance that told him they would be watching in silence and taking notes. So, he said, tell me when you first lost your enthusiasm for a long-term military career in the glorious Grand Army of the Republic. Let me see. Sol looked up theatrically, at a point above and to the right. I think it was when they blew my buddy's brains out. Yes, I do believe it was. Who's they? Darman asked. You keep saying they. Atten raised an eyebrow. I'm doing the interrogation. He's asked if they had sent me, Sergeant. Okay. Atten patted Sol's head, more like a couple of slow slaps by the way of warning. Answer the man. You're one of Scarata's undisciplined rabble, aren't you? Proud to say so, yes. You've got no love for the Republic, then. Ever wondered what happens to us when we're no more use? Yes, but I didn't know you had. Darman was sure every clone did. He thought about it almost as much as he thought about Etain, which was a lot. He held his breath, waiting for some insight. Somehow, he knew it wasn't going to be good news. So did Alpha Zero too, said Sol. Remember him? Spar, first off the line. I've got perfect recall, Atten said. Of course I remember. He went missing more than a year ago, before we shipped out for Geonosis. And you lot were the second batch after us. Darman marveled at the ability of any trooper to make it off Camino. He must have been given help, and Darman could think of at least 2 people who would have done just that.
Sol leaned forward slightly, unable to sit back because of his handcuffs. Spar saw what was coming and thought he would be better off taking his chances outside. And once we knew he was gone, well, quite a few of us started thinking. Heard from him since? No. He's doing a little bounty hunting and mere work now. Knowles seemed to hear about everything, one way or another. Darwin never asked how or why, but the comment looked designed to show Sol that Aden had better intel than he did. The family business. He's not exactly trained to do anything else, is he? The Republic sent someone after him to kill him. Sure. Sure, they didn't get him, but my buddy Tavo decided to make a run for it a few months ago, and they caught him. Then they blew his brains out. They? Republic intelligence agents. The Chancellor's hitmen. Sol didn't seem preoccupied with the escape now. His mind was on events, and he looked past Aden, as if there was someone standing to one side of him. He saw ghosts. Darwin and every commando who'd lost close brothers saw them too. We're not the only hired help in town. He's just like us. Darwin realized he didn't know the Alpha Arcs at all. Commandos and ARC troopers led totally separate lives on Camino during training, bar necessary contact on exercises. Despite being a part of Scarada's company, Omega never spent much time with the Knolls during those years, and they seemed every bit as scary and alien as the Alpha Arcs. So Alpha Arcs had buddies. Somehow he'd seen them as solitary killing machines, incapable of forming bonds, like the tight-knit commando squads, and then, that's how everyone sees us. Darman realized he'd done what most civvies seem to do. He'd drawn a line beyond which someone else was less than him, just as citizens thought all clones were flesh machines. Wet droids, as Scarada used to call them. Things sent to die because they weren't like real people, and so it was okay. If that's how easy it was to think that way. Niner risked a comment. So that's the punishment for going over the wall. I'm not sure we should be surprised. No, chum. You've got it wrong, said Aden. This isn't punishment. Is it, Sol? All the fights seemed to have drained out of the Ark. Maybe he was just waiting to die. No, because punishment is a deterrent. And to deter anyone, they have to know what'll happen to them. But nobody gets told about Arcs who are executed. Killed because they know too much? Aden asked. Killed because they're necked battle dogs. Aden ran the tip of his vibroblade under his nails and inspected the manicure. Once they're too old to fight, they can't be tamed as house pets. Dangerous, savage things. They had to be put down, don't they, Solika? You can shove your Mando camaraderie, Sol said, but you've got it about right, and they'll come for you too. When you can't or won't fight any longer, no boy. Nobody leaves the Grand Army. What do you think they had in mind for us when we weren't any more use? Putting us out to stud? Well, I was sort of hoping, Vi said wistfully. We're not even any special use as a DNA bank. We're second generation Jango. They might as well get fresh material from troopers. They're less trouble. Darman didn't want to look at his squad comrades. He knew what was going through their minds. It had to be the same dread, that this limited life was all there would ever be for them. It hadn't seemed to matter back in Tipoca City. None of them had seen the world outside. Now, they'd lived in cities and met nice girls, and seen how other beings lived their lives, and they knew what they were missing. Not me. I'm not going to end up like that. Niner clicked his teeth in annoyance. He ran. Most of the ARC troopers are still doing their duty. You'll forgive me if I don't get sentimental about this inner turmoil. Yeah, whatever, Niner. Aden spun the blade and gazed at the tip. Welcome to the complex world of morality. He paused, then bent over to face Sol, almost nose to nose. Darman expected to hear a crack of bone as the Ark headbutted him, but the two men just stared. So, what were you doing in a yacht? I got a job. An apartment. Military sort of job, advising the enemy. Driving repulsor cabs.
And EOS's not the enemy. They're just more ordinary folks who are going to get creamed in another war. But if you wanted to stay there, you'd have made sure they didn't lose, wouldn't you? I've been there a few months. I'm not going to walk straight in, tell them I'm defecting, and show them the plans, am I? Sooner or later, Sol, you'll have to take sides before the Merrick coup happens. The attack you were training the lizards to carry out. So, you want out? I'll draw you a picture, shall I? You can't stay here. I can't risk you on the outside, giving the Yachty the codes and overrides, and getting more clones killed, and you aren't coming back inside. So...
Adden straightened up with the vibroblade, and for a moment, Darman thought he was going to kill Sol on the spot. But he cut the plastoid cuffs and then held the point of the blade just under Sol's chin, pressing into the flesh. The Ark rubbed his wrist.
You waiting for something? Get off planet.
Adden said. He took some cash credits out of his belt pouch.
This is plenty to set you up again. I'll fix your transport to get a long way from Gavdakar, on condition that you don't compromise another clone's safety.
Sol shrugged. Adden's offer seemed to have caught him off guard.
This brotherly solidarity is touching, but we each have to look out for ourselves.
Adden glanced at his chrono.
Put it another way, he said. Get off this rock and stay out of the war, or I put you out of circulation the permanent way. I like it here.
Adden looked up and jerked his thumb in the direction of the doors.
Omega, then out. We're gonna have a little art-to-art chat about comma fashions, or some such OSIC.
Ninar got up without protest and made a follow-me gesture. The squad trooped out behind him and sat down, backs propped against the wall of the HQ building.
He's still a traitor,
Niner said at last. Darman stared ahead into focus. The Merritts had built a mock-up of a house and seemed to be rehearsing rapid entry, minus ordnance. They paused to stare back, then returned to their drill. But Sol's arrival had grabbed their attention. Did they know who he was? Darman wondered if they could tell one clone from another, except by uniform.
He just doesn't trust the Republic,
Darman said.
I don't trust the Republic either.
Adden picked up a blade of grass and studied it intently.
That doesn't mean I joined the Seps. So, what's not to trust?
Asked Phi.
Apart from the fact they bred us to die and treat us like dirt. Anyone can make a mistake. All that OSIC about the droid threat, for a start. I went on the sabotage mission with Prudy. I saw the factory. I saw the production count. They're missing quite a few decimal places. It's bogus, but I still don't know where the intelligence got it. Attica. Everyone lies a hairy egg about troop strings and kit stuff,
Darman said. He knew Scarada never told them the whole story. He said so, but the more the war ground on, the more Darman realized that it was all a lie upon lie. On both sides. Nothing ever added up. There were too few droids around to support that kind of numbers coming out of the Republic intel. The CIS claims were unsubstantiated.
Propaganda. All part of the armory.
And handy for getting the Senate to blindly approve spending. Yes, Darman can understand the politics now. The day you know what's actually going on in a war, son, you'll know you're watching all of it. That's what Scarada said. Wars ran as much on lies and propaganda as they did on munitions. All you could ever really know was what was right in front of your own eyes, and even then, it was open to interpretation. Even so, the Nulls seemed different in the last week or so. It was right after Adden came back, grumbling that Cal and Ordo had sent him home after the sabotage mission. Adden didn't need to know what they were doing, they said. They denied it was connected to the hunt for General Grievous. Darman thought Scarada sailed too close to the wind these days. It was part of what made him beloved Burr, but it also kept Darman awake some nights. I don't mind being shot at. It's having a government that lies to me that I hate. The clump 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 of boots vibrated through the frame of the building, and Darman felt it in his back. Adden and Sol were coming out. He checked that his sidearm was fully charged.
Master Soul will be leaving Gaptakar in a few days, Adden announced, not looking at any of the squad. Soul trailed after him, looking grim. Keep him fully entertained until his transport arrives. Niner just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Standing up for what you believed was terrific, but sometimes it was just missing the point. But ARC Trooper Lieutenant Alpha 30 died of his injuries following an unknown incident, okay? Adden announced pointedly. He was too decomposed to ascertain a cause of death, but I recovered his armor, and I'm returning his tally to SO Brigade for records purposes. Got it? Because if you didn't, I can repeat it even more slowly. Fire raised an eyebrow. He looks pretty decomposed to me. We'll give him a decent burial. Can I have his boots and comma? But Niner wasn't giving in to Adden without a speech. That was Niner all over. Darman suspected he would have given Ordo an equally hard time. His ultra-straight decency anchored the squad. Sometimes, though, he just needed to look the other way and shut up. At what point does improvisation turn into complete collapse of discipline, Nerdbot? Adden stared down at him, as if he'd just noticed him. You think I should stick him on a desertion charge and return him to Zay for due process? That's what the regs say. Adden looked away for a moment, as if he'd taken sudden interest in the Merits, who now managed to demolish the training house, even without ordnance. They emitted excited, triumphant little squeaks, totally at odds with their ferocity. Then the Knoll took his comlink from his belt and held it out to Niner. Okay, Mersheb, why don't you flash Zay and tell him we have a renegade ARC on our hands? He got fed up waiting for Niner to take the link. He reached down to grab his hand and slapped the thing into his palm. Go on! Niner inhaled deeply, knuckles white as he gripped the device. Darman caught Fi's eye and wondered if either of them would stop their sergeant. Adden looked studiously blank. Go on, Mouth Almighty, said Adden. Turn him in, if you got the guts to do it. You didn't answer me. Niner stood his ground. Where's the line between bending the rules out of common sense and failing in our duty? Duty, my chefs. I don't mean duty to the Republic. I mean to our own. So some ARC can choose to do a runner because he's so cripping independent. But the poor grunts in the Galactic Marines have to stay and suck it up? When do they get to choose? Adden squatted down level with Niner. He grabbed his wrist and forced Niner's hand and comlink up to the commando's mouth. So tell Zay then. You want to know what happens next? This isn't like a proper army. Soul won't get a court-martial. He won't get jailed or busted down a rank. They'll put a blaster round through his head because they can't trust him again, and they can't have an ARC on the loose. Niner and Adden were frozen, eyes locked on each other. Maybe. That's what someone who leads his buddies to do the fighting deserves, said Niner. Go ahead then. Finish it. Adden let go of Niner's wrist, as if he were throwing it away, and stood up. Soul ambled around at a short distance, head down, arms folded, looking for all the world as if he were listening to a comlink chatter. The comlink chatter in a non-existent helmet. Darman suddenly found himself preoccupied with unknowns that Skarada had never covered in training. Who would fire the shot? Who executed renegades? He couldn't imagine a brother clone, or a Jedi officer pulling the trigger. Maybe they called in Republic Intel. They certainly couldn't call on CSF to do it. CSF was now very friendly with clones in general, thanks to Skarada. Shabby, Gar! Niner snapped, and tossed the comlink back at Adden. Then he got up and stalked off. Niner wasn't sulking. Darman knew he was walking away from the temptation to hit the Knoll, because he never heard him use language like that before. Just remember that if you ever expect us to haul your chevs out of the fire. Adden watched him go and shook his head. He had weather-beaten skin that made him look older than Ordo and Maril, and a distinctly patterned air. Don't you get it? He turned to the three remaining commandos. What'll happen to any clone who can't be patched up and deployed again? Or when we get too old to fight? Darman found himself pinned down by Adden's intense stare. He had to answer. Yeah, I think about it a lot. And? You notice any pension plans or retirement facilities? Adden rolled his eyes.
Attended any career resettlement courses, did you?
In quiet moments with the Tane, the moments when he began to get a glimpse of what was tearing Phi apart, Darman tried not to dwell on it, because there was nothing he could think of doing. That didn't mean leaving his buddies in the lurch, and statistically, he wasn't likely to be around to worry about premature old age anyway. But the idea of being too badly hurt to be worth saving did trouble him. He liked life all right. He loved it. Anyone who thought clones didn't have a sense of fear or mortality was a fool, or maybe a civilian justifying that it was okay to use them, because they weren't like real humans. The whole squad was silent. Adden seemed to be getting exasperated.
You're expendable,
He said, all slow deliberation, emphasizing each syllable.
all soldiers are, always have been, but you are extra expendable. No rights, no vote, no families to kick up a stink about your treatment, and no connection to any community that'll fight for you. Bred, used, and disposed of when you're beyond economic repair, or show too much dissent. Fine, be noble martyrs, but do it because you choose it, not because you're a caged farm Nuna and you don't know how to think otherwise.
Phi was usually the one with all the chat and knack for diffusing situations, but he was disturbingly silent now. He seemed to have an increasingly uneasy relationship with the outside world. He craved it. Darman could almost taste the envy when Phi caught glimpses of other beings' lives, but he looked like he tried to put it out of his mind too, maybe because he was sure he'd never have a life beyond the Gar. Niner had proved to be far better at shutting things out than Phi. It must have been easier for the rank-and-file troopers. They saw almost nothing of the world beyond the battlefield. They hadn't been raised by father figures, like Skarada or Val, so they clung to one another. It was all they had. Yeah. Cage farmed Nuna. And the cage could look like a safe haven when you left it. It was a good comparison. The outside world was unknown and scary. Institutional neurosis, Skarada called it.
Problem with wars,
Phi said at last, voiced suddenly as strangers.
is that they show people what they can really do when they put their minds to it. And that makes peace pretty uncomfortable for governments when it finally comes. You can't put them back in their box. You don't know anything about peace,
Said Adden.
none of us does.
Darman tried to lighten the mood.
Ordo's been telling him stories again.
Sol was still waiting there. Darman wondered if he would have pulled the trigger on the art, if he'd been ordered to.
Never teach clones to read. Ordo doesn't know anything about peace either.
Adden said. Darman felt he was equally ignorant, but he reserved the right to keep thinking about it. If the point was winning the war, then someone had to have thought what would happen to the army afterward.
Do you think Sev's got a girlfriend?
Phi asked.
If he has, she probably escaped from the Galactic City Violent Offenders Unit.
Darman nudged his brother. Come on, Phi. Don't obsess.
Not your type. I'd never hold it against a girl for being a psychopath.
Phi made a visible effort to be his other self.
Can't be too picky. Well, much as I love soaking up the wisdom of you great philosophers, I've got things to do.
Adden gestured to Darman to get up.
Go retrieve Sol's kit. He'll tell you where he buried it. Meanwhile, he's going to tell me all he knows about Iyat. Deal, Sol?
The Ark shrugged.
So you can wipe him out better? If you've got a little friend in Iyat that you want to rescue, now's the time to mention it.
Sol shook his head.
No, buddy. Funny, even the lizards don't recognize me now. I must make a big impression. You going to debrief on Iyat or not?
Sol seemed to consider it.
Okay, but there's nothing you don't already have from the guys who built the place.
Darman diverted to find Niner on his way to dig up Sol's armor. He was standing by a tree looking out over the escarpment, fingers hooked in the rear waistband of his undersuit, and he didn't turn around as Darman walked up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder.
Armor up, Sarge. Let's find Sol's kit.
Niner turned, and Darman had expected to see some remnant of anger, but he looked more upset than bottling up fury. It was as if he had bad news.
Okay, he said, still distracted. Are you alright, Vodika? Can I ask you a question?
That wasn't Niner at all. He didn't edge around issues. Darman felt uneasy.
Well, yeah, go ahead. If you could go now, if you could get on that transport and go wherever you want, no consequences, even take a Tane with you, would you go? Leave the army? Leave the squad? Leave us behind?
Darman chewed the idea over, and it made his gut churn. These weren't the men he'd been raised with in his first pod of 4 clones. Every member of Omega was the sole survivor of his last squad, but these were still his brothers in arms. Men who knew exactly what he was thinking, how he felt about everything, what would make him annoyed, what he liked to eat, every last tiny detail of every breath taken each day. He would never have that degree of intimacy with anyone else, maybe not even a Tane. He could hardly imagine a day without them. He wasn't sure how that would fit into the vague ideal of being with a Tane in some state of domestic bliss that he didn't understand and had only glimpsed around him. But he knew that being separated from his brothers would rip a hole in him that would never heal. He'd never come to terms with losing Vin, Jay, and Tyler, when they were all part of Theta's squad. And just like Delta, even now, though death happened to other squads, never theirs. That was before they faced the real war. That was when an accidental death and training shocked them into silence for days. Niner was still waiting for his answer.
It's not about serving the Republic, Dar. I don't even know what the Republic is now, or why it's better than the Seps. All I know is that I go out each day, trying not to get killed, and making sure you guys don't die either. Nothing more than that. So, what fills that space when you leave your brothers behind?
Niner was still thinking about Sol, and why he could walk away while his comrades stayed. It was more than loyalty to the Republic, and all that guff that Django had hammered into them.
Wouldn't you rather be somewhere nice? Doing something other than fighting?
Darman asked.
Dar, would you leave? It's not gonna happen,
Darman said at last. Is that a yes or a no? He wasn't sure. He wasn't even certain what a Darman outside the army would be, let alone separated from his brothers.
So, don't even think about it.
But Darman went on thinking about it as they checked their position and hunted for Sol's armor. He was sure that Niner was thinking about it too. Tilsat, Quilura, Day 3 of the evacuation. 476 days after Geonosis.
This
Said Levette.
is what happens when you give a lot of overpowered, easily portable hardware to locals who know the terrain better than we do.
Etain knew the farmers would use every trick General Zay had taught them during the resistance, but that didn't make capturing them much easier. So far, the troopers had seized 500 or so alive, and bundled them into transports. The rest had scattered into small groups, taking the abundance of Republic-supplied weapons with them. If the farmers had been separatists, the planet would have been cleared by now. But hands were tied. These were Republic citizens, and this was the Kurlanans' planet, which meant it couldn't be reduced to a wasteland. It wasn't the way any of them wanted to fight, except maybe her. But so far, the fighting had followed a pattern. After the farmers had taken a few fatalities, they surrendered. They seemed to feel they'd made their point, and now that they were scared and exhausted, they wanted an end to it. With that in mind, Etain pursued the strategy of picking off a few in each group and inviting a surrender. It didn't seem to be working this time. The platoon was pinned down in the river valley north of Tilsat. The 7 other platoons were scattered, chasing the largest rebel groups that had broken away. 5-1 had looked easy odds for clone troops, but the complication of trying to remove the colonists in one piece had handicapped them badly, and the time was fast approaching when Etain was going to give that up as a bad job.
Incoming!
An artillery round smashed through the trees behind. Etain's position, showering the line of troops with shards of ice and branches. She ducked instinctively, force or no force. Levette,
usually glued to her side, sprinted away behind the defensive wall that had been a Murley shed, and dropped to his knees to operate an E-Web repeating blaster that was now standing idle on its tripod. The gunner laid sprawled with his legs at an awkward angle. Another trooper was trying frantically to remove his helmet. Levette laid down, fire as two clones worked on their fallen brother's injuries, and Etain realized that she could no longer prioritize as a commander had. All she could see was the wounded trooper. Who is he? She always tried hard to learn their names. They always had names among themselves, not just the numbers their Camino and Masters gave them. And this one escaped her. She felt she was denying him. She couldn't let him be a stranger, but now she had to. You have to fight. You can't fall back and play medic. The farmers were spread across the hillside above the platoon, hiding in ice-glazed crags and hollows. And somewhere up there, they had a small but devastating artillery piece, supplied by the Republic to help them drive out the Separatists. They also had a lot of blaster rifles, and what was effective against droids could also be lethally applied to regular trooper armor. The lightsaber and force powers were of limited use for attacking dispersed fire. All she could do was fend off rounds and debris, because her concentration had vanished. Once, she could have centered herself and visualized the threat, taking in the very fabric of the air and land and water, and deflected plasma bolts or sent snipers crashing against the rocks. Now she tried to locate each firing position and focus on that alone. Pregnancies changed me. Not that I was that strong in the force to start with. To her left, Levette directed fire into the hillside, placing E-Web rounds in a neat sequence that sent small avalanches down the hill, exposing grass and rock. Troopers were ranged around her, targeting sniper positions at either end of the valley. She waited for him to pause firing and adjust her headset comlink.
Casualties, Commander.
She should have had a lieutenant in command, or a captain at most. Not the services of a full commander, but every Jedi general got one, even insignificant Jedi Knights like her.
When this starts to cost too much, I think arrest isn't an option.
10 men injured. Too serious.
Get them Cassavac.
We'd have to recall the AT. To do that at the moment, ma'am. And there's a small matter of where we evacuate them to anyway. If the Bogdan med droids can't fix them, nobody can.
Some generals might have thought that 10 men down out of a platoon of 36 was acceptable, but Etain did it.
Let's take the hillside out then.
Let me confirm that. You no longer want to take prisoners?
Etain could hardly believe what she was saying.
They're farmers. You're elite troops. With the gloves off, this would have taken you no time at all.
You want one last try at talking them down, ma'am?
Levette knew her better than she thought. He seemed to understand that she'd blame herself later if she didn't offer them one last chance to surrender. How many more times she had to offer, she had no idea. They'd made their intentions clear.
Okay, bring up the AT.
Blaster exchanges continued, but the troopers seemed to be fighting in complete silence. They could hear their comlink circuit in their helmets. She couldn't. There was just the crack of blaster rounds and the rain of frozen soil as cannon rounds ripped into the farmland around them. When she remembered to click her teeth to activate the platoon comlink circuit, the voices switched on in her earpiece, and she was plunged into the chaotic noise of battle, of men calling positions and range and elevation, and one voice repeating,
Is he okay? Is Vin okay? Is Vin okay?
Vin. He did have a name. She knew it now. Etain switched back to her closed circuit with Levette.
How long before the AT's in range, Commander?
12 standard minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
She concentrated on the hillside opposite, thinking into the minds of the men and women she'd known, trained, and tried to persuade them by thought influence that they were hesitant, uncertain if they wanted to continue this, anxious to leave for a better life.
Cease fire. Stand by.
The troopers lowered their blasters immediately and edged back from the wall, some dragging wounded comrades. One of them wasn't showing any signs of movement at all. Vin lay a little way from the E-Web, helmet beside him, bright scarlet blood leaking into the snow and melting it. His comrade was still pumping his chest two-handed. The firing from the hillside tailed off into silence. Etain could sense the emotions around her like patches of colored light, sharp yellows of fear, the blue-white pulsing intensity of ebbing life, and something she could only identify as childlike,
faint and gray. It was an echo of what she'd first sensed of Darman. It wasn't innocence, though it felt lost and in need. The baby kicked again. For a moment, she thought it was him. One day, he would need to know that his mother had done everything she could to give the farmers a way out.
Burhan!
She yelled.
Burhan, are you out there?
The valley echoed. On rural Quilura, sounds carried a long way. She thought she could hear the distant eunk, eunk of the assault walker picking its way through the fields toward the road.
It's not Burhan.
The voice that called back to her was a woman's.
You can stop this now. You can all walk out of here.
There was a long pause.
You're the ones who are cut off. On both sides.
And we're the ones who've been trying to take you alive. Up till now.
The yelling was making Atane's throat sore. She checked her chrono.
I'll give you 5 standard minutes to lay down your weapons and surrender.
Silence. Absolute silence. Other than the backdrop of wild sounds that Darman had labeled NFQ, normal for Quilura.
I suspect that's going to be a no.
She waited, glancing at a chrono from time to time. It was so quiet that she could hear the snow flurries hitting the trooper's armor, rattling like beans. Levette worked his way back toward her and signaled to check ahead. Narrowing her eyes against the snow, she could see movement from the lower slopes of the hill. Figures in drab working clothes, faces swathed in scarves, rose slowly and held their hands up in surrender. Thank the Force. Some sense at last, she watched carefully for weapons, but they really did seem to have thrown down their rifles. She risked standing up, lightsaber in hand.
Man, when will you learn to keep your head down?
Levette said sharply.
Jedi doesn't mean invulnerable.
I've got armor,
She said.
and I can deflect blaster bolts as they take a pot shot at me.
It seemed unnecessarily aggressive to activate her lightsaber, but she did it anyway. She wasn't taking any chances. As she edged forward, with the weapon held away from her body, more figures popped up from snow-covered crags, some with hands on heads, some simply holding blasters and rifles aloft. The farmers on the slower slopes had started to pick their way down toward the road. Their resistance seemed to be a gesture now. They just wanted to show some fight, save face, and be able to tell their children that they hadn't gone quietly. Pride mattered to them. She understood that.
Okay,
She walked forward a few more meters and called out to them.
you've got nothing to fear. No reprisals, I swear. We're just going to take your weapons.
There was no response. They seemed to be taking a long time to get down the slope, but the snow was more like packed ice, and treacherously slippery. She turned to Levette, nodded, and then waved some of the platoon forward to relieve the farmers of their weapons. 15 troopers advanced through what had been a field of bark grain in the summer. Ghosts, against the white landscape, picked out by the black of their bodysuits, visible between the plates of plastoid alloy, and the single green rank flash of a sergeant. Atane checked one more thing off her mental list. It was slow going, but they were getting there.
Levette, evacuate the...
That was as far as she got. An explosion peppered her face with dirt and lifted 2 troopers meters into the air. One fell screaming, and the other couldn't because it was blown apart. Mines. The platoon froze, trapped in an uncharted minefield. Trap. You don't do that. You just don't surrender and lure my men to their deaths. Atane's sense of time evaporated. She saw some of the farmers grab their weapons again, and an instinct overtook her that wasn't Jedi at all. An instinct to kill, for this act of betrayal. Levette was yelling over the comlink as the remaining men still behind cover opened up with rifles and E-webbed fire. Atane raised her lightsaber before she even realized she'd seen the muzzle flash of the blaster bolt, batting it away. Her comlink was filled with a cacophony of orders and responses, some from the assault walkers. Another mine detonated. Another man screamed. Blaster fire and artillery rounds rained down from the hillside. Atane took a moment to realize it was her own voice calling in fire from the assault walker.
AT, bearing 5560. Take it out. I repeat, take it out.
Shouldn't get in Levette's way. He's the commander. He knows what he's doing. They're killing my men. They'll pay for that. There was no moral argument left in her about who had first betrayed whose trust here. All that was left was her will to survive and to save her comrade. It was that visceral, that stark, that Jedi. She had no sense of anyone else around her except the dead and wounded troopers. She had no sense of anything beyond stopping the incoming fire, and venting this red-hot rage that was choking her and tightening a band around her forehead. She hadn't even realized she had gone into the minefield. She felt she could see through the snow and soil, through the devices beneath, devices they should have detected. No, they were custom anti-droid trip mines, plastoid and remotely armed. Somehow, she was avoiding them all, but the troopers had no such force senses and simply know where they'd been forced to stop and return fire. Out of all the things she saw that day, that was the most extraordinary. Men pinned down on an exposed field, still fighting, when the slightest movement might set off an unseen mine next to them. None of them was paralyzed by panic. No wonder fools thought that clones felt no fear.
Ma'am, stop! Hold it, for fire effect's sake.
Levette's voice rang in calmly. No, she wasn't going to stop. She couldn't. The hillside ahead of her erupted in a massive plume of snow and dirt that rose into the air delicate like hail. Then, there was a rumbling sound. A section of the hillside gave way, taking rocks and soil with it. A sheet of compacted snow split off like frosting separating from the cave and came to rest like an avalanche. The walker fired again, shuddering with recoil, and the stony ridge near the crest shattered, as if a fist had punched through a sheet of transparent steel. The explosion deafened her for a few moments, and then she felt grit and ice pepper her face, and died. There was a second explosion, and a third. And when she raised her head again, she couldn't see the hill through the storm of debris that was rolling toward her like a giant foaming wave. The soil beneath her shook as intensely as a groundquake, and then the airborne debris began to hit the ground. The huge billowing wave collapsing, leaving behind it a reshaped hill and a road blocked by rock, soil, and ice. The rebel fire was now coming only from the position to the south of them, not the hill, and men were still stranded in the minefield.
Ma'am, I should stay where you are.
Levette shouted.
No, you stay where you are, Commander.
Atane's anger always got the better of her. She never learned to control it. If the dark side wanted her now, then it couldn't take her as long as she got her people clear.
Take out the other artillery position. Just suppress it, okay?
And I'm pregnant. Am I crazy? I'm risking my child's life. It's not mine to risk. But the ATTE was already in action, pounding the southern position at the other end of the small valley with its cannon. It felt like a holodeck was playing in the background, something utterly divorced from what was happening on the minefield. And it was. There was nothing it could do for them other than suppress fire. She was in a minefield, surrounded by stranded men, some of them bleeding to death. It was a sound that tipped her over the edge. They said wounded men cried for their mothers, but troopers had no mothers. They didn't even have a father figure like Scarada. They called for their brothers. She knew now, because one of them was doing just that. He was calling for Beck, or at least it sounded like that. Beck wasn't responding. Maybe Beck was one of the dead. It broke her heart, and her last fragile ties to the Jedi. She looked over her shoulder. Levette was edging his way through the minefield. She didn't just try to influence his mind. She put all her effort into making him stop dead. He hesitated for a moment, but kept coming.
You can't detect these mines with your sensors, Levette. Don't try.
She waved him back.
I can sense what you can't. I'm okay. Don't do this.
Something caught her peripheral vision. A flicker of movement, nothing more. She stared, and then the snow seemed to ripple like an oil-covered sea. Shapes emerged from it, white Kurlanan shapes, and a dozen or more crept into the minefield. Kurlanans could sense variations in soil density. Of course, Jannara had located Gadan tunnels for her during Omega's first mission, so they could detect buried trip mines. One of the Kurlanas tiptoed over to her.
Jannart?
Atane whispered.
Go careful.
Valaquil,
Said the Kurlanan. It was Jannart's consort, once Zay's personal spy.
can't you even tell us apart?
I can't even see you half the time.
We'll mark a clear path so you can rescue your wounded. I'll lead your other men out of here.
I owe you.
Yes, you do, Jedi. And if anything happens to you, then we may pay the price. So shut up and follow me.
I can sense where the mines are. I'm okay.
Pity you didn't sense they were there before you sent your men in.
It was brutally true. Atane's moment of qualified relief was destroyed by shame and guilt. This was her fault. She'd caused these troopers' deaths through her own incompetence, and not military incompetence at that. She hadn't used her own force senses well enough. But she didn't have the luxury of self-pity now. She called to the stranded troops, who could still walk, unsure if the anti-droid mines had emitted impulses too.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Follow the Kirlanans. Walk in their footprints. They can lead you out.
It was going to be harder moving the wounded men, but she'd do it. She wasn't going to leave a single man behind, dead or alive. Levette clicked back into her comlink circuit.
Ma'am, a Lardy will be here in a few minutes. We'll winch them clear. Back out of there, please.
What about the downdraft? Might detonate some more devices.
I have orders, ma'am. My general safety comes first.
No, it doesn't.
Atane thought again about her child, but his father was one of these men. None of their lives would count for less than hers, or there was no meaning to having this baby.
I'm a Jedi. I can do this.
There was one man she could reach easily. He was 10 meters away, not moving, but she sensed he was alive. His right leg was shredded below the knee. Her fourth sense of danger was fully alert now, and when she looked at the snow, churned up with debris and blood, she could sense where the mines were, like heat haze in her field of vision. She placed her boots carefully. If she could get a hold of him, lifting him with force assistance would be relatively easy. There was a meter-wide safe area she could see. Keeping her balance would be a problem, but if she could get him across her shoulders, she could lift him. She'd watched Darman lift Atten by rolling on him first, but she didn't have enough safe space to do that. All she could do was kneel carefully, 1 foot a handspan from a haze that indicated a mine, and ease her head and shoulders under his body. He made a sound as the air was pushed from his lungs, but he wasn't conscious. He'd lost too much blood. She was stuck now, the full weight of him across her back, and as she shuffled her legs into a kneeling position, she nearly rolled him out of the safe zone. It took a little more maneuvering to get where she could straighten up, and try the movement that needed a lot of help. From the force, stand with an 80-kilo man across her back. After that, it was easy. Relatively. Atane took a deep breath, and was vaguely aware of the sound of the LAATI in the distance as she counted to 3. Tightened her grip on the margins of his armor plates, and then pushed upward, blocking out her knees. For a moment, the tendons felt as if they were never stretched out. She tottered a little. Then she found her balance and turned very carefully to walk, bent over at 45 degrees, between the shimmering patches in the snow that only she could see. The weight lifted off her shoulders, and she gripped more tightly, thinking she was dropping him. But she found she was clear of the minefield, and a couple of his comrades simply hauled him off her back. The vet caught her by the shoulder.
Enough, ma'am. Even if I have to slug you, you're not doing that again, understand? Leave it to the winchmen.
She didn't feel so clever now. She weighed 45 kilos, and she'd admit, even to herself, that she was skinny.
Okay.
She looked around at separate little scenes of despair. Trooper receiving first aid from comrades, while the med droid from the ATTE hovered among them. She hadn't even noticed the huge 6-legged walker move in. Now she could see the trooper hit earlier, Vin, and his buddy kneeling over him, face pinched and yellow with cold. Once troopers took their helmets off to attempt mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, they were as vulnerable to the freezing conditions as anyone. She walked across to him, feeling unsteady, and squatted down. "Can't get a pulse, ma'am," he said quietly.
He's not dead.
She put her hand on Vin's forehead and felt the life in him. Weak, but holding on. She couldn't see where he'd been hit. The vulnerable points were the gaps between armor sections.
Extreme cold improves survival chances with some injuries. The Medroid will be with him in a few minutes.
Vin's skin felt like a corpse's. She knew exactly what a cadaver felt like.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks.
She'd been at this stage before, numb, not fully aware of her surroundings, and unsure how much time had elapsed. The firing had stopped, so the surviving farmers, if there were any after the ATTE's cannon bombardment, must have moved on. Most of the Gurlanans had vanished except for the few helping the gunship's winchmen get a harness on the remaining dead and wounded. It was odd to watch them. They could take any form they pleased, anything at all. Yet instead of shape-shifting into something with hands, they remained in what she thought of as their animal form. It was as if they felt they didn't have to change any longer. They had their planet back, very nearly. It seemed like a kind of physical nationalism where they could be themselves again.
You okay now, ma'am?
Said Levette. Attain watched the walker squat in a low position to open his hatches and take in the wounded on repulsor gurneys. Ben's skin was like pale wax. Other men were suffering from blast trauma, shaken around inside their armor by mines or artillery rounds. Even a helmet didn't prevent brain injury, and their armor wasn't the expensive ultra-toughened Katarn type that enabled Phi to throw himself on a grenade and come out of the encounter just badly shaken. The Medroid was injecting medication to stop intracranial swelling. One man was having a temporary shunt inserted through his skull to drain off fluid.
I'm not injured, if that's what you mean.
She turned to look at Levette, unable to judge his degree of annoyance in the force. He was a calm sea of self-control, with undercurrents hidden so deep that she couldn't tell if they were violence, sorrow, or passion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cause your anxiety.
See all these horrible medical details I know about now? I didn't want to learn this the hard way. Maybe when I get out, I can use this to be a medic, not a Jedi. Not after this war. Not if, but when. It was more than worrying about Darman. It was all of them, the clone soldiers she loved, the ones she knew as friends, the ones she didn't know and never would. It overtook her now. She worried that her anxiety would damage the baby, and slid her arms inside her cloak, put a surreptitious hand on her belly, and sent a sense of comfort to him. He was agitated. Her state of mind was affecting him. He seemed almost angry. It'll be all right. But she had no name for him. She didn't dare. And if he was angry, it was something he'd inherited from her.
We're done,
Levette said. He stood listening. One figure held up for silence, and Attain heard a single shriek. A man, a woman, she couldn't tell, in the distance. The Gurlanans were picking off the rebel farmers, who'd escaped the bombardment. I ordered this. I started it. I did it. I made the mistake about the minefield. Attain was simply dismayed to take stock of the person she'd become, and how far her Jedi training, contemplation, reason, non-violence had receded into the distance.
Ma'am, time to move on and track down the others. This is going to be a long, fiddly job.
Okay.
Attain needed a moment. She stared down at the compressed pink snow, where Ven had lain while his buddies worked on keeping him alive. There was more blood than she'd expected, but it was hard to tell when it had stained the snow and spread. Blood and water or slush always looked worse than it was.
I'll be with you shortly.
She stood thinking of Darman, picturing him so that the baby might possibly see what she saw in the Force, and then made her way to the LAATI gunship. The speeder buses had already left, empty, with no farmers to evacuate. Levette walked behind.
Ma'am,
He said,
hang on.
What?
You've been hit, ma'am. Look.
Attain turned around to face the commander and saw what he'd spotted. She'd left a trail of blood droplets in her wake. Instinctively, she looked for injuries, knowing how easy it was to be numb to them until the adrenaline wore off. Then it dawned on her. The blood wasn't coming from an injury, but running down her leg. She could feel its brief warmth now as it cooled on her skin and froze where it soaked into her clothes. A searing cramp seized her and doubled her up. She was hemorrhaging. She was losing the baby. Narhez Shipping Company, Naptu, 4th moon of Dasucha, Hut space, 476 days after Geonosis. Seth stood at one side of the entrance, staring at Fixer on the other side, as he had so many times before.
He couldn't remember the last time he'd walked through an unknown door without blowing it up, kicking it open, or melting its locks with a blaster bolt. One day, he'd use the controls like everyone else. Scorch knelt between the two of them, edging the thin blades of the hydraulic spreader into the crack between the two halves of the door.
I need an explosion fix,
Scorch said.
I'm fed up with opening things quietly. We don't want an audience arriving to admire your work. Sev, I'm a surgeon among rapid entry artists.
Scorch grunted with the effort as he braced the spreader against his chest and leaned on it. The blades finally slipped into the gap.
You're a nerf butcher. Want to be on the menu too? Patience, or we'll lock you up in a room of 5 and let them talk you to death.
Fixer let out a long sigh, one of his eloquently wide repertoire of nonverbal responses. He held up his hand to do a mute countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Scorch pumped the hydraulics, and the blades separated, sliding apart along the length of the bar. The doors were now open far enough for him to wedge the hydraulic ramp between them and part them wide. Sev stepped over him, focused on not letting Kosei's trail go cold. So, they couldn't let Scarada know about this, or Omega come to that. It bothered Sev a lot. He understood the need to know and not know, but something that had to be kept from specific people he knew and trusted, and who wouldn't trust Brother Commando, troubled him. We're not like ordinary men. We're professionals. We don't play games. But what puzzled him most was the order not to tell Val, either. Maybe Zay thought Scarada would wheedle it out of him. The Jedi certainly didn't trust Mandalorians, but maybe that was inevitable given the free-range nature of Val's and Scarada's Black Ops activities. They might have been old, but they were still thoroughly bad boys. The office was in darkness. Sev's helmet spotlamp picked out desks, grubby mats on the floor, and doors that led to what his sensors told him was a long hollow space, a corridor. It probably led to living quarters. It wasn't unusual for traders to live in the same building as their offices on Nabtu, because it was just a staging post for the sector's freight, no nice residential neighborhoods. Sev knew that because his HUD-link database said so, under a red glowing header that read local conditions. He saw too little of the galaxy's day-to-day life to judge for himself, so he still relied on intel. He could see Scorch and Fixer's view of the dark office and their point-of-view HUD icons, and Fixer was already slicing into the computer records. And Kosei's trail led here, after it was shaken and beaten out of reluctant informants. Lanai, Waterworld and Smuggler's Haven, stopping off at Aquaris, another Waterworld rife with piracy and other scum too, Nabtu. Fixer took a probe from his belt and slid it into the computer's port, then stood in a pose of frozen concentration as he watched the screen.
Business is booming,
He said.
They really ought to shut down the system at night and password protect the startup.
Scorch prowled, taking Flimsy out of files. Anyone who still used Flimsy either had data they didn't want to commit to a sliceable medium, or was neurotic about keeping backups for the tax office.
And that would slow you down how long exactly? 30 seconds?
Fixer grunted meaningfully. Sev, half his attention on points of entry and exit, and the other half on Fixer's HUD view of the scrolling spreadsheets, could hear Boss clearing his throat. Their sergeant was 100 meters away, waiting in a TIV-A, Special Ops Traffic Interdiction vessel, that masqueraded as a packet courier, and the disembodied sound of someone coughing and swallowing irritated Sev a great deal.
Boss. Problem, Sev? You, boss. When I can take my bucket off, I'll gargle with Bacta. Got a cold, okay?
Fixer came to life again.
That's the contents of his data storage copied across Scorch.
Scorch was still sifting through a pile of flimsy, moving it from one stack to another and pausing to stare at each sheet. He was scanning the contents on his HUD, holo recorder.
This is just old stuff. Might as well grab what I can, though.
Boss's voice rasped on the coming.
This cesspit is orbiting another waterworld, Delta. Jasucha. See a trend?
Sev heard a faint creak and padded up to the interior doors. He listened carefully, then pressed a sound sensor to the panels.
Prepare to ping out. I detect signs of an unintelligent life, and it's not Scorch.
Fixer shut down the computer, grabbed a trashy ornament, a souvenir Fox crystal vase from the Galactic City, with long dead insects piled up in the bottom and broke open a cash credit box to pocket the contents. Bao had taught them to make infiltrations look like robberies, if they could, and Sev remained impressed by his old training sergeant's unerring eye for the choicest deposit boxes on Megito. Whatever Bao did, he did it exceptionally well. He's the best. Why should he expect any less from us? He made me what I am. He cares whatever Scarada thinks.
Okay, we're gone,
said Fixer, and vanished through the doors with Scorch. Sev backed out of them, DC-17 aimed in case the owner walked in, and became another unfortunate statistic in a lawless sector. Burglars didn't usually wear Katarn armor. It would have been hard to leave a live witness. The three commandos sprinted down the road. No street lighting, all properties shuttered. No prying eyes, and down a dark alley to catch up with Boss. The Tiv sat like a crouching animal in a gap between two repulsor trucks. The hatch opened, and they piled inside.
Okay, let's thin out and run through the data.
Boss punched in the coordinates to take the Tiv into a freight lane out to Nar Shaddaa, and held his hand out for the data chip.
Come on, Fixer. Gotta transmit it back to base for General Justice to sift through.
Fixer dropped it to Boss's palm.
Bet I find it before he does. You can have a techie race between you,
Squirt said, taking off his helmet and rolling his head to ease his neck muscles. He's okay, old Jessic. Fixer pounced on the chip as soon as Boss had transmitted the contents and slotted it into his datapad. Sev, sliding across the bench seat in the crew bay to lean on his shoulder, noted that there were an awful lot of freight and passenger transactions. Fixer shrugged him away.
You're off. Go pester Scorch.
Sev heard his comlink click off, and Fixer was in a world of his own, searching for all traffic that came or connected with Vinay in the last 6 months. Sev eased off his helmet and gazed at the starscape. It was pretty. There were things out there he wanted to see and do, and probably never would. But he was determined not to think about it, or else he'd end up a whiner like Vi, always regretting what he couldn't have. His life was too short to waste it like that. It took an effort to steer away from speculation and longing, but Sev prided himself on his single-mindedness, even when it hurt. Especially when it hurt. So what's today's problem with Scarada? Scorch asked, kicking the back of Sev's seat. The benches were arranged, one behind the other. Doesn't he trust him?
Doesn't trust him not to make Tatsushi out of Kosei.
Boss murmured.
Papa Cal got off to a bad start with the Kaminoans.
Scorch carried on, swinging his boot against the metal frame. Is it true he killed one?
Who knows? He's crazy enough.
So what's Val going to do with his stash? Sev turned around, grabbed Scorch's ankle and twisted it to make a point. Maybe he'll pay for a nice Beskar saber for me, so I can remove the source of this irritation. Come on, you'd miss me if I got killed. Nobody's gonna get killed, except by me.
Shut up, you two.
Boss took a sudden intense interest in the Tiv's Rectinic display.
Busy lane. Don't distract the pilot.
Fixer, gaze glued to his datapad, suddenly stirred and pulled off his helmet. Pay dirt. What? Sev asked. 15 flights book, and that originated on Aquarius, or Vinay. 5 of those passed through both. 2 of that 5 went on to Dasucha. 1 paid for in cash credits. Boss muttered to himself.
Very busy lane.
Vessels? Scorch asked. 1 hydrographic survey vessel, 1 private charter. The Draji ship was a cash credit transaction. So she's doing the Waterworld Grand Tour. Sev pictured the rough layout of the galaxy, mentally plotting a course from Camino, then to Vinay, then Aquarius, then Dasucha. It looked as if Kosei had headed out along the margin of the outer rim, toward the Tengil Arm, and then looped back maybe to cover her tracks. Maybe to avoid something. Whatever she was doing, she was hopping from one ocean world to another, looking for a new house with a pool. Better find the pilot, and shake him down about the trip. What if it's not Kosei? Sev was distracted by the fact that Boss wasn't joining in. I suppose we start over from Aquarius, if the informant was telling us the truth. We'll pay him a visit, if his memory needs help. Scorch rolled his eyes. How many Kaminoans do you think go wandering around the outer rim, Sev? Boss interrupted.
I hate to ruin your travel plans, gentlemen, but this is a busier freight lane than anyone has reason to expect. Check out the jokers tailgating us.
All 4 commandos squeezed forward to stare at the retina screen. There was a small, fast vessel right up their tail, so close that if they vented their waste tank, it would have spattered the view screen. It wasn't the kind of thing bad pilots did. It was what someone in pursuit did. "It's a big galaxy," said Sev, pulling on his helmet and sealing the collar for vacuum. He felt his stomach tighten and his pulse pounding in his throat.
He could overtake.
Scorch helmeted up too.
Maybe he wants your autograph.
Boss conned back to base. The sensors showed that the vessel's weapons were charging, and the transponder trace read unknown. The cannon round that shaved past their port side was definitely known, though. It had trouble written all over it. Chapter 7. Master Windu, I respect clone troopers as much as any Jedi, and perhaps even more in some cases. But a certain distance is required from our troops, clone or not. General Sakura is becoming a little too close to Commander Bly, and while I applaud her dedication to the men under her command, this can only end in tears. Jedi General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, stepping outside his area of responsibility in conversation with Master Mace Windu.
Ahan, laid up on Bog 5, 476 days after Geonosis.
Ordo watched a strange tableau unfolding in the crew lounge of Ahan as he worked on fitting the enhanced weapons in the ship. While he passed hydrospanners and connectors to Maril, in the engineering section, he kept an eye on Scarada and Val through the open hatch. He was ready to step in and break up an argument, because Cal Burr's embarrassed and partial thaw toward his old comrade couldn't last. The Knolls had grown up with the Scarada and Val act, arguing, bickering, and even fighting. The only thing the two had in common most of the time was their armor and their military skill. Scarada thought Val was a sadistic snob, and Val saw Scarada as an over-emotional, uncultured thug. But for now at least, there was a truce. It felt uncomfortable, like borrowing someone else's clothing. Scarada was trying to be polite and grateful, and neither man seemed to know how to handle that. Their stilted conversation had suddenly given way to very focused and intense discussion in voices that Ordo couldn't quite hear. He tapped Maril on the knee. His brother's leg protruded from the open access duct as he tested power couplings. Ahan was going to pack a lot more punch when Maril was finished. "Mind the actuator housing, Vadika." Ordo laid the metal plate on the deck. "I need to check on Kalbur. Something's going on. Call me if you need to break them up." Val and Scarada were sitting facing each other on the square of sofas, and they were both talking on their comlinks. They also appeared to be listening to each other in a bizarre jigsaw of a four-way conversation. "You're a good lad, Bardika, and I appreciate the risk you're taking." "What do you mean, no Medroid?" "So, where are they now?" "Levette should have cleared them out by now. They're only farmers." "Shot at. Who knew they were even there?" "Cal's going to have another meltdown." Scarada paused and stared hard at Val. "Bardika, can you hold for a moment?" Val held out his hand, and they swapped comlinks. "So, Jannar, what exactly am I going to be angry about?" Scarada listened, head down, and then shut his eyes. Ordo glanced at Val, who shook his head. "Delta," he mouthed, and gestured with Scarada's comlink. "They followed Kosei as far as Nabtu, and then they ran into some competition. No further contact." Nabtu was one stage behind them in the hunt. Events were getting out of hand. Ordo stood by Val's seat and tried to follow both conversations, which was suddenly much harder now that he knew some of the facts, and his brain was trying to fill in too many gaps. His mind wasn't on Delta's safety, and he felt guilty about that. Somehow, getting a hold of Kosei seemed much more important. There were millions of lives hanging on her after all. "We need to get a move on," he said. He glanced at his chrono. TKO and Gabe had a few more hours to come up with a pilot who transported Kosei to Daruma, but he needed that information now. If Delta were that close,
They were physically closer to Daruma than Ahan was, in fact. Then they stood a chance of getting there first, provided they made the connection.
I'm not throwing away this lead.
The lead would be a pilot. It was hard to move Kaminoans around and find them accommodation without somebody noticing, even if they didn't recognize the species. Scarada seemed to be getting increasingly upset, rather than angry. He had one hand shielding his eyes, as if to ignore distractions. All that Ordo could hear was occasional grunts and sighs, as if Jannart was telling him bad news, in extreme detail. Eventually he spoke.
I'm okay. Okay, I'm sending Ordo. No, don't let her move a muscle. Levette's perfectly capable of doing the job without her. He'll probably be happier with her out of the way, in fact. I'll call in later.
Scarada handed the comlink back to Val, who resumed the conversation with Jessic. Muriel wandered up and stood beside Ordo.
Where am I going?
Ordo knew perfectly well where he was going, but he didn't want to go, not with Kosei within reach. He wanted to be there at the end of the hunt.
Burr. I heard Jannart, so I assume it's Quilura.
Scarada stood up and gave both Knowles a playful but half-hearted shove in the chest.
Attica, he said. I need a Tan out of there fast. She's bleeding where she shouldn't be, and the farmers have settled in for a fight. They're having to pick them off, one at a time, asking them to surrender very politely each time.
No wonder we're not winning, if that's how Jedi fight wars, Muriel said. Rules of engagement, son. Last resort. Ordo had never understood it either. He could recite any statute or regulation, including all 150 contingency orders for the Grand Army, which all clone officers had to know by heart, with all the ease granted by his eidetic memory. But making sense of rules was another matter. Why start a killing war if you were going to slam on the brakes and declare one way of killing someone morally preferable to another?
They'll end up killing them all anyway,
Ordo said. He would never disobey his father, and he loved him too much to allow him to be even slightly disappointed. But he had to at least ask.
Cal Burr, are you certain you want me in Quilura? I can be more used to you finding Kosei.
Father, yes. He'd always felt like Scarada's son, but now he actually was.
Etan's used you too, Ordica.
Scarada had promised he would never lie to his men, but he'd admitted not telling Ordo everything. Perhaps he wasn't leveling with them now.
She might get Gadinla if Muriel or Val show up. You know how cranky women are when they're pregnant. No, I don't. Well, they are hormones, and Etan's cranky enough to start with.
Val looked up and put his comlink back in his belt pouch. I got on very well with the young woman when we last worked together, actually. Scarada gave Val the long stare, the one that said he didn't think the comment added anything useful to the sum of the galaxy's knowledge. Val shrugged and got up to wander around, calling for Murd, who'd gone exploring, leaving only his pungent aroma to keep the sofa warm.
Come on, Marika,
Scarada said.
Let's contact your tinny friend and find that pilot. Time is of the essence.
Ordo couldn't disobey. Cal Burr had his plans, and this was where Ordo fitted in. He didn't have to be happy about it, though. He was being handed a soft job, a nursemaid job, the kind he always did when his brothers were racing around the galaxy, carrying out anything from assassinations to elaborate financial frauds. Do they resent me? Maybe they pity me.
Yes, Cal Burr,
Ordo said.
I'll treat it as a medical emergency.
Muriel tossed him an identichip, the kind that opens security locks.
Take the shuttle I used to get here. I left it next to the cantina.
They lived that kind of life. Credits, transports, supplies, the cost was no object. If the Republic didn't bankroll it, they stole it, directly or indirectly. Ordo didn't have any more personal desire for wealth than his brothers. He was used to finding all his needs met, but his needs seemed nowhere near as rich and varied as those of the beings around him. All he wanted right then was a piece of the Sheffa cake that Bethany had sent him. So he took half from the gallery, slicing it in 2 pieces with his vibroblade, and left the rest for the others, even Murd. Israels ate such things. Then he went in search of the shuttle, just another mercenary wandering around on a lawless planet, and sat in the cockpit chewing the cake for a few minutes. It was dry and spicy against his tongue, like licking scented velvet. The comfort effect was immediate, and from another time and place. Sometimes Ordo felt just as he did when he was a small child, and Scarada first towered above him. Part of him was competent far beyond his years, and the rest was hollow terror because the Kaminoese were going to kill him. But Skarada had snatched him and his brothers to safety and fed them all on ujali, a sticky sweet Mandalorian cake. It was a powerful act of salvation, one that had defined Ordo. He felt it as freshly now as he had then. It was the cake. That was it. The cake had brought it all back. He felt safe again. And this was from Bethany Winnet. She was saving him too, in her way. Ordo folded the remains of the cake in a piece of cleaning rag, slipped it into the pocket on the thigh of his flight suit, and fired up the shuttle's drives to head for Quilura. He had no idea yet what to do with the pregnant Jedi, who was showing signs of miscarriage on a backward planet, a long way from competent gynecological help. But he'd find out. He was Ordo. Nothing was beyond him.
Hut space, 476 days after Geonosis. You can't shoot straight,
Boss said.
but he spoiled my paint job.
The Tiv jinked again to avoid cannon fire from the pursuing ship. Sev checked via the external holocams, and there it was. A Crusher-class fighter. It harried the Tiv, closing up and then falling back several times, loosing cannon rounds to one side then the other.
You could have creamed it by now, boss.
Sev wasn't sure what his sergeant was playing at.
Or maybe just hyper jumped out of here. Forgotten what the big red button's for? Curiosity is a sign of intelligence, Sev.
Scorch had a tight grip on the restraining belt.
I'm not that curious. Think about it.
Boss rolled the Tiv as if he was enjoying it.
If this guy hasn't killed us, either he can't, or he wants us in one piece because we've got something he wants. I want to know who he is. Sometimes, it's better to leave a little mystery in a relationship.
Said Scorch. Sev felt the steady beat of his heart, nothing else. He passed the point of fear, and his body was on autopilot. He strapped himself in for a rough re-entry somewhere, almost without thinking about it.
So land, see if he follows. You get there eventually, don't you?
Nar Shaddaa was the next planetfall, unless they landed on Dasucha, and nobody ever landed there, not even the Hutts who named it. That was going to be cozy. The planet was all ocean except for a couple of small islands that broke the surface, but Delta had done their job and transmitted the data already, so if anything went wrong, another squad could pick up where they left off. Did I secure my locker back at the barracks? I've got the code key here. Fire effect. I'll have to force the door open if I get killed. Sev had no idea why he was thinking about death, or focused on such a trivial worry. Death hadn't crossed his mind that often before, not in a concrete way. Besides, it wasn't as if Boss couldn't handle a skirmish with a tourist, was it? Anyone who was in Grand Army was a tourist. By definition, an amateur. The Crusher was chancing it, getting too close. If he tried that tailgating maneuver again, one of them would end up with a hull breach. Scorch seemed intrigued by the idea.
What if he thinks we're really a courier shuttle, and he's planning a robbery?
Fixer came to life.
In a fighter? You could have stolen the fighter, too. Oh yeah, I bet that happens all the time. We do it. We're special forces. Okay, time's up.
Boss banked to starboard, and the array of lights on the navigation display tilted to show a course for the nearest planet, the third moon.
Let's find out.
Scorch went through the ritual of checking his suit's seal integrity again.
You got charts for that place, boss? Nobody has. Let's make some.
The third moon of Dasucha had land masses. Sev could see the mess of the Tiv near the atmosphere. If the pursuing Crusher really thought his quarry was a courier shuttle, heading for this deserted lump of rock would have tipped him off that it wasn't. But he was still on their tail. Sev closed his eyes and clenched his fists on re-entry. It always bothered him to see the hull temperature climbing on the console display, and thought that it was good of Scorch not to rib him about his phobia. He never had.
It's going to be fun when we land.
Scorch was going through the motions of hitting the release catch on his restraints and swapping firing modes on his Ds, over and over, like it was all an Orifi meditation ritual.
He who disembarks first wins. Nah,
Fixer said. He was almost chatty today.
he who disembarks first is a nice target.
Boss brought the Tiv down into a bumpy landing on grassland, skidding 50 meters through driving rain and slewing sideways before coming to a halt. Sev concentrating on the charge level on his Ds, saw the crusher's jets almost fill the front viewport as it dropped in front of them, and came about to land with its nose facing them. There was an awkward pause.
He's charging cannons.
The tip shook. Boss swore, and for a moment, Sev didn't know if the vessel had been hit or if Boss had fired. Either way, the crusher clearly hadn't been expecting the tip to be anything other than a lightly armed vessel, because there was suddenly a cloud of steam building beneath it as it powered its drives again. Then its port wing shattered into fragments, sending a ball of fire into the damp air.
Go, go, go!
Sev was first out as the starboard hatch swung open, dropping into the grass that came up to his shoulders and smeared his visor plate with water. The ground squelched under his boot. He ran with his head lowered, shielded by the grasses, and Delta went into the sequence they drilled for 100 times, storming an enemy vessel. Once they were close into the fighter, there was little it could do, and with one wing missing, it wasn't going anywhere, in a hurry. Scorch fired a rappel line to hook onto the superstructure, then hauled himself up to slap a strip of flexible charge around the hatch.
I knock,
Scorch said, dropping down again and diving for cover.
but I think they'll be upset about the wing.
Bang. The hatch blew out, flinging twisted metal into the air, and Sev dodged a chunk that whistled past his helmet. His legs moved before his brain engaged, and leaned part way through the hatch, suddenly face to face with a human female pilot who had an impressive blaster. The shot knocked him backward, but blaster fire wasn't enough to penetrate Katarn armor, and he simply shook himself and raised his deece again, finding his mind completely blank except for the single purpose of returning fire. Sev fired. There was no such thing as winging someone or shooting them in the leg, whatever the holovids depicted. And he did what he was trained to do. The cockpit was full of smoke, the pilot draped at an awkward angle across the seat. It was only when the smoke began clearing that Sev realized there was a co-pilot, a man. He was dead too.
Jab,
Sev said.
maybe I could have done that better.
Scorch peered into the cockpit.
Let's try that again, without the dead bit, shall we? I wanted to chat with them.
Boss said. He hauled Sev back by his shoulder and wrapped him in the chest plate.
Now how am I going to work out who they are? Leave it to me.
Fixer pushed past them and scrambled into the cockpit, hauling the bodies out of the way and pushing them out onto the grass with a wet thud.
At least I can interrogate the onboard computer and tell you where they came from.
Boss and Scorch contemplated the bodies in the grass, turning them over and rifling through their flight suits. Now that the adrenaline was ebbing, Sev felt a mix of vague dread flood him just as it had when he screwed up in training. There was no Sergeant Val around to give him a good hiding for his incompetence. But it was as bad now as it ever was. Next time he saw Val, he knew that his old sergeant would see the failure on his face and give him grief for it. There was no good enough. There was only perfect. Sev had no excuse for not being perfect, because he'd been designed from the genome up to be the galaxy's best. Anything he got wrong was down to laziness. There was no excuses. Val said so. It was like waiting for the blow to hurt.
Well,
Fixer said.
interesting.
He jumped out of the crusher and brandished his datapad.
They passed through Camino, and they transmitted data back. I'll unscramble that later.
Scorch sucked his teeth noisily.
Tapoka is not exactly the crossroads of the Outer Rim.
So the Caminoans had sent someone after them. After Kosei, in fact. Nobody popped into Tapoka City uninvited, or stopped to refuel. You only went there if you had business with the Caminoans.
Bounty hunters?
Sev asked. Boss examined a handful of chips and Bunzi.
We can crack the identity chips later. The important thing is that we know we're not the only ones who tracked Kosei this far. And the Iwabe will know all about Dusucha by now.
Sev was starting to feel anxious. They were definitely going up against the Caminoans and the Sebs now. It was going to be a race. Tapoka would send someone else as soon as they knew the Crusher was missing, if they didn't already.
Better get a move on,
Said Scorch.
No telling who else will have to elbow out of the way.
Seb trailed the others back to the tip, still uneasy and angry with himself for not taking the Crusher's crew alive.
No,
He said.
could be anybody.
Chapter 8 Soldiers of the Grand Army, in honor of your courage and service in the fight against oppression, you shall want for nothing, and become instructors of the next generation of young men to defend the Republic. Chancellor Palpatine, in a message to all ARC troopers, commanders, and GAR commando units on Republic Day. Kaftakar, 477 days after Geonosis. Darman was making sure the Merits knew how to lay charges for rapid entry. They did, all too well, when the woman walked into the camp. He couldn't tell it was a woman at first because she was wearing a freighter pilot's rig, multi-pocketed gray coveralls that engulfed her, and a heavy pair of Durasteel capped safety boots. But when she turned down the collar that was shielding the lower half of her face from the wind, he could see it was a female human, about Scarada's age, with short light brown hair and a gaunt face that gave him the feeling she checked out the latest in blasters rather than fashion. She didn't walk like any of the women he knew, but maybe that was the boots. He'd grabbed his D's before it dawned on him that Aden wouldn't be a slacker on security as to allow just anyone to approach. Even so, Darman checked the charge on his D's and stood by just in case. If an Alpha Arc could be caught off his guard, there was always the chance that the Nulls weren't as omnipotent as everyone thought, either. Aden strode toward her, Sol ambling behind him in the same drab working clothes. Phi and Aden wandered out from the main building to watch. Phi held Sol's gray leather comma in one hand, with half the blue lieutenant's edging removed. He'd insisted on having it, with the blue bits unpicked, he said. It went with the red and gray armor he'd salvaged from Gezhokan. Phi liked order in his wardrobe.
Who's she?
Aden asked.
Kerr.
Darman straightened to listen.
I can't hear it with you yapping.
Aden obviously knew her. He shook her hand, indicated Sol with a jerk of his head, and handed something to her, which she waved away, but Aden shoved it into her top pocket. All Darman heard of her response was,
"Rather have news of."
The wind took the rest. There was a storm coming. At least Darman had the speeder to take him to Iyat to clear out Sol's apartment rather than trudging through the rain again. Sol seemed to be listening intently to the exchange between Aden and the woman, and then they both turned back to him, and Aden slapped him on the back. Sol's expression was set on what Darman now thought of as Arc default, deliberately blank, with one eyebrow slightly raised as if in disdain for the rest of the galaxy. That probably summed up Arcs pretty well.
"Come on, there's a good boy,"
the woman said, and beckoned Sol to follow her. Astonishingly, he did.
"Long way to go."
Aden called after her.
I'll do what I can, Nye, okay?
So her name was Nye, and that could have been the entirety of it, or short for any number of names. She paused to glance at the squad, as if she'd never seen clones together before. Chances were she hadn't, he thought, and went on her way. Darman could only imagine that she was Sol's transport out of the system, and that guaranteed his obedience, at least for a while. But if an Ark wanted to leave Gaptakar under his own steam, he could have found any number of ways to do it. Whatever Aden had said to him during the Ark-to-Ark chat must have been very persuasive. By watch, the incongruous pair vanished among the trees at the edge of the camp. The woman looked like a kid alongside Sol.
Maybe it's his mother,
Phi said, trying on the comma with a critical frown.
And he's grounded for a month for not doing his chores. Stop going on about mothers.
Aden seemed to have lost interest.
You don't know what any of that means. It's all of the holovids. Like some new alien species learning about humans. Yeah, well, maybe that's what we are.
Phi unclipped his helmet from the back of his belt and rammed it onto his head, shutting out the world again. His voice emerged from the audio projector.
Aliens in a society of human beings. Excuse me, will you gentlemen? I have to go play with some lizards.
Sebs, the dominant Merit, scuttled around the camp but seemed to be keeping an eye on the squad. She could, after all, count, and maybe she was curious about the fluctuating number of clones in the area. If Aden hadn't leveled with her, then Darman wouldn't either.
I better go and clear my evidence out of Sol's place,
Darman said to Aten. He prodded his brother in the chin, right at the end of the thin white scar that crossed his face from the opposite brow. It was still visible through his beard.
'Cause I can look like him, and you can't. You say that like it's a good thing.
That was another advantage of being a clone. It was easy to take a brother's place. Few folks would be any the wiser, except those who really knew you. Darman put on Sol's original clothes, noted that they were loose on him. Had he lost that much weight? And set off in the speeder for a yacht. On the journey, he pondered the nature of mothers and what it might have felt like to have one. deciding it must have been a lot like having Sergeant Cal around all the time. Cal Burr said they'd all missed the necessary nurturing of a parent when they most needed it as babies. Darman often wondered if he would have been a different man had he been nurtured, whatever that meant in real terms, but he couldn't feel what was missing in his life, only that something was. Lots of things were, in fact. He'd only known what some of them were when he touched a Tane for the first time, and Phi seemed to see many more things that were missing than even he did. Can't change the past. That was what Sergeant Cal said. Only the future, which is whatever you choose to make it. Darman couldn't feel angry about Soul's decision to make a run for it, only a vague envy, and an uncertainty about whether he would have done the same. Can't leave my brothers in the lurch. They put their lives on the line for me, and I do the same for them. He put it out of his mind and concentrated on the road, knowing that if he ventured any further into those thoughts, then things would start to become confusing and painful. He distracted himself with finding the route to Soul's apartment again, reversing the route he'd taken out of the yacht. Almost without thinking, Darman set the speeder down a little way from the apartment, walked around the block to check if he was being followed, and then ran up the external stairway to let himself in. A human male, coming along the access walkway toward him, nodded in acknowledgement to Darman, as if he knew him. "Your boss was here, hammering on your door," he said, not stopping. He kept talking and walking as he looked back at Darman. "You been away?" Darman was a lot more confident about his acting skills since the Coruscant deployment. "Yeah, I suppose I'd better explain myself to him." The man shrugged and went on his way. So far, so good. Inside the apartment, the place was as they left it after the scuffle with Soul. Darman hadn't cleared it out while he'd been waiting for Atten to return with transport. Partly because he didn't know if they'd need to use the place for cover in the future. The back of his hand still showed the neat purple depressions of Soul's no-holds-barred bite. It wasn't the kind of place he would have picked to live, Darman decided. There was no rear exit, and the windows were poorly placed to keep watch. Soul must have felt unusually safe to risk living in such an indefensible location, and that in itself was unexpected in an ARC trooper. Soul hadn't amassed a lot of effects in the couple of months he'd lived here. He had 2 changes of clothes in the closet, basic hygiene kit in the refresher, and a conservator full of food. As if he spent all his wages on it. That's what we're all like, isn't it? No idea what to do with possessions, but always hungry. Darman checked for anything else that might identify the ARC as being a GAR officer, and found a packet of crumbly, very sweet cookies that was irresistibly coated with seeds of some kind. He munched happily as he rummaged through the apartment. The place was military tidy, and anonymous, apart from a neat stack of holozines next to an equally neat stack of Holovit chips that showed Soul stayed home at night. Caged Nuna. Yeah, even an ARC found it hard to step outside the cage when someone opened it. Maybe Soul had been sampling the outside world at a distance, through the entertainment that regular folks took for granted. Darman wondered where Soul was now. Well clear of Gaptakar space anyway. The apartment's comm was flashing with unanswered messages. When Darman played them back, they were predictably a broken stream of angry invective from a male voice demanding to know why Soul, not Soul, to his new acquaintances then, hadn't shown up for work again. There were also a couple of silent calls, brief clicks before someone shut the link again. Darman wondered where Soul had picked the name Suvul, and went on sorting through bins and other hiding places for any telltale links back to the Grand Army. It wasn't the Gaptakari that he was trying to throw off Soul's trail. It was his own side. Suddenly, that bothered him, because now they were all complicit in helping the man desert, and that was a lot more serious than going outside the rules of engagement on 000 to take out a few terrorists. There was no way this could be spun as getting the job done. Darman was still checking the Holovits to make sure there was no rental code on them that would lead back to Soul when his fine-tuned instincts told him something wasn't right. It was the way the silence outside seemed. Heavy. Sometimes there was the kind of quiet that was just ambient sound with nothing to disturb it. Then there was what he thought as an effort to be silent. That was what he could sense now. Somewhere in his subconscious, his brain had processed something he hadn't even noticed hearing, and tripped his alarm. There was someone outside. The blinds were still drawn. Darman knelt on the floor and placed a sensor on the exposed tiles, trying to detect the faintest vibration. The red bars of the readout showed occasional spikes that usually meant footsteps, even though he couldn't hear movement when he concentrated. He took out his blaster, checked the charge, and squatted down behind a chair to see what happened next, holding his breath. When the doors opened, very quietly, he didn't dare look around the chair and expose his position. Whoever had let themselves in held the two sections of the door apart so that it didn't close with a characteristic faint slap, but eased slowly back again. Then he smelled something very familiar, the faint scent of lubricating oil, the kind used on blasters and vibroblades. Darman wondered for a moment if Sol had given his key code to a girlfriend and not mentioned it, but he knew what female smelled like, and this wasn't female. He wondered what kind of company Sol kept at work, and if his boss had run out of patience and sent someone around to teach him what happens to no-shows. But a yacht didn't seem like that kind of place. People here seemed almost friendly. Darman watched a shadow fall across the carpet against the hazy light, filtering through the blinds. Then another joined it, and there was the faintest creak. They knew he was here. But maybe it was the local police, and the neighbor had realized he wasn't Sol, after all, and alerted them to an intruder.
So, Alpha 30, you thought you'd try a new career, did you?
He thought he knew that voice. No, that wasn't something the EOT cops would care about. The faint rustling of fabric and the occasional snatched breath came closer. Darman squatted with his sidearm steady in both hands. Then the shadow fell on him. He looked up into a masked face, eyes covered by a sun visor, and he was staring at a blaster muzzle as he fired. He pulled the trigger even before he consciously registered the blaster aimed at him, because his training in common sense and raw instinct told the primitive, self-protecting parts of his brain that a masked man sneaking around was a bad sign. He shot him in the face. It was a simple reflex. The man fell backward with a grunt and a flash of blue light. Another shot sizzled past Darman's ear, but his brain didn't bother to get involved, as his hand aimed of its own free will and sent blaster bolts 1, 2, 3 into another moving object that was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The shots must have hit the second intruder. Darman smelled burnt hair. He instinctively dropped and found himself lying on the floor next to the inert body of the first man he shot, a figure in black coveralls with a charred hood covering the face. He scrambled to grab the man's dropped weapon, a DC-15 sidearm, and took cover behind the angle of a wall, listening for movement. The D's handgun bothered him, because he had one too, but Sol had it. It wasn't issued to ARCs, not that they didn't acquire whatever took their fancy. He folded the magazine flat and shoved it in his belt. Now, there was no way out of the apartment other than back through the doors, or out through one of the front windows. Getting cornered was a weird mistake for an assassin to make. Darman was trapped in the apartment with someone who was trying to kill him, or Sol to be precise. Darman knew he should have simply rushed the second man, firing both blasters, but he lost his momentum. If this was Republic intelligence, they were badly misnamed. They hadn't done a wreck of the apartment. Republic stupidity, more like. Or maybe they'd been very sure they could take Sol anyway. Holovid directors would have been disappointed, he knew, but he didn't bother to call a challenge to the other man. He sprang to his feet and came out firing, because there was nowhere to hide in a place this small, and no real protection offered by the furniture. It was simply a matter of who hit who first. Darman fired and fired and fired. The man, all in black, stepped out from the alcove near the door and took the blaster barrage full in the chest. He knocked him back a few paces, but he didn't drop, and that was when Darman knew he was in real trouble, and simply charged him. He knocked the man flat with sheer brute force and got a grip on his head, jerking it so hard to one side that there was a wet, muffled snap, and the man went limp. All Darman could hear now was his own breathing. He sank back on his heels and listened hard in case there was more men coming, but there was nothing. Had the neighbors heard? Were the police on their way? He had 2 dead men on his hands. That wasn't an unusual situation for a commando, but it was bad news in a city that wasn't supposed to know it had been infiltrated. Before he decided whether to make a run for it, though, there was something he had to find out. Blaster aimed squarely at the head. He checked each body, grabbing the hood-like mask by the seam at the top and working it loose. Doing that one-handed was harder than it looked. The first man he shot was hard to identify with his face blackened and shattered, but he had familiar black hair. The second, he was recognizable all right. And so was the gunmetal and purple armor disguised by his coveralls. It was the face Starman saw every morning when he shaved. He shot down 2 clones, men just like him, right down to the last pair of chromosomes. He killed 2 covert ops troopers. The Gar was sending clone assassins after their own men.
Mongtar City, Bog 5, Bogdan System, 477 days after Geonosis.
I think you should leave this to me.
Val said, as gently as he could. Laying down the law. Never worked with Scarada.
A little cold distance might be called for.
Scarada leaned on the rail of the bridge, with one hand while he honed his 3-sided knife on the metal. The thin, rasping sound set Val's teeth on edge. Murd rumbled with annoyance, at each scrape too. Beneath them, the most filthy and polluted river Val had ever seen attempted to flow like curdled milk. There was more debris than liquid.
I'm not sharpening it for the pilot,
Scarada said.
That's what I meant. Kaminoans don't answer questions when they're in slices.
Scarada didn't look up. His head was tilted down, as if his focus was fixed on the blade, although it was always hard to tell where a helmeted man was looking. Eventually, after a dozen more intensely irritating scrapes of the knife, he sheathed it in the housing on his right forearm plate and paced along the bridge, then back again. Muriel was late, and he hadn't calmed Scarada.
He'll be here.
Said Val.
I know.
Even if he doesn't get the pilot, you've got the planet.
He'll get the pilot.
Maybe it didn't matter if Muriel didn't find him. Daruma was 85% ocean, except for the artificial resort islands, so any landing was easy to track. There was nowhere that Kosei could hide a laboratory on the surface either. She'd have to go underwater. It explained the equipment being freighted around. Kosei was looking to build a hermetically sealed lab, and maybe not just because she wanted it to be hyper-clean. Scarada flipped open his datapad and thrust it under Val's nose.
There's no hydrographic charts anyway.
Val tried to make sense of the 3-dimensional maze of colored contours.
Remember, it only goes down to 50 meters. The developers were too scared to risk surveying any deeper.
Then the same goes for her, and she'd have to pick a natural rock formation to hide in. Or she'd need to import a lot of heavy engineering to excavate something.
You better hope it's within 50 meters depth then.
Kaminoese aren't a deep-sea species.
Scarada held out his hand for the datapad.
If they were completely aquatic, or could cope with depths, they wouldn't have been nearly wiped out when the planet flooded. They just like to be near water, preferably without too much sunshine. So what better place to hide than a nice sunny pleasure resort? Who's gonna look for her there?
Val snorted.
Delta Squad, the Seps, us.
I didn't say she had any common sense. Typical scientist. All theory, no idea how bounty hunters work.
Well, she's evaded you well over a year.
Yeah. And now she's run out of road.
Val hadn't actually disliked Poca in the 8 years he'd been cooped up there. Inside the pristine Stilt City, it could have been an urban environment. He didn't miss shopping and entertainment, so it was largely indistinguishable from Coruscant, although the lack of hunting troubled Murd. The Strill stalked Kaminoans instead. He'd even caught one once, but its prey was just the blue-eyed variety, the lowest genetic caste of Kamino, and the gray-eyed elite seemed only annoyed at the loss of a menial. Yes, that was probably the day Val's ambivalence toward Kaminoans evaporated, and he joined Scarada in thinking of them as Awa bait.
And what are you going to do when you get a hold of her?
Take her research.
And?
And what?
You think she'll have a file marked secret formula? For stopping the aging process in clones? Do not copy?
Scarada clicked his teeth, impatient.
She'll need to be persuaded.
No, you'll need to get her to work for you. That means no choppy, slicey.
Or get another geneticist on the case.
Of course, they're 10 a credit. They queue up at the employment centers.
Look, Wallen, I'm not stupid. I know there'll be a gap to fill between getting hold of the research and making it into something my boys can use.
Just reality checking.
Scarada's voice had the tinge of a smirk in it.
And I can get my hands on a geneticist who knows her way around a fed genome.
Val kept his gaze on the riverside path, distracted slightly by a loud glop, as something leapt from the river beneath and snatched a low-flying creature that might have been avian or insectoid. Either way, it was lunch now.
Tell me you're not thinking what I think you're thinking,
he said slowly. Scarada ejected his knife from his forearm plate, again and resumed sharpening.
I nearly got killed hauling her chefs back from Quilura. Might as well make it worth the journey.
Oh, you are thinking it. You're insane. Dr. Uthan's kept under Tyree Public Security, Chancellor's office level.
Scarada just laughed. Val suspected he had no idea what his limits were, and that he'd get killed finding out the hard way. The fool should have grown out of it at his age.
Last I heard,
Scarada said,
was that she was bored out of her skull and reduced to trying to inbreed Soko flies in her cell to stay sane. They don't care who they work for, these folks. No ideology. They just want to play with their toys. If she can develop a clone-specific pathogen for the seps, she can apply Kosei's research. If you can take it apart, you can rebuild it, right?
Val had to hand it to Scarada. He always thought outside the box.
I'll consider that an incentive for getting Kosei to do the work.
Scarada sheathed his knife again, and the two of them laid on the bridge rail to contemplate the twin evils of polluted waterways and having to wait so long at their time of life. Murd wandered around, rubbing his jowls on the bridge balusters to mark its territory.
Here he comes,
said Val. Maril had acquired yet another form of transport. He had a great fondness for speeder bikes, and he seemed to be riding a different one every time Val saw him. He had no idea whether Maril came by them legally or not, but the Null Trooper had a pillion passenger this time, and as the speeder drew closer, it was clear that the being sitting behind him was a very scared, green Twi'lek male. Val could tell from the way his Liku looked rigid. It was the Twi'lek equivalent of White Knuckles.
He's very persuasive, Marika.
Scarada ambled off the bridge and stood blocking the path, hands on his hips.
So, you stopped for calf and cake somewhere, son? Had to take a call from Adden, Calbur.
Maril gestured to the Twi'lek to dismount.
But I thought you'd want a face-to-face chat with our esteemed colleague here.
He slid off the speeder and nudged the Twi'lek.
Okay, Leb. Tell Calbur about your job on Daruma.
It was legal, the Twi'lek said. I didn't do anything wrong.
Of course you didn't.
Scarada always sounded at his most menacing when he was doing his paternal reason act.
Just tell me about it.
I delivered a consignment of 6 construction droids and dry lining materials to a barge half a click off the coast of Tropics Island Resort. Val tilted his head at Murd, and the drill went into a softening up routine, patting around the Twi'lek brushing against his legs, and occasionally stopping to gaze up at him and display a yawning mouthful of teeth. It was a sobering spectacle. It sobered the Twi'lek right away.
Can you show me on this chart?
Leb, the Twi'lek, grabbed Scarada's preferred datapad and tapped frantically on the small screen. Liku, quivering. There, he said. I checked the coordinates. The barge was there. Moored out to sea. Scarada held the shaking datapad steady for him.
Did you collect anything later?
No, nothing. One-way journey.
What did the barge look like? Any propulsion unit on it?
Only a maneuvering repulsor, the kind the resort hotels use to round up the pleasure craft after a storm. Val started calculating in his head.
And you'd recall the weight of materials you delivered?
I had to make several trips from the resort because the barge couldn't handle it all at once.
So the barge was unloaded a few times?
Scrata asked. Oh, yes.
How long did that take?
I waited maybe 20, 30 standard minutes after each drop.
And who collected the stuff?
Human male, not very old. Brown hair. The twilight grounded to a halt. Eyes darting from Scaratus to Val, to Morrill, as if he was going to make a run for it. It was easy to forget how intimidating a Mandalorian helmet looked to outsiders, when they were deprived of all the visual cues of facial expression, and couldn't work out how well their information had been received. Scarada moved his hand to his belt, and Lev flinched. He seemed surprised to get a credit chip rather than a blaster in the face.
Thank you for your cooperation, son.
Scarada said, and patted him on the cheek with exaggerated care. Lev hesitated, and then jumped on the speeder. So it was his after all. Morrill turned to watch it go.
What a helpful fellow,
Val said.
Are you going to draw the search radius on the holo chart, or shall I?
Well, better find out the maximum speed of the Daruma resort barge first.
Morrill took off his helmet and scratched his cheek. I'm piloting, yes? Scarada nodded.
You okay with that?
If Ortica can drive the crate straight out of the manual, so can I. Let's get moving. And Aden had some worrying news. Scarada stopped in his tracks.
How worrying? Why didn't he call me?
He called me. It's tangential, let's say.
Spit it out, Marika.
Someone sent 2 covert ops troopers after the Ark who went AWOL on Gaptakar. Sent after, as an assassination. But they ran into Darman instead, and he slaughtered both of them. He's pretty upset. Val didn't need to see Scarada's face to guess what he was thinking. They made their way back to Ahan in silence, and he sealed the hatches, preparing for takeoff. Scarada sat in the co-pilot seat and flipped switches. Who ordered it, Marika? He asked quietly. Morrill propped his datapad on the console, glancing at it as he carried out his instrument checks. I don't know, but it's not necessarily Zay. The news was a nasty little time bomb. Tangential, no. For once, Morrill was wrong. It wasn't tangential at all. It was about trust and loyalty. It was a kind of revelation that would gnaw at all of them more deeply as time wore on, and combined with whatever Morrill had dug up on Camino about the future plans for troop strings, it proved none of them had quite as full a picture as they had imagined, and also that there were things they weren't trusted with, like not being told that Delta is going after Kosei. Val strapped himself into the third cockpit position and tried not to think about the identity of the unfortunate covert ops troopers, because there was a good chance that Prudy, Nolark N5, had trained them. They were just ordinary troopers who'd shown a bit of promise for dirty work, selected from the ranks to backfill some of the roles that would have otherwise fallen to Republic commando squads. If it was Zay, Val said carefully, the Chikar should have told us they were operating on the same turf as Omega, simply for everyone's safety. Covert Ops gets tasked by the regular GAR, as well as SO Wallen. Scarada was usually quick to pounce on any perceived Jedi failing. Maybe he was developing a soft spot for Zay, who did seem remarkably understanding of Scarada's idiosyncratic style of commando command Scarada didn't technically hold. He was a sergeant who pushed generals around. Or maybe Zay knows exactly how to express my disapproval of putting down clones when they get too free-thinking, so he forgot to mention it. Then again, maybe it's Republic intelligence. But that nice Chancellor Palpatine assured our lads that they'd have a secure future in recognition of their loyalty and sacrifice. Morrill took exaggerated interest in the controls and lifted Ahan from the landing strip. Either way, we Clone Boys know just how much the Republic loves us when push comes to shove, don't we? And we won't forget that in a hurry. Scarada put his hand on Morrill's shoulder. We can only trust our own son. Like the covert ops guys? You think they had all the facts in front of them? You think they had any choice? These were almost certainly men they knew, and that made it hard to swallow. Val wondered if they would still have carried out their orders, if they'd been sent after Prudy or Morrill, or Ordo, or any of the Special Operations men, or Mandalorian instructors who taught troopers their commando skills.
Val marveled at Scarata's continuing ability to absolve clones of all blame, but he did have a point.
Humans follow orders, Val said. Even Human Republic intel agents, of course. We're herd animals. We all default to trading.
Well, I'm defaulting to mine. Scarata gave his restraining belt a couple of tugs, as if he didn't quite trust Morill's ability to execute a smooth acceleration to the jump point. Which is covering my shebs and my boys.
How, exactly?
Val asked. Safe haven, a few credits, set them up in a better line of work. New identity and a new life.
Yes, I know all that. But how are you going to do it? You can't exactly place an ad.
Val traced the outline of an imaginary holoboard in the air with his fingers.
Troopers, fed up with your life in the Grand Army? Feeling undervalued and unloved? Call Cal.
Scarata scratched his forehead. Word gets around.
Word gets around to the wrong people, too.
Escape networks have always run that risk.
That's not an answer.
I'll just have to pick my network very carefully then, won't I? Ahan was clear of the atmosphere now, maneuvering carefully through the maze of gravitational fields in the Bogdan system to reach a safe hyperjump point. Murd, who never liked takeoffs and landings, climbed onto Val's lap and buried his head under his arm with a lot of whining and snorting to ensure that he knew it was displeased. He rubbed the Srill's back to reassure it, and marveled at Morill's ability to pilot a ship like a deep water, with just the manual open on the console, and a little intuition. They were clever boys indeed, these Knolls. I think I like clones better than regular beings. They're superior in every way. Maybe we should keep them at home, and send the Republic's random humanity to be the cannon fodder. Val had little time for anyone else, regardless of species, but the men of the Grand Army were a different matter. It was, he realized, one of the two things that stopped him and Scarata from killing each other. Their mutual respect for the clone soldiers who had taken over their lives, and the fact that Mandalorians put aside their rifts when presented with a common threat from Eritis.
You do realize, he said to Scarata, that if the troopers were given a choice, most would opt to stay in the army anyway.
I do. We all prefer the comfort of what we know best.
They'd be as dead as volunteers, as they'd be as slaves, Cal.
But they'd have a choice, and that's what makes us free men.
Actually, that's a load of Osik. Plenty of free beings in the galaxy don't have a vote, and don't get a choice about what they do each day. There's a very blurred line between slavery and economic dependence.
Yeah, well, if you want to argue about the continuum of oppression, clones are still at the extreme end of the graph, so I'll concentrate on them rather than the downtrodden masses, thanks. The landscape of loyalty was shifting with each passing day. First, it had been a matter of worrying about what would happen to troopers when the war ended. Now they were discussing men who deserted while the fighting was still going on.
Cal, would you rather fight for the Separatists?
Ideologically, you know I would. The Republic's a crumbling bureaucracy at best, and a cesspit of corruption at worst. But I joined for the credits, and I stayed for my boys. What's your excuse? Val couldn't claim he joined for the credits, although he'd often led a fairly hand-to-mouth existence since foregoing his inheritance. But he stayed for the same reason Scarata did, even if he had no intention of admitting that to him. Murd, satisfied that takeoff was over, pulled his head out from under Val's arm, and deposited a skein of drool in his lap.
On reflection,
Val said, groping for a cloth to wipe his pants,
I think it's the elegant lifestyle.
Techley, Quilura, 477 days after Geonosis.
Ordo knew his limitations, and learning obstetrics from a manual was a lot riskier than piloting a new ship the same way. Requisitioning a top-of-the-line Medroid from a supply base en route had cost some time, but would greatly improve Ettain's chances of carrying her child to term. And if the droid couldn't hack it then, no, he'd face that if he had to, and not before. He sprinted across the snow from the landing strip, with the droid struggling behind him. It was big and heavy, and not adapted for rough terrain.
Captain, I still need to know what procedure I have to perform.
It said peevishly. It was a 2-1B model, and he had a professional ego on a scale with his extensive surgical expertise.
I was awaiting deployment to a more significant theater of war. Where are my nursing assistants?
Ordo reached the door of the HQ building, as indicated on his data pad chart, and bypassed the security locks almost without thinking.
Don't you take some sort of oath to help the sick and injured, 2-1?
No, and it's Doctor.
I'll make one up for you, then, Doctor.
As the doors opened, Ordo came face to face with the clone commander in yellow livery.
It starts with, I pledge to keep my vocabulary offline as much as possible.
Captain, said the commander, I didn't know you'd be bringing a Medroid.
Specialist stuff, sir.
So this was Levette. Ordo reminded himself that he was outranked here technically.
We can't afford to lose any more Jedi. It takes longer to make them than to grow us. Where's General Termukin?
Levette gestured upstairs. Good luck. She seems not to realize that I know she's Yahadla. Ordo was always surprised to find any clone outside the specialist operations ranks who knew more Mandoa than just the words to Vodan. He was especially taken aback by one with enough fluency to know the word for pregnant.
Ah,
Ordo said, non-committally. Levette had somehow earned the nickname of Commander Tactful, and now he knew why. Mandoa wasn't one of their languages generally programmed into Medroids.
really?
I humored her, but she has her reasons for not discussing it. And I never argue with the General, if I can help it. Levette slipped his helmet on.
The Jedi Council doesn't like fraternization within its ranks, so I imagine the poor woman is terrified.
Ordo waited for the next bombshell to fall, but Levette went no further in his analysis and seemed content to think that another Jedi was the father-to-be. Maybe he hadn't considered the possibility of a humble clone, although there was plenty of speculation about other generals and the nature of their social lives.
I'll be diplomatic.
Ordo said. There was a small matter of making sure that the Medroid kept his vocabulator shut, but that was a technical detail. Once he treated Attain, he needed a full-spec memory wipe. Ordo hadn't mentioned that to him yet. Attain was propped up on pillows, eyes closed and hands clasped in her lap, and there was no obvious sign of the shapeshifter. She looked past him at the droid, then sighed.
Hello, Ordo.
She said quietly.
Sorry you had to be dragged all this way. I know Cal's worried about me when he sends you.
She could always tell one clone from another, even without looking, just from the impression he made in the Force. Ordo knew she found him disturbing. Maybe it was the waking nightmares, and the frustration that swirled around in his unguarded thoughts. He could keep a lid on it, but she knew it was there, just as surely as Cal Burr did.
And how are you, General?
It was as good a place to start anyway.
Are you still bleeding?
I think I should be asking those questions.
The droid said. He pushed past Ordo and leaned over Attain, ejecting an array of sensors and probes from his chest. She stared at him in disbelief.
Any pain? I have to examine you.
2-1's arm came to a sudden halt, and Ordo thought he'd malfunctioned. He seemed to be struggling to move. Attain gave him a narrow-eyed stare. She'd apparently declined help from the other Medroids, but this was the equivalent of the chief of surgery.
You better warm those appendages of yours first, Tinny.
Ah. You're a Jedi, of course.
There was an ominous grinding whine from his servos, and the faintest smell of overheating.
The sooner you release me, the faster I can complete the examination.
I'm glad we understand each other.
The droid's arms suddenly jerked, and he tottered slightly. Attain's use of the Force seemed to be a lot more precise these days.
I'm about 90 days pregnant.
I wasn't informed of that.
Well, now you know. I've been accelerating the pregnancy with a healing trance, so I'm probably in the 5th month in terms of development.
My data banks made no mention of Jedi being able to do that. How?
It's not a precise science. I just meditate, really. He's been kicking, so I'm guessing how far things have progressed.
He? So you've been under a physician's care? Had routine scans?
No, I'm a Jedi, and we can detect that stuff.
Etain glanced at Ordo, as if appealing for support.
The baby's reacting strongly, and I know he's been upset by the fighting, or at least to my reaction to it.
Impossible.
2-1 said.
Higher brain functions don't appear until 26 weeks, and even with acceleration.
Look, you'll just have to take my word for it, and I'm still losing a little blood, and having cramps.
Ordo stood back to watch the show. The droid and Etain seemed to be having a standoff, staring at each other as if she was daring him to lay manipulators on her. Then 2-1 took out a scanner and passed it over her belly.
Oh my,
He said primly.
my database suggests this is the equivalent of a 6-month fetus.
Told you so.
2-1 hesitated, and then parted the heavy cloak that Etain was still clinging to. There was a visible bulge under her tunic, but nothing that would make anyone stop and stare. Ordo found himself suddenly fascinated in a macabre kind of way. There was no mother's heartbeat in the artificial womb of the transparistile tanks on Kamino, and no comforting darkness. Ordo knew that he should have begun his life like the child within Etain, and why the atmosphere of silence, isolation, and unbroken light, with only his own heartbeat to cling to, had helped make him the way he was. He remembered too much. Maybe it was a bad idea to hang around while the details were being discussed, but Cal Burr had told him to ensure Etain was safe and well, and that meant waiting.
Ordo?
How did we ever learn to be human at all? If bloodlines and genomes don't matter to Mando Ad, what makes me a human?
Ordo?
Etain gave him a meaningful look.
What?
I know nothing phases you, but, well, I'd prefer you to wait outside while the med droid completes the examination. Do I have to draw you a picture?
Ordo took the hint and stepped outside the door, still in earshot in case something went wrong. There were times when he realized just how far adrift he was from normal humanity, and Etain's pregnancy, a universal human condition that showed how mundane and constrained by biology even a Jedi could be, simply reminded him how much of an outsider he really was. He didn't even have a mother. He had a father, though, and Cal Burr made up for everything. The buzz of conversation and the occasional raised voice, Etain's, suddenly stopped. The droid opened the door.
You can come in now.
Ordo wasn't sure what he was going to see, but Etain was just sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing the crook of her arm.
Well,
I have problems with the placenta,
she said.
and my stress hormones are sky high, which isn't helping.
she shouldn't be fighting in a war, in her condition. And she shouldn't accelerate this pregnancy any further.
2-1 said, addressing Ordo as if he was somehow both responsible and her keeper.
I've given her medication to stabilize her, but she should let nature take its course and find a less stressful environment for the duration.
Understood.
Ordo said. That was clear enough.
Does she require more medication?
For the next 72 hours, yes.
2-1 produced a pack of single-use sharps from his bag.
Normally, I wouldn't leave an untrained being to administer these, but you've had emergency medical training, have you not?
Oh, yes.
Ordo took his collection of electrical disruptors and data slicing keys from his belt patch. They dangled from a plastoid cord, like an untidy necklace.
Battlefield first aid.
2-1 wasn't expecting it, and he never saw it coming. Ordo thrust the disruptor into the droid's data port, and 2-1 stopped dead, unable to process any signals or data.
What are you doing?
Etain looked aghast.
You can't just deactivate him like that.
Uh-huh.
Ordo checked the diagnostics on the slicing key, and found the time point in 2-1's memory where he was first told he was being taken to Quilora to treat a female Jedi for unspecified gynecological problems. That was all he needed to know to download the appropriate data resources. Now, he didn't need to know that at all, and he certainly didn't need to know he'd been here and treated a pregnant Jedi.
This is not data you want hanging around in the system, General.
Ordo hit the delete and overwrite command with his thumbnail. 2-1 had never been here, as far as the droid was concerned.
He's a doctor. Droid or not, patient confidentiality is a part of his programming.
Sadly, it's not part of anyone else's, ma'am. Data stored is data that might one day be found. Your child's existence has to remain a secret. If you need more treatment, we'll start over.
Ordo, he's self-aware, even if he's inorganic.
Etain had that expression of professional piety that really annoyed Ordo when it came to most of the Jedi he'd met. Politicians had that same look sometimes. It's said that they knew better, and that he didn't understand.
You can't just remove a chunk of his memory against his will. It's violating him.
No, it's like not telling him about classified information, only retroactively. Happens to troopers every day.
Ordo checked that the segments of memory were truly erased.
Are you going to mention the irony of clones mistreating droids, ma'am? Because I always find that amusing.
It's tempting.
Have you ever memory rubbed an organic being? I know some Jedi can't. Bardika told me.
Only in training, for practice. And then only with consent and...
Well then?
You've never forgiven me for messing around with that stop command, have you?
If you mean, do I trust you not to misuse it again when it suits you and effectively switch me off like a droid for a fraction of a second? No. If you mean, do I harbor a grudge? No, I don't.
Ordo now had to move 2-1 to a plausible location to reactivate him. That was going to be hard, unless the tinny walked, because he was too heavy to lift.
I suggest you go and hide in another room while I fire him up again and fill in the gaps.
And afterward?
I'm removing you from Quilura. For the time being. Get your kit.
Can't I just take it easy here?
And what are you going to do when you hear their artillery, and Levette comes back to report to you on the day's casualties?
Etain looked over, 2-1, as if seeking inspiration, then nodded. She got to her feet and disappeared along the landing to another bedroom.
Okay, Doctor. Wakey time.
Ordo rebooted 2-1 and stood back to watch his reaction.
Did I malfunction?
Asked the droid, clearly disoriented.
I have an unreadable sector in my memory.
Corrupted data.
Ordo said casually. It was true, from one perspective anyway. He definitely corrupted it, so much that it was unrecoverable.
I rebooted you. You're on Quilura. They're a little short of medical support, so I assigned you to Commander Levette. You might have to deal with the local militia's casualties too.
A patient is a patient, Captain.
He pressed the diagnostic panels on his arm.
Most disturbing. I hope I haven't lost any significant data.
2-1 sounded a little humbler now that he'd been pre-wipe. If Ordo hadn't known better, he would have said the droid was worried about his lapse of memory, scared even. Everyone said droids couldn't feel fear. What's fear anyway? A mechanism to save you from danger and destruction. All droids were programmed to avoid unnecessary risk to themselves, and only the level of necessity varied according to model. If that wasn't fear, Ordo didn't know what was. He'd have to think about droids differently from now on, but that didn't mean he wouldn't blow them to shrapnel if they got in his way. He handed 2-1 over to Levette, who was still waiting downstairs, and the commander dispatched the droid to the landing area to await incoming vessels.
I'd like to keep the General's condition between the two of us, to spare her embarrassment.
Ordo said.
The droid's been wiped. You can never be too careful. Funny people, Jedi. Indeed they are.
Levette projected the holochart above the table in the cramped room he used as an office. It still smelled too strongly of Trandoshans for Ordo's liking.
Now, what was this about the General? Sorry, I have terrible memory.
Levette knew, and there was only one way of permanently scrubbing a human memory that Ordo trusted. But his conscience, the rules of decency that Culber had instilled in him, said to leave the man, this brother, alone.
I'm going to have to remove her for a while. I assume you're happy to continue the removal of the colonists here on your own? Oh, I think we can blunder along. How long until the planet's cleared? Another week, maybe. Depending on how they react. We're losing too many men to mines. The locals are very good at concealing them from scissors with metal shaft, so we're adjusting our tactics. Either they come out quietly and board the transports, or we'll call in air support.
Levette traced his fingertip through the three-dimensional representation of the Tyndall arm and the northeast quadrants.
The 35th is due to take part in the assault on Gaftakar, so we need to clean up here, even if that means getting a little heavy-handed.
There wasn't a better time to move Etain. Once she knew how tough things were getting for Darman, she'd be tempted to seek him out. Gaftakar was relatively close to Quilura. Ordo paused in the hallway to check the messages on his datapad. Jessic had reported Delta's latest position on their way to Dasucha. Kalbur was on his way to Tudoruma. Ordo thought of calling Bethany, but it seemed a selfish indulgence, while Etain and Darman were denied routine contact, and Kalbur had left one more message. Suggests that the name Vinku is quite nice, son. Naming the child seemed to be a harmless concession to Etain's anxiety. If Darman or the child himself didn't like the name in due course, then it could always be changed. Ordo tried to imagine how Darman would react when he found out that nobody had told him about the baby, and that he was the last to know. Ordo was sure he would have been upset if he'd been in the same situation, however necessary it might have been.
General,
Ordo thudded up the stairs.
are you ready to leave?
Etain emerged with a rough bag over his shoulder that looked like it had one change of clothes in it. Jedi didn't have much by way of possessions, just like clones.
I need to say goodbye to Levette.
She said.
He knows you're pregnant, by the way. He's not blind or stupid.
Etain paused on the stairs for a moment.
Oh,
And
Come on. The name's important to her, and it's important to Kalbur, or he wouldn't have passed it on to you.
Cal says Vinku is a good name.
Etain looked totally distracted for a second, and her lips moved.
Vinku?
She said at last.
Vinku. Does it have a meaning?
It's derived from the word for future, Vinsuyot,
In the sense of,
a positive future.
ah,
She nodded and managed to smile. The future was obviously as tantalizingly fragile for her as it was for any clone.
tell Cal, it's an excellent name.
Ordo waited by Morill's shuttle and took in the clean silence of the snow while he waited for Etain to say her goodbyes. Every time he tried to be civil to her, he couldn't seem to make it work. It wasn't as if he even disliked her. He just couldn't find any common ground, despite the parallels in their lives. She emerged from the building and trudged through the snow, seeking out the path already worn down by boots.
Where are we going then?
Ordo opened the hatch.
A resort beach.
You're winding me up, aren't you?
No, it's what I believe they call a tropical paradise. I'll acquire a change of clothes for you.
Etain settled into the co-pilot's seat and looked like she was having trouble taking it all in. Ordo suddenly had an insight into the mind of a Jedi who wasn't comfortable with authority like Zay, or happy being one of the ordinary people as Jessic was. She's never done this. She's never been somewhere purely for relaxation. She was institutionalized as any clone trooper, and there's no Kalbur to look out for her. Yes, he pitied her, as he told her once before. It surprised him that he could, if being grateful that he wasn't her was pity.
I don't feel right about going to a resort when men are still fighting, Ordo.
And indulging in self-flagellation when you're pregnant and in danger of losing the child serves no purpose at all.
I suppose that's your unique way of telling me to be kinder to myself.
It was so much easier to have a conversation with Bethany. She was a precise woman, and endlessly patient when he didn't understand some finer point of civilian etiquette.
Daruma,
Ordo said, trying hard for Darman's sake.
Muriel says, is an excellent place to relax.
Kalbur had only told him to make sure Etain was safe and well. He hadn't told him not to return to the hunt for Kosei. Like Etain, Ordo didn't like sitting on his chevs while the people he cared about were facing danger.
Chapter 9.
Millions of us were wiped out when the seas rose and engulfed Camino. We survived as a species because we were willing to think the unthinkable. Some genetic characteristics helped us survive the starvation and overcrowding, and some did not. And there was no room for sentiment or for weaklings. We culled, we refined, we selected. The prospect of extinction forged us into the species we designed ourselves to be, the purest expression of the Caminoan spirit, and at a level of social maturity that weaker mongrel species will never attain, because they lack the courage to cull. We are the masters of genetics and sole arbiters of our fate, never to be at the mercy of chance again.
Draft Memoirs of former chief scientist Kosei on Caminoan eugenics and the desirability of the caste system, never published.
Iyat City, Kaftakar, Outer Rim, 477 days after Geonosis.
The bodies of the 2 covert ops troopers were much heavier than Darman expected. The wait for Niner and Phi to show up 2 hours was the longest of his life, and every creak and click made him think the Iyat police were surrounding the apartment. When his brothers finally arrived, he felt inexplicably guilty, as if he had to explain himself. Niner stood staring down at the 2 troopers.
Have you tidied them up, Dar?
Darman had done his best. Apart from the damage to the one he shot in the face, they both looked quite peaceful now. They looked like him, but dead, and he was having a hard time dealing with that. Their arms were neatly at their sides, legs straight.
I felt bad leaving them lying around like meat. What are we going to do with them?
Phi shrugged.
Can't leave them here as air fresheners. Phi, they're our own.
Darman couldn't bear looking at the faces any longer, and he grabbed a blanket from the bedroom.
We have to dispose of them properly. We've got their armor, Phi said. Sergeant Cal will want the tallies. He's funny about that. Okay, let me put it another way. What if that was your carcass lying there? What would you want done with it? I'd want someone to shake their head and say, what a waste of such a fine-looking and stylish young man. And then give me a big state funeral,
Phi said, taking the blanket out of Darman's hands and rolling one of the covert ops troopers in it.
With loads of women weeping that they never had the chance to sample my charms. But apart from that, I wouldn't give a moth's backside by then, would I? It's just a temporary shell, only the armor lasts.
Niner sneaked a glance out the window.
It'll be dark in an hour or so. We'll take them back to camp and bury them. Dispose of the armor somewhere remote. And tell the lizards not to dig them up and eat them. Dar, Marks don't eat other sentients, just their own dead. Oh, that's all right then. Dar, these guys try to kill you. No, they came for Sol. Sarge. And that's just what you were ready to do not so long ago, remember?
Darman had no problem killing. It was his job. He'd grown used to it. And he didn't even get the bad feelings and nightmares afterward that they said humans usually had. But he'd killed his own comrades, not an enemy. Their circumstances didn't make him feel any better. I don't think I could ever go after my own like that, no matter what. Not unless it was personal, and they'd done something terrible to me. He realized he was blathering. Even Phi gave him an odd look. Niner bundled the second trooper in a blanket, and Darman helped him. The dead trooper's muscles hadn't stiffened yet, and when Darman bent one of them over, the movement forced the air from the man's lungs. He emitted a distressing sighing noise that made him sound as if he'd come back to life. Darman had seen some unpleasant things in battle, but the moment was seared into his memory as one he knew he would never forget. By the time the bodies were trussed with fiber cord, they could have passed for lumpy carpets in bad lighting.
Adam's been told that the assault on the yacht is probably going to be in a week's time,
Niner said, seeming unconcerned.
So it wouldn't matter if we left them here. No, we bury them. Okay. I mean it. Dar, am I arguing?
It would have made more sense to run. The longer they waited here, the more at risk they were. It wasn't hot outside, And with the environment controls in the apartment turned right down and the windows sealed, it might have been a couple of weeks before the neighbors felt that anything was amiss. But that wasn't good enough, even if they had been sent to shoot Sol. Vi wandered into the kitchen. The conservatory door slid open and then shut again. He came out with a plate of food in one hand and a single fritter cake in the other, which he held up to Darwin. "Eat," he said. "Go on, or I'll sulk." Darwin accepted the cake and chewed, but it stuck in his throat like sawdust. He had an urge to call it Tane. It was the first time he'd ever felt the need to seek comfort from someone outside rather than his immediate circle of brothers, and it made him feel disloyal, as if their reassurance and support were no longer enough for him. "You should talk to Calber," Niner said quietly. "He killed a commando by accident, remember? He probably knows better than anyone what you're going through." "I'm not going through anything." Darwin suddenly felt transparent and exposed. "I'm just getting jumpy, waiting for the cops to show up. How nobody heard the blaster noise, I'll never know. The place was well insulated," Vi said gently. "Pretty well soundproof, except for the floors creaking." Darwin knew he wasn't fooling anyone, and retreated to the kitchen to wait for darkness, on the pretext of clearing out the cupboards. Yes, he'd talked to Scarata. Whatever Cal had been through was worse. He shot a commando in training during a live fire exercise, one of his own boys, and even though everyone knew accidents like that happen, Scarata was never the same afterward. It had to be much, much harder to live with, causing the death of someone you cared about. The covert ops troopers were relative strangers. But Darwin had heard that our troopers were ready to kill clone kids rather than let set forces take them during the attack on Camino. Not for their own good, or to save them from anything, but to deny them as assets to the enemy. Would Sol have hesitated to kill a brother clone who got in his way? Darwin doubted it. It was all getting too blurred and messy lately. He longed for the good old days when the enemy was just tinnies and very easy to spot. "Okay, let's make a move," said Niner. Niner brought a speeder right up to the front of the apartment, so that was what had taken 2 hours then, acquiring more transport, and they moved the bodies like rolls of carpet. A few people were about on the street, but they took no notice, probably thinking someone was moving house. Then Fi went to collect Darwin's speeder, while Niner and Darwin waited in the vehicle with the bodies in the back. It was just a simple drive back to the camp. Darwin felt he could manage that, and began fretting about digging graves in the dark. He certainly didn't plan to leave the corpses overnight. He had an image of the Merritts making a stew out of them, and it wasn't funny at all. It disturbed him in a way he hadn't thought possible, making his mouth fill with unwelcome saliva as if he was going to vomit. But he had to hold it together long enough to work with the lizards until the assault on the yacht began. "Nice strong cup of calf when we get back," Niner said. His voice had every single intonation then that Scarata's did, all reassurance and concern. "You'll be okay, Dar." What if they weren't actually going to kill me? I never waited to find out. "Sarge, do you suppose they just come to arrest Sol?" "No," Niner said firmly. "They came to execute him. And even if they had arrested you, they'd only have been taking you back so someone else could kill you. So stop replaying the hollow bit in your head, and accept it was them or you, Nervotica." Sometimes Darwin thought he alone knew what was going on in his mind, and then one of his brothers would tell him exactly what he was thinking. On balance, exposed or not, he was more comforted to know he wasn't alone or going crazy. They drove out of town with Darwin occasionally directing Niner, who was working from the hollow chart in his datapad. Vi followed behind in the other speeder. It was all going fine. Fine under the circumstances, anyway, until the red and green strobing lights of the local law enforcement patrol vehicle shot past them. "He's in a hurry," said Niner. "Late for his calf break." That was what Captain O'Brim always said when he saw one of his CSF speeders misbehaving. Darwin glanced in the rear view to check that Vi hadn't dropped too far behind. "Doesn't look like they got too much trouble in this place. Not exactly the lower levels of 000. Everywhere's got its lower levels, Dar." He felt that if he kept chatting like a normal person, everything would be alright. He thought that right up to the moment when the police speeder braked and came to a halt. The illuminated matrix between its rear jets flashing a single word: stop.
Oh, sick.
Niner muttered.
I think he means us. Tell me this isn't stolen, Nervad. It's not. And we're not over the speed limit either.
Niner slowed down. Darwin could see Phi dropping farther behind to stop outside a tab calf.
Now, nice and calm,
Niner said.
Let's hope he thinks we're twins. How many folks know what clones look like anyway? Especially here.
Niner activated the comlink in his ear by clicking his back teeth. Darwin felt his own embedded earpiece vibrate for a moment as it started receiving the signal. Then Niner lowered the side viewport and put on his sensible but blank expression. As the red uniformed officer walked up to the speeder with one hand on the blaster at his belt.
Good evening, officer. What's the problem? Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. And show me what you've got in the back.
The officer leaned slightly to stare at Darwin.
You step out of the vehicle and put your hands on the roof.
For a moment, Darwin thought Niner was going to throw the door open and knock the guy down, but he gritted his teeth and popped the rear hatch. Phi's voice filled Darwin's skull.
He's on his own, Dar. I can drop him from here.
Wait.
Darwin got out of the speeder slowly and left the door open for a rapid retreat, but he edged far enough down the length of the speeder to keep an eye on Niner. The officer leaned into the small cargo space at the back of the speeder, still keeping his hand on the butt of his blaster, as if it was some comfort to him. He didn't seem to realize that turning his back on a suspect, two suspects, in fact, was risky. And Darwin looked hard to see if he had some headset linking him to another officer nearby. But there was nothing. He was simply not used to dealing with serious criminals or commandos.
Had a report of a speeder being used to remove items from a residence, sir,
the officer said. His voice was muffled as he leaned in, one hand taking some of his weight on the tailgate.
This one, in fact. Now, what do you reckon you've got here?
The moment the cop moved his hand to the tightly wrapped body in the cargo area, his fate was sealed. It was almost as if they drilled for it. Niner jumped him and pinned him flat, face down, arm locked around his throat to silence him, while Darwin stepped in and checked him for comlinks. Phi was now right behind them in the other speeder, shielding the tussle from view. Unlike the holovids, there was no quick blow to the head to render someone conveniently unconscious while you made your getaway, with no harm done beyond a headache when they regained consciousness. This was just a poor cop, like any of O'Brim's team. He stopped the wrong man at the wrong time. Darwin's eyes met Niner's, and he knew he should have simply shot the cop as his instinct told him to, but he couldn't. Phi stepped in and rifled through the array of weapons on the officer's belt.
Ah,
he said, the only word spoken in the whole incident, and selected a stun baton. He shoved it into the cop's armpit. It crackled just as Niner let go of him. The man stopped struggling and convulsed a couple of times.
There,
said Phi. He hauled the officer onto the curb, when he slumped in a heap hidden from the oncoming traffic by the other speeder.
Sorry about that, Sarge. It's okay. I broke contact before I got a shock. Time to bang out fast. Sorry.
Darwin jumped back into the passenger seat. There was more traffic around than he expected, but Niner shot straight out into it and burned toward the city exit.
Sorry, I should have. No harm done,
Niner said. Phi overtook them and disappeared into the distance. Darwin took out his DC-15 and kept it cradled in his lap, checking in the rearview until they were clear of the city limits. He was starting to worry that he lost his nerve. He never hesitated over taking a shot before. His thought process wasn't supposed to kick in and start arguing with his risk assessment. I could have compromised this mission, and that means I put my brothers at risk.
If you'd shot him, it would have been another mess to clean up,
Niner said, veering away from the road and weaving through the trees.
Can't leave civvy cops dead all over the place. It's not Galactic City, is it? You're telepathic, Sarge. I was thinking what Scarada would have said, actually. We still left a cop in the yacht. We've seen us up close. Well, next time he sees us, we'll have our helmets on. So a fat lot of good that'll do him.
Adin and Phi were already waiting in the makeshift ops room when they reached the rebel camp, which appeared to be in darkness like the rest of the base. All the windows were shielded by blackout material. Inside the fragile-looking house, the two of them were sitting at a table and gazing forlornly at a datapad, and Adin had his hand held against his ear as if he was concentrating on a signal he could barely hear. Phi didn't look up. Adin did. "Wow, you're good," the Null said warily. "How many stiffs have you racked up tonight? 2 troopers and a cop. You're going to beat your own dumb record at this rate." "We never killed a cop," Nunner said. Phi simply looked over his shoulder at them. "I didn't plan to. Stun batons are tricky things if you don't know the medical history of your target." "Oh, great. Great." Phi tapped his datapad, and a crackling stream of audio filled the room. It was voice traffic from a police control room, judging by the jargon and codes.
Say again? 3-7. Last call shown on the onboard log was a vehicle stopped on Bidian Way. No near surveillance holocam view available. Confirm. ID on the suspect's speeder rental. Fake identity chip used to secure it. Hey, did anyone know he had a heart problem?
Phi silenced it again and got up. "Adin's digging a hole. I'll go and help him. I'm great at digging holes. Really deep ones." Adin shrugged and went back to listening to the circuit. "I think the cops got excited when they found the stun baton burn on their buddy, joining up the dots and working out that it was actually a covert commando team. Cleaning up a spillage is a step too far for them, thankfully." He leaned backward as far as his chair would go and grabbed another datapad. "Now take a look at these aerial wreck images." Darman took the pad, but Niner was still focused on the previous issue. "So, Sergeant, what would you have done differently?" "I'd have shot the cop," said Adin. "That would have solved the problem. How, exactly?" "It wouldn't have changed a thing. It just worries me that you put being nice before doing the job right. We do extreme stuff. That means some unlucky saps caught as collateral damage. Deal with it." Darman knew Adin was right, and he was troubled by the fact that he'd hesitated. He was reacting to an internal template of police as Jailer O'Brim's kind allies, comrades, friends, and it was wholly wrong and a recipe for disaster at some point in the future. He couldn't afford to judge anyone by their uniform. He couldn't even assume all Jedi were on his side now. If he found out that Zay was tasking special operations personnel to deal with deserters like that, he wasn't sure how he'd take it. "I realize you're the explosive ordnance man," Adin said, "but can't you manage to interpret aerial images?" Darman jerked out of his thoughts. "Okay. Well?" Darman stared at the flat images of what looked like the two-dimensional map of a city with a cron that showed it was recorded a few hours earlier. It was part of a yacht, not as a schematic of the construction that the Merits had worked, but a real image. He could see the tiny dots moving along road. A large compound in the heart of the city was packed full of repulsor trucks and armored vehicles of various types that hadn't been there a few days earlier when Omega was inserted. There was even a mobile anti-air cannon. He handed the datapad to Niner for inspection. "They're getting ready for our visit, then?" Adin nodded. "No doubt their SEP allies have aerial reconnaissance of the accumulation of Republic souvenirs we've given the lizards. We can both spy on each other when we know where to look." So Iyat was bracing for a Merit assault. "Other cities?" Darman asked. "All doing the same. I'm not sure if they understand how the lizards here cascade things. But it's unlikely they'll know about Leveler until she's looking for a parking space." A warship had been identified and deployed to Gaptakar then. It was imminent. "Leveler?" "With a few thousand of the Republic's finest embarked, 35th Infantry, and 10th Armored, just to soften up a yacht, and a few other major cities to allow the Merits to move in. Then pull out when the dust has settled." Iyat wasn't well defended at all. From what Darman had seen, even when ship was overkill. Shinyo Mining has enough resources to roll over a yacht, and the government on its own without any military support if it wants to strip mine the place that badly. "Yeah, But you know how companies like to look like they've been invited legally, or else people scream that it's corporate invasion. It is corporate invasion, Darman said. Maybe there's some strategy, some big picture we're not privy to, Adden said. But in the end, all wars are about someone wanting something the other guy's got. If I thought that throwing a Hydra spanner in the works would change the nature of the galaxy, I'd do it. But this is the way life works, chum. Let's just do the job and hope we stay alive long enough to move on. Niner didn't seem bothered. He looked much more interested in the wreck data. Darman left the sergeants to their own devices, retrieved his entrenching tool from his backpack, and went in search of Phi and Atten. In the quiet night air, it was easy to follow the sound of his shovel biting into the soil, with that familiar metallic clinking sound. Phi and Atten, totally silent, were hacking away in the clearing fringed by small bushes, somewhere that roots would be less of a problem. Darwin paused to look at the two bodies, and joined in the digging by the faint shielded light of the glow rod laid on the ground. 2 meters was deeper than it sounded. The three of them eventually stopped to stare down into the pit. Should we have dug 2 graves? Atten asked. Sergeant Cal said that Mando had to use communal graves if they bury at all. Darman racked his brain, trying to remember what else Karada had taught them about disposing of fallen comrades. He didn't care about what the book said about concealing signs that they'd ever been there. This was about respect for men who were one simple designation prefix away from being him. And no soldier wants to be separated from his brothers. Unless they're particularly Daikutla, Phi said. Atten squatted down over the bodies. Okay, let's roll them in. Can't we lower reverently instead? Darman went over to the pile of purple armor and pried the ID tallies from the breastplates. When he ran his pocket sensor over them, they gave him the readout CT6200/8901 and CT0368/7766. There was no indication of what they actually called each other, of course. The Grand Army didn't give a Motla Shevs about how clones like to be addressed. On the record, at least. He did what he'd been avoiding for the last few hours, and interrogated the copy of the Knowles database that Ordo had given them all back on 000. Once he knew their real names, he would feel even worse. But he needed to, if he was going to give them any sort of farewell rite. They're Maz and Olin. And this was the worst bit. Jang trained them at one time. If Maz and Olin had harbored any ambitions beyond surviving the war, Jang might have been the only one who knew what they were. Those dreams probably didn't include getting killed by another clone. Phi and Atten lowered them into the pit, still wrapped. Nai, Suki, Ga, Kuradik, Ni Patali, Ga, Da Asum. Darman said it was the ritual remembrance of those who'd passed on, recited daily with the names of all the people the mourner committed himself to immortalizing. I'm still alive. You're dead. I'll remember you so you're eternal. Sergeant Cal said that Mando Aid got straight to the point, even in spiritual matters. Maz and Olin. Phi threw a few handfuls of dirt into the pit, then picked up a shovel. You know, you've got to recite that every day for the rest of your life now, don't you? I know, said Darman, pitching loose soil back into the grave. And how many more names by the time this war is over? It wasn't going to be hard to remember them. It was going to be much, much harder to forget. Ore Terminal, Karif City, Bog 5, 478 days after Geonosis. Twi'leks were much heavier than they looked. Maybe it was the Leku, because that tissue had to be pretty dense. Or maybe they were all muscle. Either way, it took a lot more effort than Sev expected to restrain one. My, he said, grabbing Leb Chura in the headlock and slamming him into the warehouse wall. You get around, don't you, delivery boy? The Twi'lek hit the permacrete slabs with a loud wet grunt. and Sev was sure he had a good grip on him until the pilot struggled free and made a run for it across the pitch-black landing strip. It was always a challenge when you couldn't immobilize targets the quick way, but Delta needed this one alive and talking. Sev tracked him in the night vision visor, a speed-blurred green figure with head tails flapping as he ran.
Coming your way, Fixer.
Leb ran full tilt towards his ship on the freight pad, and Sev raced after him. One downside of Katarn armor was that it was heavy, okay for short panicky sprints, but over any distance it slowed a man down, and Leb was opening the gap between them. No problem, Fixer and Scorch were waiting. The twilight cannoned into a solid wall of commando plastoid, and Deese as the two men intercepted him, the hard way. Sev heard the oof of air expelled from his lungs. Leb was knocked flat on his back before being hauled upright and pinned between Fixer and Scorch.
I know, Sev's weird, pal, but it's rude to run away when he tries to be sociable.
Scorch could put a charmingly menacing leer into his voice that Sev couldn't emulate. His gloved fingers tightened slowly on the Twi'lek's neck.
He doesn't mean to bite. He's just being playful.
What do you want? Leb gasped, getting his breath back. I've done nothing. I'm all legit. Who are you anyway? Mandalorians? 'Cause I've... Boss ambled across the landing strip.
Don't break anything. General on deck.
He tilted his head to indicate that Sev should look behind him.
Bardika on your 6. Very anxious to do some interrogating. Leb, now's the time to enjoy the hospitality of the Republic,
Scorch said, hauling the Twi'lek bodily towards Delta's traffic interdiction vessel.
We just want to ask you a few harmless questions about your itinerary.
Yeah, the questions might be harmless, but you're not. Leb now looked past Scorch and spotted Jussic, jogging across the permacrete, Jedi robes flapping. Oh yeah, now there's a Jedi, going to zap me with his force powers, isn't he? Shove a lightsaber in... Jussic caught up with them. He always looked as if a strong breeze would knock him over. No lightsaber necessary, my friend. You haven't got any reason to withhold information, have you? When Jussic used that especially quiet, reasonable tone, and he never raised his voice, anyway, Sev wasn't sure if he was using Jedi mind influence or not. There was always something disturbing about Jedi, even the approachable ones like Jussic. Sergeant Val said it was a good idea never to turn your back on one. They weren't like regular folks. Would I know if he was using that mind stuff on me? Sev thought about that more and more lately. He still liked Jussic, though. It was a tight fit in the TIF crew compartment. Now 4 armored commandos, a scared Twi'lek, and a General Jussic. And Lev seemed not to realize it was hard not to give a prisoner a good hiding in such a confined space. His eyes went from visor to visor. He really didn't have a clue who they were. But then very few beings ever got to see a Republic commando close up, and the helmet always seemed to bother them when they did. Eye contact was everything for most humanoid species. Without it, they couldn't gauge how much trouble they were in.
So, you've been delivering specialist equipment shipped from Arcania,
Boss said.
And you don't have a permit for it.
I don't need one, do I?
You are from Ryloth, so you're a Republic citizen, and that makes trading in cloning equipment illegal.
I'm not trading in anything, and I don't look in the crates.
Arcania. They don't export fruit, do they?
I'm a delivery boy like you said.
Your name showed up on a list we happen to have.
Okay, arrest me then. Boss turned his head slowly to Sev, his silent cue to play the heavy. Jussic just watched, impassive.
We don't do arrests,
Sev said.
We get answers. Give us one, and we'll go away.
Or
I'll be very upset.
Sev could make his knuckles crack, alarmingly, just by closing his fist.
Tell me where you took the consignment.
Leb's gaze wandered to the hatch, as if he was calculating what he'd have to do to escape. Maybe it was just a reflex. His Leku were moving slightly in some wordless reaction. Why is everyone so interested in this stuff? Is it really Glitterstem, or something? The Mandalorians asked me the same thing where I took it. I thought it was just vats and permacrete and stuff.
What Mandalorians?
3 of them. 1 young, 2 older, judging by the voices. 'Cause they have helmets, like you, don't they? And they were wearing... Jessica cut in suddenly, very intent on the question. Green armor. They wore dark green armor, didn't they? Lev blinked. Yeah. He defocused for a moment, as if he was trying to visualize something. Yeah, they wore dark green armor. How did you know? A hunch, Jessic said. Sev was almost pushed aside now. Whatever Jessic had on his mind, whatever intel he hadn't shared it with them. He'd busted a gut to get here, though. I can work out who they are. Now tell me where you took the equipment. Daruma. Jessic leaned back, as if he had his answer. As if the identity of whoever else had shaken down Lev mattered more to him than the delivery destination, Kosei's likely location. Sev was distracted by that, trying to construct a scenario in which that information mattered more.
You wanted to pin that down?
Boss asked, and indicated Sev.
Or do I let my colleague ask you?
Tropic Island Resort, Lev sounded fluent, as if he'd rehearsed it, or at least given the same answers before. You want the coordinates? Here they are. He put his hand inside his tunic and froze. Hey, it's just a datapad, take it easy. Sev realized he must have looked as if he was going to hit him. He wondered how he managed to give the impression of being more violent than his brothers, because any armored commando with a D's looked like bad news. He wasn't trying to act like a psycho, whatever build-up Boss gave him. But folks didn't feel comfortable sharing a space with him, and whatever he intended didn't seem to affect that. I'll take the data, Jessic said quietly. He held his hand out for Lev's datapad, tapped the controls and keyed something into his own device. Then he handed it back. Hey! Lev stared at his datapad in horror. You erased it! I'm so clumsy, said Jessic. Come on. Let's see you safely on your way, shall we? But my data! Jessic crooked his finger at Sev to accompany him, and they bundled Lev out of the TIV so fast that he almost fell out the hatch. The two of them held on to an arm each and steered him toward his freighter. Don't I get some credits for my trouble? Lev said. Jessic slapped something into his palm. Not just that, citizen. I'll make the problem disappear, too. He stared into the Twi'lek's face and put his hand flat on his chest for a moment. In a few minutes, things will go back to normal for you. Now, off you go. Lev stood at the front of the ladder, up to his cockpit, and seemed to be contemplating the contents of his palm. As Jessic and Sev jawed back to the TIV, there was a small, anonymous-looking shuttle a little distance from it, one that Sev had seen Jessic use before.
What did you give him, sir?
Sev asked. A few hundred creds, and a spot of amnesia.
What?
I mind-rubbed him.
Oh, you can do that too, can you?
No point deleting the records on his datapad if he remembers them. And he remembers us. There was a low rumble behind them. Sev turned to see Lev's ship powering up, driving clouds of dust and grit into the air, with the downdraft of its thrusters.
But whoever's after Kosei can still find him, except he won't be able to give them an answer this time. So how does that solve his problem?
I didn't say it would solve his, Jessic said, but it certainly solved some of ours. It wasn't very Jedi of him, but then maybe Sev didn't fully understand their beliefs.
What about those Mandalorians? You sounded like you knew something.
Jessic shrugged and opened the hatch on his shuttle with a gesture of his hand. It might have been some force trick or simply remote control. Let's just say Kosei's in demand.
But who are they?
Competition. I'll catch up with you later. Sev accepted, need to know, even if it annoyed him. He watched Jessic disappear into the shuttle and rejoined Delta and the TIV, trying to work out what he felt about Mandalorians, and whether they were all like him.
The General scrambled the Twi'lek's brains,
he said, slumping into his seat and fastening his restraint belt before takeoff.
So he isn't going to be discussing his travel arrangements with anyone else, at least.
Boss tutted in annoyance.
We should have asked him for a bit more detail about where he did the drop, but Jessic seemed really keen to get rid of him. Well, he knows something we don't.
Nobody said it. But Sev knew they were thinking it. Mandalorians. It was always sobering to run into them, or the mention of them, and find they were on the Separatist side, or on no side at all, but not the Republic's allies. Like most of the commandos, Delta Squad had been raised and trained by Mandalorian sergeants, men like Wallen Val, who had done what generations of Mando fathers had done, raising their sons to be self-sufficient warriors, passing on a Mandalorian culture that made strong, tight-knit armies. Yeah, but there's Mando and there's Mando. Is that me? Is that who I really am? And how do real Mandos see us? Omega, we're very Mando now. All Scarada's squads were. He was a real hardliner, old Cal. All tradition, emotional sentimentality, and if anyone got in his way, complete no-holds-barred violence. Sometimes Sev preferred Val's cold distance, because it was for their own good, but there were times he envied Omega. Val said Scarada was too soft and made weak soldiers, but all Sev saw was someone he didn't have to be afraid of and who would let him make mistakes. Too late to think about that now.
Okay. Daruma it is,
Said Boss.
Hope you packed your swimwear, Fixer.
Tropic Island Resort, Doruma, Kularan System, 478 days after Geonosis. Tropics was a manufactured paradise with every facility a sun-seeking visitor might want, and as far as from Scarada's ideal of bliss as he could imagine. It was all bright colors, noise, and heat. Lulari trees imported from Hikkel tinkled like wind chimes in the breeze, and their heady scent was pungent enough to give him the start of a headache. Murd bolted along the shell-paved beachfront path ahead of Val, whipping its tail and whimpering with excitement as it picked up strange new scents. It was a separatist planet, at least as far as the Kularan system was sub-loyal. Scarada felt everywhere was enemy territory, regardless of where it was, red, blue, or yellow on the charts, and didn't let the stereotyped idol weaken his guard. Well, this is classy, he said. Beings of various species lounged on a white sand beach, lapped by a turquoise sea so vividly blue that it could have been dyed. Twilight waitresses whose skin almost matched it wandered among the vacationers with trays of drinks. Droids trundled between, raking sand and somehow managing to leave no tracks behind them. Imagine being stuck here for 2 weeks. What do you reckon, Marika? Muriel shrugged. Out of armor, in a plain white shirt and beige pants, he suddenly looked so ordinary, so civilian, that Scarada could only think of all the routine things he was denied. I could probably find something to occupy me, Muriel said. Do you two realize how much you look like glitter stem dillers? Val looked back over his shoulder, a rather splendid pearl inlaid blaster shimmering in his holster. I'm going for the casual, but menacing look. Glad I pulled it off. It's the Eric Hyde special, Valen. Says more about you than credits ever can. The gangster look was less conspicuous here than full Mandalorian armor. The ideal was to look like they'd come for sport fishing so that submerging Ahan offshore didn't attract the wrong sort of interest. Looks rather expensive. Another bauble from the Val deposit box. My great-grandfather is said to have shot a servant with it for serving his calf too hot. Scarada almost went for the bait. You're just saying that to make me mad, aren't you? Val's expression was unreadable. You know I'd never do such a thing. Morel put a restraining hand on Scarada's shoulder as he overtook him. The terrible thing about Val and his family was that it was perfectly possible. Instead, Scarada tried to concentrate on the inexplicably generous Val, the man who'd just given him millions for the frankly sentimental and unselfish purpose of rescuing clones, rather than the sadistic Martinet, who nearly killed Atten and toughened him up. Udisi, Morel muttered. Take it easy, cowbear. Scarada did his best. He took a deep breath as he walked into the lobby of the resort's huge hotel complex and focused on having a Glitterstem Baron on a short break. He was a nondescript,
short, gray-haired, middle-aged man who could pass unnoticed as a vagrant in the right clothes, or bring a room to a halt simply by walking with the right degree of swagger. Today, he could play a prince. He had a fortune in the safe on board Ahon. So thinking like the idle and disreputable rich was easy. He was both. The tall female wreck looked down at him. Scrata had seen them working as bounty hunters. Their ultra-thin whip-like bodies came in handy for accessing awkward locations, but it was a surprise to come across one in the hospitality business. This one didn't appear to have a sense of humor. He decided to skip the diet jokes. "Do we need a permit for angling here, ma'am?" Scrata asked innocently. "We've come for the riffy fishing."
Yes.
Not exactly personifying hospitable. She fixed him with a disturbing purple eye.
Are you guests?
"No, we have a marine vessel moored here."
Well, there'll be a fee for berthing. Do you wish to hire tackle too?
"Oh, we've come very well prepared, thanks."
And you'll have to sign a waiver, because Tropics Resorts cannot be held responsible for any death, injury, damage, or other untoward incident caused by or relating to hunting, fishing, or exploration in any area more than 10 meters offshore or beyond a depth of 50 meters.
Scrata smiled indulgently, waste of time though it was, and took out a stylus. "We're used to taking risks, ma'am. Where do I sign?"
How long will this permit need to cover?
How long to find the hiding hole that Kosei had created for herself? Maybe hours? Maybe days? If they were unlucky, weeks. And when they found it, there was always a chance that the Awabate would have moved on again. "Give me a week's pass," Scrata said, slapping his credit chip on the desk. "If we find we have more time to kill, I'll extend it." The wreck checked the chip in her scanner.
Thank you, Master Nissen.
Scrata flinched at the bogus ID.
I must advise caution if you fish beyond the 500-meter limits. We do have people go missing from time to time when they ignore the warnings, but that's part of the appeal for many anglers and divers who come here.
Val did his icy, "I know something you don't know" smile. "Sport fishing isn't sport unless you run the risk of being caught yourself, is it?"
There's always relaxing on the beach,
said the wreck.
or a pleasant walk around the harbor.
She seemed to have classed them as two old guys trying to rediscover the youth through destructive machismo. Maybe with Muriel as the fit young minder who could haul them out of trouble. It was perfect. Whoever Kosei has the contract here, and she'd need one, if only to get a hold of supplies, wouldn't be tipped off to the fact that Mandalorian bounty hunters were in town. Ahon didn't look too conspicuous on one of the pontoons that stretched out to the azure water. Most of the vessels alongside showed no signs of ever having slipped their moorings, but there were a few more rugged craft that were clearly from off-world. Scrata took out his datapad and aimed the scanner discreetly in their direction to check the passive transponders just in case. He found no registrations that worried him. "You have to hand it to the investment group here," he said as they tried to look casual. "They take a disaster and turn it into a USP." "You're so cross," Val muttered. "What's USP?" Merle asked. "Unique selling point, son. As in, they made a complete shushook when they terraformed the place, not knowing just what kind of wildlife was in the ice when they thawed the planet. There's some real nasties lurking underwater. But instead of saying, 'Oh, that's too dangerous, let's scrub the resort ideal,' the tourist board touts it was an opportunity for wild adventure. I had to respect that kind of resilience in business." Morrell smiled to himself. "Until the lawsuits come rolling in." "Just operating costs," Scrata said. "Overheads." The three men climbed onto Ahon and sat on a flat section of her casing, backs resting against the curve of the port cargo bay, looking out to sea. Murd sat with his nose pointing into the wind, sniffing happily. Scrata didn't know a lot about sport angling, although he could manage to catch fish if he ever had to. And he hoped there wasn't some giveaway sign of a real angler that was conspicuously missing. If push came to shove, he could always play the stem Baron on his first fishing trip. "The Awabate has to have a resupply route,"
he said. She can't just go to ground here and have no contact with anyone. How does she get her food? She's not the kind that lives off the land. She's used to having minions. Sea, said Morrill. What? Live off the sea, not the land. Well, Camino and discipline or not, she has to eat something.
Let's do a little exploring, said Val. We have the chart. Oya Murd.
Murd stood up, paw slipping on the smooth hull, and looked around frantically at the command to hunt. The Strill couldn't sense any prey. Val leaned over and ruffled its loose folds of gold fur, pointing at the water. Strills could fly and glide, but swimming wasn't their forte. Murd rumbled with disappointed frustration.
It's okay, Murd. I'll let you hunt Camino East, soon,
Scarada said. He wondered if he was getting soft. He'd always disliked the animal, even if he couldn't blame it for his savagery, given a master like Val. Now he saw his talents, if not his charm.
Soon, okay?
Murd's eyes had that focus and intensity that suggested it understood Scarada perfectly. It settled down again with its huge head in Val's lap. Morrill slid his sun visor into place and leaned back against the curve of the hull. Fingers meshed behind his head.
Let's narrow down the search range first, he said, pointing. Look, check out the speed.
Moving across the harbor, well within the safe turquoise shallows, was a powered barge with a quad of drivers, getting ready to explore the underwater world. Wearing a bizarre array of brightly colored swimwear that said they didn't die for a living. The hull looked like the barges tied up on nearby pontoons in Tropics Resort livery. This is what the staff here used to get around the perfectly planned, ideally spaced, island chain. And this is what the Twi'lek must have used to move Kosei's equipment and droids out to sea. If they worked out the speed the barges could cruise, and factored in the weight of the cargo the Twi'lek had delivered, they would get a radius within which to search. Scarada aimed his datapad, laying it flat on his knee, and letting it track the barge.
I was never good at this.
It was just a matter of timing it across a set distance, using the datapad like one of those gizmos that CSF sometimes use to track speeders.
Well, I make that 15 clicks an hour.
Morrill slid along the hull and checked over his shoulder.
So that means if the barge went out to some RV point and returned in half an hour, we're looking at a maximum range of maybe 10 clicks. If it was moving faster, and that's being optimistic, let's take the search out to the 15-click radius then, just to be sure.
Val keyed in the data and projected the holochart onto the hull.
This is the three-dimensional, remember?
A concave relief chart, formed like a mesh basket in blue light that was hard to see in the sunlight.
That's the underwater topography, in a 15-click radius from the coordinates the Twi'lek gave us.
Even in these lighting conditions, Scarada could see the indentions of cave mouths under the waterline. The charts only went down as far as 50 meters. It was a good place as any to start looking.
Who did the hydrography? For the developers?
Morrill asked.
They put that 50-meter limit in for a reason, because they must have known what was below it. They didn't just stop looking, because it was time for a calf break. I don't think there's the equivalent of City Hall here,
Scarada said.
We can't just stroll in and ask the local planning chief if we can look through his database. That's the problem with commercially owned planets.
Val opened the top hatch and motioned Murd inside.
Where's your spirit of adventure, Cal? Have overpriced deep water hybrid? We'll explore.
I got this stuff for a good price.
Insulting Scarada's ability to drive a deal was marginally worse than questioning his courage, and he realized Val baited him yet again.
And I wonder what you'd do with yourself if you didn't have me to torment.
Val raised one eyebrow now. That was annoying dumb insolence. It really was. But Scarada ignored the impulse, thought of the fortune Val had handed over to him, as if it were a cred chip he'd found on the street, and stood up. Morrill slipped the mooring line and prepared to get underway. The islands were constructed on the tops of natural peaks jutting from the sea, like porcelain crowns on the stumps of teeth. Once submerged, it was simply a matter of doing what he'd done on land. If he was hunting an animal in a lair,
looking for signs of activity, checking out cave mouths, and venturing inside. It was just a wreck, just a discreet dive to scope out the topography that wasn't shown on any of the charts, so they could come back later to stage a planned assault. But if an opportunity presented itself, they'd take it. Outside the transparent steel bubble that formed a clear dome over the cockpit, a tourist brochure of an underwater world drifted past them in vividly colored serenity. Merge seemed fascinated, pressing a snotty nose to the transparent and making excited grumbling noises. And Scarada, wrist reaching out to haul the Strill back in by its collar and wipe the viewport clean. Filthy thing. But it has its uses, just like us. Val took the hint and beckoned to Merge to sit on his lap. Relations had definitely relaxed between Scarada and Val. There was a time when they'd have brawled over less. Ahan dropped below 60 meters, past the charted depth. The water was surprisingly clear. Lacy weeds swayed gracefully in the currents. Brilliant pink and yellow fish, like ribbons, wove themselves between the fronds, flashing displays of lights like a Coruscant casino. "That's more like it," Muriel said, sounding pleased. The navigation display stripped away the layer of marine life and showed a three-dimensional landscape of slopes, marked with fissures and channels that penetrated deep into the face of the submerged mountain, forming the one island within the 15-kilometer zone. Ahan came alongside a deep shadow that appeared as a hole on the sensors. "Worth the ping," said Muriel. "Let's just line up the sensors and see how far into that feature we can map." "You okay with this, son?" "Yes, Calber." He turned the vessel 90 degrees and pointed Ahan's nose at the opening for a deep scan. "Now that's a likely one. Goes back 100 meters at least. Mark that on the chart, please, Sergeant Val." He turned to Scarada. "I'm several pages ahead of Ordo in the manual now." There'd be a contest later, Scarada could tell. Ordo and Muriel, a double act, right from the time he'd met them, as 2-year-old clone kids, no names, just numbers. And already handling blasters, sometimes indulged in a little rivalry and one-upmanship. It explained Muriel's love of risk-taking. He had to edge out of Ordo's shadow somehow. They worked along the 30 kilometers of submerged coastline, checking and scanning cave after cave. Some were immediately obvious as dead ends, when the sonar scan was mapped onto the three-dimensional view, just depressions in the rock that went nowhere. Some were so deep and twisted that the sonar didn't find an end, and those were marked. As Muriel eased Ahan through the extraordinary forest of weed and marine creatures, some of which slapped sucker-like mouthparts onto the cockpit bubble, as if testing the ship for flavor, Scarada kept an eye out for signs of disturbance to the environment that might indicate recent construction work. If Kosei was here, she'd only have been in residence for a few months. Signs of activity might still be around fresh-cut rock face, debris from cave mouths, any number of telltale signs that she had a hideaway built down here. Val stared out of the dome too, with Murd mirroring his posture as exactly as a six-legged animal ever could, blinking from time to time and pausing once or twice to turn and gaze at its master, before giving him an enthusiastic and slobbery lick across the face with a dripping gray tongue. Scarada shuddered, but at least there was one being in the galaxy that loved Val unconditionally. Firefang. If he'd started feeling sorry for the Chikar after so many years, it was a bad sign. The fortune was just creds. Val had no use for. Scarada told himself. Something he wanted to deny his own privileged class, and that simply happened to be useful in the plan to rescue clones, an afterthought. It's not true though, is it? He's a Mando too. The same thing that drew him to Mandalore is the same thing that kept me there. We chose it. Maybe I hate him because of the parts of him that are too much like me. "I'll stop," Val said suddenly. Murd stiffened, always sensitive to Val's reactions. This drill was hunting, even if it couldn't get out there and taste the scents and currents. Muriel brought the ship to a halt and she drifted, silent except for the hum of the shields and environment controls. Val pointed ahead, slightly to port. "In that weed forest. Look." Ahan's exterior holocams, trained in the direction of Val's finger, and Murd's snout. The weed was thick and populated by shoals of glowing orange discs that could have been fish, worms, or swimming crustaceans. The impression was one of a tap-calf courtyard strung with decorative lights. Not all the weed was pale green. Some looked white in the aquamarine light. Scarada strained to focus, and then a current moved the weed a little more, and he realized he wasn't looking at weed at all, but bones. It was a skeleton.
Shab, Morrill muttered. I think we're too late for resuscitation, Cowbur. I hope you bought travel insurance.
Scarada couldn't see any marks on the bones at this distance.
Or she.
Who died down here, and why? The skeleton was swaying in the current, as if dancing with the weed. It was definitely a humanoid of some kind. Picked clean, and as white as an anatomical specimen. Although a closer inspection, as close as they could get without leaving the vessel, showed a few colonies of pale yellow growths that looked like closed shadow barnacles. It was hard to see what was holding it down. If the flesh was gone, the connective tissues that held the bones together should have been gone too. Scarada couldn't think of a species that fitted the bill, but it didn't matter. He, or she, wasn't going anywhere.
Diver who ignored the hazard warnings?
Val asked. Scarada's instinct for bad signs was more reliable than any sonar.
What kind of marine life needs a diving suit and apparatus, as well as the meat?
Morrill, engrossed in the controls for the external security holocam, let out a long breath.
And when did you last see a fish with fingers?
He said quietly, switching the holocam image to one of the large monitors.
Look!
The close-up view of the weed bed that swayed around the skeleton's ankles like a deep pile carpet showed a splash of bright orange. As Morrill magnified the image and went in for a close-up, Scarada realized what it was. Morrill was right. There weren't too many marine species that could take a length of fiber cord and secure a body to a rock. The close view on the monitor showed a knot, a competent, non-slipping, textbook Caldebe anchoring bend. In a galaxy of loop rings, gription panels, and 100 high-tech ways of attaching things, few people bothered to learn to tie knots properly, let alone one as distinctive and complex as that. Very few people indeed. Only clone soldiers and Mandalorians.
Chapter 10.
Nasad Gurmi. Nasad Gurmi. Nasad Gurmi. Min ulu mi mandoad. Kondosiad. Te mandayaim mandoad.
No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. We are Mandos. The elite boys. Mando boys. From Mandalore. Mandalorian drinking song, loosely translated, said to date from a ban on Mandalorian mercenaries drinking in local tap caps when employed by the government of Gary 6. Republic Treasury Building, Coruscant, 478 days after Geonosis. Bethany closed the doors to her office and obscured the transparent steel walls with the touch of the button on her desk. She didn't want to be disturbed. Syntax 2. Do I concentrate on that? She fondled the blaster that Morrill had given her and wondered what it would take to make her use it. She never fired one in anger. She hadn't even been trained to shoot, but now seemed a pretty good time to learn. Then she began trying to work out how she might take a closer look at Syntax 2 in person, or at a distance, and work out what was going on. It was a military area, and no member of the public could stroll in there unannounced. There weren't that many excuses to pay a visit, even for a Treasury agent. The public accounts showed a number of contractors providing services to the Grand Army that could be cross-referenced to Syntax, and one of them, Donut Logistics, also showed up on the health budget. It was worth a look as long as she was thinking MedCenter. I could be totally off beam, of course. And I got Morrill his answer anyway. I should walk away from this. But she couldn't, because Ordo couldn't walk away and neither could Cor or any of the others. She realized how empty her life must have been to have filled up so fast and so easily with people who possibly didn't give her a second thought, except as a useful contact. I'm not stupid, Cal. But they had something she wanted too, and it was just Ordo. And it wasn't just Ordo. She wanted a share of their closeness, that belonging and camaraderie, and an end to feeling she was on the outside of life. She thought suddenly of Phi, and how, so Ordo said, he knew there was a complete element missing from his existence, and he resented it. She at least knew what hers was, and where she might get it. But there was also the lure of a wrong to be righted, and she knew she wasn't alone in that. Senator Skeena, from Chandrilla, was getting very vocal about the Grand Army's conditions and clone rights. He might prove to be a handy excuse for investigating further. Her private comlink stared back at her from the palm of her hand, daring her to choose between calling Ordo and contacting the senator. Still scared that she might call while Ordo was gambling whether to cut a red wire or a blue one as the detonator counted down, she sent him a delayed message instead. He could choose when and if he wanted to read it. I hope you enjoyed the cake. What else could she say? She had no idea who else might see it, secure link or not. You have to try my home cooking when you get back. She could imagine Ordo reading it with a frown, taking it at face value, while Maril, who seemed to be leading a totally different life, and relishing it, would have given her a knowing grin. Bethany sent the message with a click of her thumbnail on the keys, then tapped in the code for the Senate switchboard. No point leaving an audit trail on the office link, just in case. He's a known anti-war activist. They'll be watching him, whoever they might be. Senator Skeena's administrative droid made an appointment for her to meet him later that day, which indicated just how few lobbyists were courting a man who opposed the war, and asked if she preferred off-site.
I'm at the Treasury building,
She said visiting the Senate was routine for a government employee. It would draw less attention than a meeting in a tab cafe or restaurant. She'd be picked up on any of a dozen security holocams as she moved around Galactic City, and even by the surveillance satellites that kept watch over Coruscant.
I'll come to his office.
On the way to the meeting, sitting in the back of an air taxi, she felt that small blaster in her pocket was visible to the whole planet. She didn't even know what type it was. It was a smart, dark blue with a stubby green-gray barrel, and a little red light that showed it was charged. Quite a pretty object. When she peered at the engraved plate on the butt, she was sure that the end of the grip was called that. She could see the words, Merson.
Lady, you're making me nervous,
said the taxi driver.
You going to assassinate someone?
Bethany hadn't realized he could see that far over the back of the seat, but there was a lot she didn't know about the visual field of Herodian's faceted eyes. She slid the blaster off her lap and back into her pocket.
I mix with unsavory characters,
she said. The taxi drivers had an opinion on everything.
Senate's full of them. They're called politicians.
She thought that way too, but then realized she never actually met one socially. Where did she get that idea? From the Holo News? From the courts? The power of stereotypes was astonishing. She wondered how she could ever gain any headway in making Coruscanti see the anonymous troopers fighting the war for them as living, breathing men. She couldn't even say they were all someone's son or husband, or father, or brother. They were utterly outside of society. The size of the task almost crushed her. One step at a time, girl. Do what you can. Senator Skeena met her in one of the cell-like private interview rooms kept for senators to meet with members of the public. He was much more ordinary than she'd imagined. Not terribly well dressed, but he had an earnest passion that hit her like a tidal wave. Another stereotype crashed and burned.
Of course, I'm concerned about what happens to these men,
he said.
Whatever other member planets might do. Coruscant hasn't tolerated slavery in millennia. It's intolerable that we adopt it simply because it's expedient. But I'm a lone voice.
Bethany took it carefully.
I'm having some difficulty identifying medical provision for the Grand Army, Senator. I can identify expenditure on what I think are medicine or facilities, but it's not. Let's say the audit trail isn't transparent.
That careful comment meant a great deal in political code, if the listener wanted to interpret it. Skeena seemed to.
Yes, I've asked repeatedly about casualties. The medical field units are woefully inadequate, and I can't find out what happens to those killed in action. To the best of my knowledge, the bodies aren't recovered. There's no hero's return for these poor men. So if you see large sums allocated to clone welfare, I can assure you there's no sign of it being used to that end.
Bethany had a sensation of dread like cold water spilling in her lap. It was something she could have found out easily enough from Ordo. He'd know what they did with bodies, but it was one of the long list of things she never thought to ask. The inference was that troopers were simply discarded like waste, and that stoked her anger. She hovered on the edge of asking Skeena if he knew anything about facilities on Syntax 2, and decided that it was too dangerous to have that kind of discussion with a man she didn't know.
I audit some of the Grand Army accounts,
She said. That much was true, and hardly a secret if news of her meeting got back to her bosses. She slipped a plastoid contact card from her pocket and pressed it into his hand.
If there's ever anything you think I should look at, discreetly of course, because I'd be investigating other public servants to let me know.
You're the internal police.
I look after the taxpayers' credits.
And here I was thinking you might be concerned about the welfare of our army.
Bethany bit her tongue out of habit, but it was too painful a comment to let pass.
Oh, but I am.
She said.
They're not just theoretical charity cases to me. I'm dating a trooper.
Skeena looked taken aback for a moment, and she wasn't sure if he was reacting to her cutting comment or the unsolicited personal detail.
Well, he said, there's no point in my haranguing you about the fact that they're all human men like any other, is there?
It was time for a little humility.
I know a lot of clones, by most people's standards, and yes, I care what happens to them.
You might know then what happens to them.
In what sense?
When they're wounded but can't return to active duty, you see. I can find out what happens on the Rimsu medical stations, or at least I get some limited answers from the defense staff. But I'm getting no answers about the men who can't be patched up and sent back.
Bethany thought of Core. Temporarily assigned desk duties after a device he was defusing blew up and took his hands with it. He was awaiting their arrival of specialist prosthetics, and if Skarada hadn't grabbed him for commando training, he'd have gone back to Ordnance disposal.
I would imagine they die.
Bethany said.
The army seems to go to a lot of trouble to send them back.
But life isn't that tidy,
Skeena said. He lowered his voice, even though the doors were shut.
There'll be injuries that a man can survive, but that means he'll never be fit for service again. I can't seriously believe something like that hasn't happened in more than a year of this war, and yet there are no homes for these men, who must surely exist. And we know they don't end up being cared for by family because they have none. So where do they go?
Bethany didn't even want to think about it, but she had to. The only answer she could think of right then was that most badly injured who might otherwise have been saved were left to die. But some mobile surgical units had Jedi advisors. No Jedi would let such a thing happen. Would they? She had to talk to Jessic. He'd tell her.
I'm going to see if I can find out,
Bethany said.
And I'm going to carry on pressing for proper long-term care facilities.
Skeena looked troubled.
Meanwhile, I'm also going to help raise funds for charitable care. There are some citizens out there who want to help, you know.
I'll keep you posted,
Bethany promised. She took the long walk back to the Treasury building, pausing for Calf on the way, and found that the senator's question was now eating away at her. Yes, it could only mean that clone troopers lived, or died, and there was no middle way or disability provision. The war hadn't reached the 18-month mark yet. Governments were always poor at thinking things through, especially when wars caught them on the hop. Maybe this was what Donut Logistics was doing then. Care facilities out of the public eye to hide the signs that the war might not be going as well, or as cleanly as the civilian citizens imagined. Just as she'd first thought. She decided to check out their other projects when she got back to her desk. But while she sipped her caf, she checked them out via her datapad simply to get a street address from the directory. And that was where things started to get
interesting. There was no entry in the public database for Donut. It could have been a subsidiary of another company, of course, or even one that wasn't based on Coruscant. But either way, and it would have to register for corporate taxation, even if it was off-world, and so it would require a tax exemption number. Jilka could come in useful now. She was the tax officer. She was an expert in finding companies that earned revenue and didn't pay their taxes in full. Bethany Winnan, who'd played things by the book all her life until she fell in with a crowd of misfits and men who didn't exist, put on her best liar's face and prepared to spin a plausible story to Jilka, crossing the line from merely accessing records for unauthorized reasons to entering a world of deception with consequences she knew she could never imagine.
Rebel Camp, near Iyad, Gaftakar, 478 days, after Geonosis.
The Merritts were scuttling everywhere in a state of excitement, and there were a lot more of them today than Darman had seen before. He leaned against the doorway of the hut, brushing his teeth, collapsible plastoid bowl in one hand, as he contemplated what was going to be a busy few days.
Shifted, Dar.
Niner was in full armor. He'd had word then. They were going in.
35th's moving. They're finishing up on Quilura. Let's make sure they've got an open door.
Quilura. Darman spat foam into the bowl.
Have I got time to call it Tane?
Do you have to?
Well, I might get killed, and...
Niner's expression was hidden behind his visor, but Darman knew every nuance of his breathing by now, every faint sound that indicated swallowing or licked lips, every click of the jaw when words didn't emerge.
You'll be fine,
Niner said at last, and slapped him on the shoulder. He was playing the reassuring Rousselor, the sergeant. The word was derived from runs, a rock, and it summed up his solidly pivotal role pretty well.
But call her anyway. Say hi from me.
Niner walked away toward the Merritts. He never talked much about what he wanted from life. He never confided in his brothers about fears and loneliness, or talked about girls, or showed any sign that he didn't think the war was a good idea. It was the last bit that worried Darman most. Niner probably kept his yearnings to himself, for the sake of maintaining morale. Did he think they didn't know that? But everyone griped about the war and every aspect of it, out of habit and custom. It was the only leeway clone troopers had to express opinions that the command was clueless, that the food was garbage, that the kit was OSIC, and that it was all a waste of time. But it was better than being a civilian, and it was a veneer, a kind of bonding ritual to show how much you didn't care. When in reality, you were scared witless, always hungry, and usually disoriented. Being the best army in the galaxy didn't stop any of those feelings. At first, Darman, like all of them, had thought their role in life was noble and inevitable. Now the indoctrination had been worn thin by seeing the galaxy beyond Camino, and even some arcs were deserting. The rank and file were grumbling in private. If they'd had somewhere to go, and the bonds had been weaker, Darman suspected a lot more would have vanished from the ranks. But they stayed for their brothers. They stayed because their only source of self-esteem was being the best at what they did, and they had nowhere else to go. Once more of them worked out what happened to those who couldn't, or wouldn't fight any longer, what would happen? Yes, the guard might have been better off with tinnies. They never worked things out.
How many teeth have you got, Dar?
Niner yelled. He stopped to look back. Darman paused with the brush still in his mouth.
Because you're taking an awful long time cleaning them.
Darman mumbled through a mouthful of foam.
Sorry, Sarge.
He went back to the refreshers to rinse his mouth and clean up, then changed from his fatigues into his bodysuit before washing the clothing in the refresher's basin with a rock-hard lump of the local soap, and shaking it out so that it dried in minutes. Habit ritual was a soothing thing. By the time he'd attached his armor plates to the bodysuit, the fatigues were dry, and he could fold them tightly into a small roll that he slipped into his backpack. He couldn't even recall putting on his plates. His mind was on Attain. He shut the door and calmed her. She took some time to answer. He was on the point of just recording a message when he heard her voice, and he felt instantly foolish, tearful and excited. It was audio only, no hollow projection, but he never questioned that because she was on deployment and she had her reasons for not showing him where she was. He worried anyway. He wanted to see her again, quite literally. He was worried he'd forget her face. "Can you talk?" he asked. There was a brief pause.
Are you okay, Dar?
"I'm fine. I got bitten by an ARC trooper."
That's gross. Are they poisonous?
She seemed to think he was joking. Darwin wondered whether to blurt out that Sol had been under a death sentence, but decided that kind of thing needed saying in person. "It's okay. I just sucked out the venom and shot him. Anyway, Fi wanted his armor." "Hey, I miss you. What's happening on Quilora?" Another pause.
It's not good. Most of them went quietly, but some dug in. And, well, you know.
"Casualties?"
Yeah.
Ah,
Not me, obviously.
I'm glad. He caught a note in her voice that said she was holding back. Maybe there was someone with her. The holovids showed clandestine love affairs as exciting, but Darwin just found the secrecy miserable. "What's Levette like?"
Solid guy.
"We'll be working with his battalion pretty soon. Does that mean you'll be coming back to 000? Sorry, I shouldn't ask. Just thought you'd be finished there, and..."
It'll be a few more months. 3, maybe.
"Oh. Where? Why?" "Okay."
I miss you too, Dar. Think of something you'd like to do when we meet up. I'm not good at planning things like that.
Darwin wasn't either. He suspected she didn't mean a drink from a grimy glass at Quibu's sleazy cantina for old time's sake. Uriel might have some ideas. He seems to know every tap cap between Galactic City and the Outer Rim.
Okay. I don't mind as long as you're there.
Me too. Darwin worried that he didn't have any smart talk or witty lines. He sounded like a total die cut. He knew it. There was a loud rapping on the door. "Dar!" It was Fi. "Dar, are you in there?" Darwin rolled his eyes and addressed the other. "What, Fi? Are you going to be in there all day? I'm not going to dig a latrine because you're still doing your hair." Okay, give me a moment." He lowered his voice. "I'm sorry, Sarika. I have to go."
I'll call you in a while. Stay safe. I love you.
"Look after yourself." Darwin was working up to saying that he loved her too, when the link closed from her end of the channel, and the moment was gone. He took a deep breath before yanking the door open, broken-hearted that he might never get the chance to tell her. He had a bad feeling about the coming assault on the yacht. It was vague and nagging, probably just his growing awareness and resentment of the way things were, but possibly, just possibly, an omen. Mixing with Jedi made you almost believe in that kind of stuff. "Fi, I'm going to break your shablin neck." Fi stepped back with his hands held up in mock submission. "Steady on, Nervad. You really pick your moments. I want to use the freshers." "Yeah, and I was..." Darwin stopped himself. There was no point ranting at Fi for interrupting a call to detain. It would be particularly tactless. "Okay." He patted his brother's cheek with exaggerated care, and realized he was doing a very Scarada-like thing. "I'm going to check the ordnance again. Atton's been through it twice. Then I'll do it a third." "Dar? What?" "You can talk about Attain, you know. I'm not going to burst into tears or anything." Fi closed the door behind him, and Darwin heard the sound of running water. Fi wasn't stupid, and he'd probably heard every word anyway. But Darwin still felt guilty at having a part of his limited life that put any kind of barrier between them. Outside the hut, Niner and Atton were laying out equipment, checking it, and taking no notice of Atton's spirited argument with one of the Merits. It was another dominant one with a red frill at its throat. But it wasn't Seb's. The lizards were gathering. Where there had been fewer than 100 in the camp, There were now a few thousand in the area, coming to the rendezvous points from villages scattered throughout the countryside. Darman stared at the pile of ordnance. There were enough thermal detonators to remove a large chunk of the planet. Overkill, he said. Atten looked up.
Whatever happened to P for plenty?
You've seen a yacht. They've got a AAA and traffic cops, not a kilometers. So we hammer them with the 35th. And then the lizards overrun them. Don't you think that's a waste of resources?
Dar, it's still a capital city.
Niner said.
And we're not just fighting the Gaptakari. We're denying the place to the Seps. And we're not footing the bill for it either.
Atten said. Darman pondered what possible use this planet would be to anyone except the mining companies. Did they even use Calarium and Norax to build droids? Maybe it was the Republic doing a favor for Shinyo mining, in exchange for services rendered elsewhere. The galaxy seemed to work that way. Help us out in the war, buddy, and we'll see you right when it comes to building your profits. And it didn't matter to him at all. He had no stake in it, no interest, and no consequences to him except his life. And his brother's lives on the line, which was simply the job he did. He bent down to pick up a small thermal det, and rolled it in his hands. Seeing that little restaurant opposite the EOT government building, the minced roba pastry rolls washed down with sweet calf had been delicious. A charge of this size detonated within 20 meters, which shattered the restaurant's transparent steel frontage into 1,000 blades and sent them flying at 3,000 meters a second into anything and anybody within a 1,000-meter range. Sometimes it paid not to think about it too much. "Can I do the power station?" he asked. Niner didn't turn his head.
You wrecked the government buildings area.
Doesn't mean I can't take out the station.
I don't like changing plans this close to time.
What plans? We didn't even complete the first wreck. We've scrubbed the assassinations. We're going to run the same risk. Niner didn't answer. They'd become so used to doing things on the fly, with little or no planning, that Darman began to wonder if they were getting sloppy. Special operations was as much, no, more about detailed surveillance, observation, and rehearsal than going in with diesels blazing and blowing stuff up.
Atten's going to brief us in around an hour,
Niner said at last. Great. Darman tossed and caught the unprimed det like a toy a few times, and then laid it back on the fabric sheet with the rest of the ordnance. I'm going for a walk. Niner could always recall him. He slipped his helmet over his head, sealed it, and strode off into camp. Seeing the world through the filter of his visor's HUD again, targets in an environment rather than beings in a landscape. Scarata said they were at a stage of life where they were making emotional connections that regular folk made much earlier in childhood, able to imagine themselves in the situations they created. But he said it was hard to picture yourself as the guy strolling past the restaurant at the moment the charge detonated, when you'd never done ordinary things like that, and had been given only a detached academic grasp of a blast radius, overpressures, and fragment velocities. Omega Squad, like all the clone army, had been little more than highly trained, super-efficient, ultra-fit children when they were started. It struck Darman that they were living life the wrong way around, given the maximum ability to fight long before they had the experience to identify with beings on the sharp end of the fighting. Too late to worry about that. What am I going to do? Warn a yacht? Join the Seps? Cry over dead strangers? There was nothing else he could do but fight to win, and survive to... what, exactly? The question never went away. When we win, what happens? What do soldiers like us do in peacetime? Maybe he'd end up doing refugee relief. Attain said Jedi did that sometimes. Maybe they still end up working together. He walked among chattering, excited Merits, with jewel-like scales who didn't seem to be anxious about the coming assault. They were swarming around artillery pieces, drilling with E-webs. This was clearly something they'd been looking forward to for a long time. Darman paused to watch them, realizing his main fear was that he'd get killed before he told Attain that he loved her, and wondered where the remaining humans would fit into a society run by efficient, orderly Merits, whose lives seemed to run like flowcharts. He gestured to the red-frilled boss lizard to come to him, They didn't seem to be offended by being summoned.
What's going to happen when you take over?
Darman asked.
What's going to happen to the people in the yacht?
Boss Lizard did a bit of a baffled head cocking and looked as if he was calculating.
There'll be roles for them, in proportion to their population, of course.
Darman realized he should have expected a sensible, numerical answer like that.
So, no bloodletting, no purges, no species cleansing?
Not for its own sake, no. What's the purpose of wanting destruction? We just want what we deserve. We are the majority.
What if they refuse to fit in with that?
That,
said Boss Lizard,
would be pointless.
What are you going to change when he sees power?
Nothing, except we shall live in the cities, and we shall have the majority of the elected posts according to our population.
Darman could now see the mismatch between Gaptakari humans and their merit workforce. They weren't even competing for the same thing. A nice, tidy, two-sided, I want what you've got. The lizards thought differently. The two viewpoints didn't quite overlap, and the lizards were far more concerned with being proportionally represented than having power. He didn't always understand politics, and he was glad of it. This was the point at which he preferred the order to go then and blow up that.
We should have made a joint government a condition of building their cities,
Boss Lizard added, almost as an afterthought.
Next time, we'll remember to do that.
They were born engineers, all procedure and ratios. Darman nodded and walked on, out into the heathland, to the south of the settlement. Now he could see across the flat terrain for kilometers. Smoke from scattered clusters of huts in the distance threaded its way into the clear sky, and the occasional ancient speeder tracked across his field of vision, throwing up range and speed data onto his HUD. He thought of the aerial wreck images of the yacht, with its modest defense resources preparing for an attack, and wondered how long it would take. Where do I belong? Where is home? As sure as Shab wasn't Topoka City. Most days, he didn't even think it was Coruscant. Darman stood watching the late afternoon sun slanting across the heath, wondering what it was like to have a job where you could stop work at the end of the afternoon and do anything you liked, when the audio link came to life in his helmet.
Niner Dadar, RTB, SEPs incoming.
He activated his HUD displays, expecting to have data pass through to him. The image that filled his field of view was a chart of the Gaptakar system, way out near the Tindril Arm, so close to Quilura, close enough that it would have taken only a few hours to reach Attain. And the peppering of red points of light showed separatist vessels on course for Gaptakar. There were a few blue lights, too. They were generated by the transponders of Republic vessels. The 3rd and 4th Battalions of the 35th Infantry embarked in Leveler, and other 2 companies from the same regiment not far out of Quilluran space, and a fleet auxiliary converging on the same point at 180 degrees at sublight speeds.
ETA?
Darman said. Life slipped immediately into acronyms and jargon, the language of the military comlink.
At those speeds, a day. What's keeping them? Officer commanding. Some non-clone captain called Palian. Says it's brinkmanship. Back in 10. We're digging in. Surveillance sat shows EOT's bringing in fighters from outside. How many? 6. And that might not be a problem for an assault ship, but it's bad news for us. So get back here.
That, at least, answered Darman's question about what use Gaptakar was to anyone. Apart from the mining corporation's interest, it was just another handy place for a fight. And they were sending in the mongrels now, non-clones, some of the service personnel from the fleet. Palian. Who the Shab was he? Darman wondered who the 35th Jedi General might be, because it wasn't Attain. She said they'd finished on Quilura. Whatever it was, wherever they were sending her, she could tell him, couldn't she? Maybe she didn't want to worry him. Of course I'm worried. I'm always worried. Ordo. Yeah, he'd ask Ordo. Ordo always obliged, always got the messages and letters through somehow. The rebel camp had taken on a different air by the time Darman got back, and he'd only been gone 30 minutes. The Merits had thinned out, and E-webs and cannons stood concealed under camo netting. He sprinted for the main building, realizing even as he made for the doors that it was so flimsy he was better off outside.
Sarge.
Darman clicked through the frequencies on his helmet link.
Sarge. Ops room.
Niner barked. Darman entered, pulled off his helmet, and stood over the ops table, trying to get a better look at the holo chart that Aden had projected onto it. It showed the whole central region, with scattered Merit villages and the occasional Gaptakari town, like small planets around suns. When he magnified a yacht and superimposed the latest aerial reconnaissance images on it, the sudden preparations became clear.
That's as of 15 minutes ago,
Aden said. The yacht's boundaries were ringed with vehicles and vessels, and there was no steady procession of civilians out of the city, as was usual when attacks were expected. There was nowhere else for the Gaptakari to go. They were marooned on islands, in an ocean of enemies. All they could do was dig in.
You reckon they really know it's coming?
Aten asked.
I mean, really know?
Aden, fully armored, tilted his head, as if listening to a separate helmet comlink.
No, not a clue. This is them reacting to the SEPs, reacting to our inbound ships, yes. That's their only source of surveillance,
said Aden.
I'm not sure who they're more worried about, us or the Merits. But they know we're coming, so I'm not prepared to risk a squad in there to prep the battlefield if we got 2 battalions, a squadron of turrets, and Captain Pallian's nice big cannons arriving within a day. Unless the yacht's got some hidden superweapon we failed to spot. The place is just one big target.
Darman still couldn't work out why the 2 task forces couldn't simply engage in space and leave the planet alone. But taking a yacht without a bit of muscle and cannons behind them meant very messy fighting if there was no air cover to make the point. He wasn't sure which was the worst outcome for the civilians. We're not really the main game in town now, are we? Are we going forward with the 35th? Aden must have switched his audio feed from leveler to the general circuit, because Darman's helmet was suddenly full of the voice traffic between vessels. It seemed more concerned with keeping an eye on the Separatist flotilla, awaiting for it to power up to hyperjump. Aden cut the link again and sat in silence, as if he was staring at the holo chart, lost in thought. He was waiting for instructions. Who's the Jedi in command? Darman asked. Aden looked up.
General Mass Mr. Did you want to stay on the circuit?
No.
It's that woman of yours, isn't it?
She wouldn't tell me where she was, but she's been with Levette for some months. So yes, I want to know if she's with that flotilla and not telling me. Personal business didn't matter on the brink of a battle, but nobody argued with him. Aden switched to another channel, head barely moving. Darman heard the slight pop as he switched, and he guessed the Null was on a secure link to someone, either finding out or asking why he'd been saddled with the commando who couldn't save his private life for off-duty hours.
Levette says she's not with the 35th, and she's not in the combat zone,
Aden said, unusually kind.
So stop fussing.
Darman could have called her. He had a secure link. It wasn't as if he was going to give away a position to the enemy. He dithered, trying to decide whether to slip into the refreshers and calm her discreetly, just to be sure she wasn't somewhere even worse. He just wanted to tell her. Niner, as ever, seemed to read his mind. He shoved Darman with his shoulder plate.
Go on,
he said quietly.
Be quick about it, though.
Darman stepped out into the corridor, opening his comlink with a couple of blinks, and voice-activated Atane's code. The display in his helmet told him what he could hear. No response. He carried on paging the system for a couple of minutes, telling himself she might have been taking a shower or even asleep. And then he left a message. It was hard to say the words to cold, dead air instead of to her standing in front of him. It's me, Atika, he said. I never told you. I love you. When he closed the link, he felt embarrassed. But he'd done it. However inelegantly. If anything happened to him, at least she knew. Aden and Niner walked out of the ops room, heads moving in conversation that couldn't be heard outside their helmets. Vi and Aten followed. Darman's audio circuit popped again.
Change of plan, Dar.
Niner's voice said in his ear.
The General wants us to play forward air control. As soon as it gets dark, we'll move up to the outskirts and rank the positions of their mobile AAA. Levette says Leveler will be on station a couple of hours before dawn. Lovely,
said Vi.
It'll be over in time for breakfast.
The squad spent the next hour or so stripping out the rental speeder to make room for a couple of E-webs. Atten removed its ID transponder and poked an assortment of probes into it to scramble the registration details.
Just in case, we need to go right inside the city.
He held up a small rectangle of plastoid.
We're going to have a hard job walking in dressed like this. I still think I should go in and blow up the main power station.
Darwin said,
If only to give us the cover of complete darkness.
Atten wandered over to them, obviously eavesdropping on their circuit.
I'll be going in to place a few EMP charges in sensitive spots around their communication centers, because we don't want them chatting to the SEPs once this kicks off. All you have to do is call in the airstrikes, okay? Once we've neutralized their big targets, like their AAA, and Leveler made a few holes in the infrastructure, then the Torrent Squadron can provide air support for the Merits to go in. I don't want any of you deviating from that plan. Yeah, where are the lizards?
Vi asked, straightening up.
I thought this was their big night. Oh, they're all here.
It was almost dark now, and when Darwin looked toward the yacht, he couldn't see the city. In the last few nights, he'd gotten used to the glow from its street lighting, all the more noticeable for being set in the middle of an unlit rural location. But it was in darkness tonight. He flicked his visor through its magnification and night vision settings, and still couldn't see much. Even in infrared, it was just a faint green, flattened dome of heat.
They've switched off their lighting,
he said.
They're expecting air raids. Shame that they're going to get creamed,
Vi said.
It looked like such a nice place.
Nobody said it, but Darwin thought it. There was no reason to fight here, beyond the fact that the Republic had staked a claim by way of supporting the Merits, and so the Separatists felt they had to front up too. Darwin wondered if it was treason to think that way, or just a difference of opinion on strategy.
I wonder where Sol is now,
he said, but nobody answered. He glanced over his shoulder at the scrubby woodland to one side of the camp, night vision visor still in place, and thought it was malfunctioning until he realized the points of light, thousands of them, as if the display had massive interference, were actually eyes. It was the Merits. Suddenly, they were an army, silent and motionless, waiting for the signal to kill.
"7 kilometers south of Tropics Island, 478 days after Geonosis."
Morrill stepped out of the drained-down airlock in his briefs and pulled a quad of breather from his mouth. Then he shook himself like Murd, showering water across the cargo bay, and slapped a cold, wet skull into Val's hands. "If we're going to run DNA tests," he said, "this seems to have teeth in it." Scarada handed him a towel and rubbed himself down. "Not a shred of meat or clothing on the thing. Whoever it was, I'm guessing that they were stripped of any identification and tied to an anchor so that the body wouldn't float to the surface, and so the local wildlife could remove soft tissue and everything else that identified him. It's a him, by the way. Had a look at the pelvis." "Killed first?" Val turned the skull over in his hands while Murd watched. It might have mattered. A disposal was a different crime, and motivation than weighing someone down to drown. Not all humanoids drown fast either. "Or punishment." Scarada shrugged. "I don't think he died of old age, so it's probably irrelevant." Morrill looked anxious for a moment, as if he'd let Scarada down simply by being unable to give him an answer. "I can't tell, Calbur. No obvious fractures or marks on the bones." "It's okay, son. Get dressed, 'cause we need to carry on looking." Morrill padded off, hitting the hill of his hand against his ear to shake out the last of the water. They needed proper diving suits if they were going to work outside the hull for any lengthy period. Val put it on his list of things to acquire. "I'm going to guess," he said, "and you know I don't do that very often, but I bet we'll find this is the last person to see Kosei." "What makes you say that?" "The Twi'lek. He delivered the equipment to whoever was piloting the barge, and if that had been a Kaminoan, he'd have noticed. Someone had to hand the stuff over, which meant seeing her, or the location. Not someone a crafty piece of work like Kosei would have wanted around to blow her cover." Scarada swabbed down the water on the deck.
When we go ashore again, I'll see if any staff went missing. I can't see Kosei having a human sidekick.
Well, maybe she didn't. Not for long, anyway.
Val listened carefully and caught a faint beeping.
Is that the cockpit alarm?
Scarrata paused and straightened up, frowning. His hearing had taken a pounding from standing too close to artillery over the years, even though he managed to hide the fact. Unless you know it isn't, why are you standing around asking the question? They made for the cockpit, but Muriel was already leaning across the pilot's seat, talking to a familiar voice on the other end of the open comm. Val caught the word Delta just as he squeezed into the compartment.
It's General Jessup,
Muriel said.
Delta are on their way here. Want to talk to him, Calber? Oh, sick.
Scarrata raked his fingers through his hair.
What happened, Bardika?
They caught up with the Twi'lek pilot. Not much I could do, but at least I stopped him from giving them too much detail.
What did you do? Shoot him before he could talk?
Bit of the old Jedi magic. He got as far as saying he told some Mandalorians about Daruma. So I suggested they'd been wearing green armor. If he said gold and black, well, Delta know your armor, Cal.
Scarrata closed his eyes.
Thanks.
And I made sure he didn't get as far as giving them coordinates for the drop. But they do know it's Daruma. And they've had to divert to pick up some scuba armor. I estimate you've got 10 to 12 hours, but I'm going to be there in 6.
Val cut in.
To do what exactly? Not that we don't appreciate your assistance, but...
You haven't found Kosei yet, have you?
We're close, Scarrata said.
Well, if you haven't found her in 6 hours, I'll help you.
Val nudged Scarrata in the ribs.
And if we hadn't found her by the time Delta get here, you keep them busy. How are they planning to insert anyway?
Land during the night, and just pose as sport divers if they have to.
Thanks, Bardika.
They couldn't have expected Delta to be far behind. The problem with hunting for someone was that the hunt itself tended to bring debris to the surface, and even if Delta didn't quite have the Null's remarkable access to information, they'd been trained in the same techniques. Val felt a little flush of pride that his squad hadn't done so badly compared with Scarrata's precious boys and all their genetic enhancements, but he decided not to rub it in.
Come on,
Scarrata said wearily.
More caves to ping.
He settled down in the co-pilot's seat. Whatever differences Val had with him, the man had an extraordinary tenacity. The size of the task ahead was so huge, the chances so flimsy, that any sane individual would never have bothered to start. It wasn't just a matter of finding one Kaminoan who didn't want to be found. Val wondered if she was even capable of doing what Scarrata wanted. If this was all wasted effort, how's the little Chakar going to take it? The quest. Oh yes, it was a quest. A sacred calling for Scarrata now seemed to sustain him. It was as powerful as religion. He was so fixed on his boys' welfare that he seemed to have no plans for himself, and his definition of who qualified as his boys was now also encompassing that it seemed in danger of sucking him dry. It was more than the Nulls, who had been his sons in fact, if not in name from the day he met them. His obsession had then spread to the commandos, and now to any stray trooper who came into his orbit, like Kor. It was as if Scarrata was desperate to avoid any thought of himself, to erase himself in every waking moment. Maybe his memories were unhappier than Val knew. He seemed to be reinventing himself a day at a time, and he rarely talked about his past now, not even his father. He never talked about his mother. And apart from the knife, does he recall anything of his birth parents? Toxic things, though they were, Val still found families interesting. The best thing he'd ever done was to run away from his own. As if on cue, Murid appeared at his side and clambered onto his lap, the only family he had, and maybe the best kind.
Did you ever think of asking Arcadian Micro to take a look at some clone tissue?
Val asked.
Just in case.
I did. Scarrata was staring straight ahead at the shifting three-dimensional display of the sonar mapping scanner, reflected onto the transperistal review port.
But it'll be my very last resort. Once I have a genome to play with, well, I don't want to see any more lads bred to die.
What if they hadn't been Jango's clones?
What?
Mando'ad don't care about bloodlines. What if they had been from a Corellian donor, or Kuwati? Would it still tear you up to see them used?
Moril seemed to be making a point of staying out of the conversation. Scarata sucked his teeth thoughtfully.
If I'd met them as little kids about to be exterminated, I think I'd have done the same.
He looked distracted by the idea, as if he hadn't ever considered it.
Being Django's blood just made it more relevant. But Django or not, they'd still have needed a sense of belonging, wouldn't they? And it would still have been my duty to give it to them. And that would have made them Mando'ad. Interesting formations ahead,
Moril said. Val thought he might be trying to change the subject, but maybe not.
Going in for a closer look.
Val looked at Moril, in profile, and tried to see Django in him. But it was surprisingly hard. Odd as that might have sounded to an outsider, it was true. The clones usually didn't remind him of Jango Fett at all. Part of that was living among them for years, and becoming blind to the superficiality of appearance. But there were many ways in which they didn't even look like their progenitor, Django, born of parents who lived hand to mouth. Undernourished as a youngster, hadn't been much taller than Scarata. But the Kaminoans had managed the clone's nutrition carefully from the day the egg was fertilized, and they turned out tall and muscular, in 100 and more ways. They weren't exact replicas of Fett. Nor was his son Boba. Poor kid. It was a terrible age to lose a father, and the boy had nobody else in life. He was worse off than any trooper. If he managed to survive, Val predicted he turned into the hardest, most bitter, most messed up Shabur this side of Kaldane. Even I had a second father to adopt me. Too late, maybe, but better than never.
What's that?
Scarata said suddenly. He pointed forward.
Lots of debris.
They were on the northwest quadrant of the island's shelf. The slope on their starboard side was pocked with dark depressions that could have been caves. Strewn across the smooth seabed was a sharply delineated area of small fragments. They were visible even in the filtered sunlight, but when Moril directed the external lamp ahead of the vessel, they stood out in sharp relief.
That's not a rockfall, he said. If it was scree, it'd cover the whole area from the foot of the slope, because it slides, but there's a gap about 10 meters. Rock doesn't jump, does it?
Moril brought Ahan up 20 meters and maneuvered to a dead stop, right above the debris. From the exterior holocams, the aerial view projected onto the cockpit monitor reminded Val of a bag of flour dropped on a clean floor.
Relatively recent, too, Scarata said, or the silt would have covered it.
Looks like someone dropped a load of spoil from an excavation a long time after the island was terraformed.
Val actually felt excited. It was an odd hunt, but every bit as exhilarating as a chase. Murd picked up on his excitement and slid off his lap, rumbling in anticipation.
It's very tempting, Val said, to work out a direction of travel from the shape of that spoil.
The three men looked at one another.
Let's go for it,
Moril said, with a big grin. They were above the 50-meter limit now, and as Ahan circled slowly above the island shelf, the sensors picked up the throb of drives and the churning sounds of propulsion units from submersibles and surface vessels exploring the turquoise shallows. The scans showed them as points of light, most of them well within the 10-kilometer safety zone. They wouldn't be disturbed down here.
I never completed the diving course, Scarata said suddenly. I just thought you ought to know that. Might not even need to get our feet wet, Calbur.
Moril took Ahan deeper, facing the submerged cliff.
Look at the 3D scan.
Head on, the sonar showed a complex pattern of holes, although none of them seemed to extend far into the rock. But there was an overhang that was more or less in line with a patch of debris. Moril skimmed the seabed, stirring silt into the clear water, and came in close to the jutting shelf of wheat-coated rock. And there it was. From this angle, the scan picked up a deep tunnel, mostly hidden from casual inspection by the overhang, but now visible as a rectangular shaft with rounded corners and an aperture about 8 meters by 5. Ahan had a 20-meter beam.
Well, Scarata shrugged, we can't just drive in, can we?
You're so nautical, Val said.
Moril still had that grin on his face.
There's always a chance we'll find that it's only a waste outlet.
and that there's a hungry thing, twice the size of a Diagna living in there. Let's find out. If Kosei's in there, then she'll be using transport to get in and out. Let's head back to the resort and see what they've got for rental. This means diving, doesn't it? Not necessarily, Calbur. Whatever Morrell had in mind, it amused him. Dangerous things usually did. Val raised an eyebrow. I'll put Mert ashore, if that's okay with you. Trust me, said Morrell. Ahon surfaced well clear of the harbor and skimmed through the gap in the breakwaters toward her berth. As they drew nearer to the pontoons and slowed almost to a stop to come alongside, Morrell pointed across the water. That's what we need, he said. I knew they'd have some here. Perfect. Val and Scarada followed his finger, but Val could see nothing except choppy waves. Then something broke from the surface, like a Walloden breaching, and arced 3 meters into the air before crashing back into the sea again. At first, Val thought it was an enormous silverfish, but by the time it progressed across the harbor in extravagant, corkscrewing leaps, he managed to focus on the thing long enough to see that it was an extraordinary ship, shaped like a Pharaxa shark, minus the head fin. It was 5 sleek meters long, with a brilliant scarlet flash on one flank, and the words Wave Chaser picked out in gold. Firefeck, it looked like fun. Val could barely recall fun. The craft would also fit neatly through the entrance to what he hoped was Kosei's laboratory, as well as Ahon's cargo hatch. Let's go rent one, Morrell said. They're 2-seaters, and they've got a top speed of 25 kilometers an hour. Not that I researched them earlier, of course. Scarada just looked blank. It was the expression he wore when he wanted to say, new draw, the most vividly emphatic of Mandoa refusals, but felt he had to keep up appearances. 1. Someone has to pilot Ahon, because those things won't have much range, Val said, and I'm volunteering. I had my midlife crisis about 10 years ago, so you can go play boy racer this time, Cal. Shepper, Scarada muttered, but he looked nervous. The Wave Chasers turned out to be for sale, or rent. Price had long since ceased to be an issue for any of them, now that time was the rarest and most precious thing imaginable, so Scarada bought one. Handy runabout for Ahon, he said, staring at his boots. And if we dent the thing, we won't have any explaining to do to the rental office. Then he looked up at Morrell, a head taller than him, and slapped the pass card in the Null's palm. All yours, son. High time you own something nice. Val was usually immune to Scarada's polar extremes of emotion, but for a few seconds, the old Shakar and his surrogate son simply looked at each other, as if there was nothing else that mattered in the galaxy, and Val felt genuine envy. It wasn't Scarada he envied. It was Morrell, for having a father who doted on him so much that he could do no wrong. Like time, it was something his wealth had never bought him.